Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking hole coming right up. Big fucking hole coming right up.
A covert specialist's best tools are secrecy and fear. We are the boogeymen of the military world. When we come for you, there's nothing you can do. Going radio silent. We're the best suited to deal with the worst. Our only directive is to achieve our objective. No questions, no red tape. The intel and contacts we acquire are more reliable than any big dog in a suit.
Hey, stay alert.
They open more doors than any warrant. Say goodnight, desgraçado. Someone has to get their hands dirty to chase the rats out of the darkness. We are ghost eyes. We find our enemies in their homes, and we make them disappear.
It's Playday 6, and we only have 4 teams remaining, all of which are looking to secure themselves in the final, but also get a little bit of revenge of TENSTAR. Now, while today, one of these teams is actually going to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals, unfortunately, another team is not going to be as happy as they're going to be sent home. I'm Ginny, your host, and joining me on the desk once again, we have the great Demo and Ollie. Ollie, you look very happy. Not so much.
I think that's kind of the normal flow of things, isn't it?
What do you mean I'm not happy?
Staunch persona.
Yeah, he's just like...
serious, serious business. Demo looks pretty... He's up for it today, I think. I think he's ready. I think he's maybe a little bit salty that he swapped the game yesterday.
Yeah.
Obviously, we swapped the MKERS TENSTAR game for the Wild game yesterday.
I don't really care.
I feel like you do a little bit. I feel like you...
Just like deep down.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Happy to be back?
Yeah. I mean, it was only yesterday. It's not as if it's been like
true,
2 weeks or
actually.
something, you know?
I mean, to be fair, last time we've seen TENSTAR MKERS play was the 14th of November, so that has been a while. And if anything, they put quite a good performance, both of them. And today we're going to see which one of these 2 teams is going to be heading into the finals. And the second game of the day is going to be ACEND versus DUNLIMITED, which actually both have been knocked into the lower bracket by TENSTAR. So this is like a villain arc.
Villain arc for TENSTAR? I think I find it very difficult to hate that team, to be honest.
You don't have to hate the villain.
You know?
I mean, I think we do, Demo, because we maybe have a little bit of bias thrown in there, don't we?
No, well, to be fair, I hate the coach at TENSTAR. To be fair, I do hate the coach.
Oof.
Poor Kenny.
No, that's not very live, laugh, love.
It's also not true. Yeah, we're a little bit biased toward TENSTAR, obviously. It comes from our sort of home region, as it were, NPL. Champions over in NPL, not a big deal. We beat Heroic, best of 5 grand final, weighted in Heroic's advantage. Still
Lower
won.
bracket run.
Not a big deal. So yeah, I think we are going to be a little bit biased toward TENSTAR, but MKERS, again, a team that have proved themselves time and time again. And this Challenger League, as opposed to last Challenger
we
League,
like
where they
MKERS.
bowed out early.
Think of SI 21.
We love MKERS.
We witnessed that.
We liked MKERS a couple of years ago. They made some changes. Things have, been
Only the
to work for them a little bit.
It's been only the 2 changes, and I think that the 2 changes have been really good for them so far in the course of their run. And I'm just excited to see how MKERS are going to go into TENSTAR, of course, in the best of 3. We've only ever seen them in the best of 1s, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And last time TENSTAR were the ones to win, so this time MKERS looking for a bit of revenge. But again, the last time we've seen TENSTAR and MKERS compete was on the 14th of November. Like, that's been a while. So again, as some of you mentioned as well yesterday, the fact that the major was in Europe, in case you missed it, they've had some scrimming opportunities, which we could, again, maybe be seeing here today, see how that's come to fruition. But all in all, today's games, expectations. I know yesterday you guys were like, oh yeah, this is going to be like a 2-1 for both the games. How does it feel to be wrong? Because you're the one who swapped the game as well, so...
We're getting put on blast here today.
I think she's forgetting, right, as if me and you just want a good game. We don't care who wins. That's the thing.
No,
I think me and
true,
you. We just
true.
want a good game to cast. And sadly, we don't always get that. Exhibit A yesterday. I hate to say it. Some teams didn't turn up to the races.
Wait, who are some teams, Demo?
Wild.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Yeah, we've seen some bad siege yesterday. I wanted to be better siege today.
I think it will be better Siege today. I think there's a better chance of it being better Siege today, and I don't know if we're just sort of holding on to some hopium here that we're going to see a little bit more action between, TENSTAR MKERS. It has to deliver, really, doesn't it? The Wild game yesterday, Wild versus DUNLIMITED. I don't think anyone was expecting this to be as one-sided as it was.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I feel like both games as well yesterday, 2-0 from both of ACEND as well as DUNLIMITED. So if anything, the last 2 weeks for them has really paid off.
Yeah, I think DUNLIMITED yesterday impressed. very basic, nothing too flashy. I think they've learned from their mistakes that they had in their opening games, and I think they really came into that confidence galore. Everyone, I think, was playing well. I don't think we could say the same about Wild. The team just wasn't there. There was nobody in that, especially in that clubhouse. You will find it difficult to find a worser played attacking side of clubhouse. I haven't seen that in a while. It's been that bad of an attack.
I mean, even some of the defenses were a little bit shaky, right? Wild were pulling things out that we'd seen them do previously against MKERS, for example. You played MKERS on clubhouse, and they played pretty much exactly the same clubhouse when they were given the opportunity to against DUNLIMITED yesterday. I think just the final point for me on DUNLIMITED is, have they been tested yet? Because they've gone up against quite a weak Wild there. They are making a lower bracket run.
You don't think TENSTAR tested them?
I think TENSTAR did test them, but they lost.
Yeah.
So they need to get tested and they need to win.
So they need to get tested again.
Exactly. We need to see what they do like under the pressure a little bit further on into the competition. Second game of the night, obviously, ACEND versus Jailings. Again, no one was expecting it to go this wrong for Jailings.
They put up quite a fight towards the end, but it just wasn't enough from the side of Jailings.
Yeah, slow start. That was what killed. I think the border match really killed them, and it wasn't like a close loss. It was just you've been 7-2'd. That in my books is usually okay. You didn't really turn up. You didn't turn up to the races. And by the time you get in the theme park, I mean, they had a good chance to win the second map. They had a few chances to get it done, but they just couldn't. Just inconsistencies, I think, from players. I think probably in theme park you're looking at Quick, who was so crucial for them the last time they played theme park, and then you move into again same map, but this time he has to play different operators because he's been target banned, and you can see the impact in that. And yeah, it was a sad affair for Jailings. I think obviously the DC at the end as well in the last round, that seems to be a recurring theme.
Yeah.
What do you say?
It's good that you actually bring up the operator bans, because it's something that we discussed yesterday in the green room with the remote control. And then today we want to discuss it a bit further, looking at the bans for operators, both on the attack and the defensive side. So starting off with the attacking side here, Demo, I'm going to head this one over to you.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a highlight just on how CL has been doing compared to EUL. We always like to see the comparison between the two leagues, considering that CL is supposed to be that big stepping stone. And we're going to be looking at the pick rates and where everything's kind of went into this season so far. I would say probably the usual suspects. I mean, Sledge and Iana right up there. Again, nade operators. We've mentioned before, Ollie, about how nades have been so crucial, and with Nook always getting banned out. And who's bringing class nades? Who's doing that? You are really headlocked into those two operators.
Apparently 3% of people, Demo, are bringing glass nades. Very low percentage indeed. So this is going to be the operator pick rate for Challenger League, obviously with the season that we are currently in. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to compare this to how that plays off against EUL. So we picked up some EUL stats from Stage 3 to see just exactly some of these differences and some of these changes. And you won't be too shocked to see the top picked, the top 3 are exactly the same, albeit there will be a bit of a different percentage rate there, given that EUL play a lot more games than we do here inside of Challenger League, but the sentiment remains largely the same. A couple of key differences that I noticed with this one, Demo. There was a lot more Hibana played inside of EUL as opposed to inside of Challenger League. Inside of Challenger League, Hibana wasn't even registered in terms of the top. Sorry, it was registered at 29%, excuse me, whereas Thermite was 33%. So a little bit of a change there in terms of preference on Breach, but everything else largely the same.
Is this more related towards the playstyle of these teams? Because we said some of them are just, showing up on the day, a little unexpected what we can see, whereas others, it feels like yesterday at Unlimited, for example, 2 very different playstyles, where the first game was like, oh yeah, it's a little bit of chaos, a little messy, everybody just running around, whereas the second one felt much more collected. It felt like a lot of prep went into it, they had a lot of strategies in place. Does that tie into these operators?
I think if you look at the comparison for EUL, obviously CL teams, they're going to be scrimming against EUL teams all the time. They're going to be watching EUL because that's where they want to be. That's where they want to end up, is at the top. That's the dream, essentially, for a lot of these CL players. So you will start to see a bit of a copycat, I think, happen, which it can be a good thing or a bad thing, because you obviously want to be unique, don't you? You want to do things differently. I think that's where we see some of the best teams in the world. They have their own play style, they set their own meta, and that really stamps them in history in this game. Whereas I think, they're just a knockoff of that team. Are they really that special? They start getting called, that's the mini version of that team. Yeah, that's the way you look at it.
I think you see the example a little bit more when you look at the defender operator picks, because when we flick onto these defenders, we can see inside of Challenger League there is a big reliance, as we should say, on things like Alibi. things like Wamai, you know, these sort of operators that you can play in an more aggressive nature. Alibi, very aggressive, great gun, deployable shield, little secondary shotgun, fantastic for taking very quick, rapid gunfights. Oryx seeing a lot of play here as well, whereas you look to more sort of denial-based things, a smoke coming in at 37% is a little bit on the lower side of things, Demo.
Yeah, I think you will find in CL it's going to be a little bit more gun-orientated. I think you will start to find that the strats aren't as intricate as what you will find at EUL level. I'm curious to see the castle percentage to see how that's actually going to rise in EUL, because I would say that we've seen a fair share of castle going into EUL during the stage, so I think it was 18%. There's 19%, 1% difference, but still you can see the impact. A lot more smoke is of course being played inside of EUL. Teams know the value of that. Alibi drops down. Is that because of target bans, which we know we've seen plenty of during EUL? But again, I think teams are going to be going for the more structured playstyle of things, and I think the Mute pick has been exceptional, and I think an operator that we've always mentioned is great everywhere. In every bomb site, in every scenario, Mute is a great pickup. We'll see how he changes, because I think Mute and Sledge, they're the two top picks. Both of them are being changed to 1-speed next season. Yeah, that's definitely going to impact the way that they're playing, and it's going to impact the meta as a whole, because as you can see, Mute has been a staple in both EUL and inside of Challenger League. Of course, the big difference here inside of this one is that we've got Malusi now in at 41% as opposed to Alibi. Previously, Alibi we can see sitting at 37, and Azami being a little bit of a big mover there as well. Azami's banned a lot as well. Only got 11% play inside of Challenger League, 21% here inside of EUL. So some of the more sort of interesting changes showing through on the defender operators there.
Are we expecting targets banned then today as well for the operators?
I think in CL, I think a target ban's probably more warranted. I think there's a lot more one-tricks in this league than what we find in the EUL. I think EUL players, they're EUL for a reason. They're not one-tricks. They can do a lot of things, a lot of different operators, very flexible. It's where we see some of the best teams in the world. Everyone can play everything. There's not really. That's why we look at Brazil. Of course, we have to mention Brazil, Ollie, of course, and just the playstyle that they have. And I think EUL is starting to get there. I think I think certainly in the past 2 years we've moved away from traditional Siege. I think that is now a thing of the past. I think we're seeing teams be a lot more flexible. I think with how the bans have went in, still I would love to see some extra bans being thrown in. I want to see.
It's got to be coming. It's got to be coming.
It needs to be coming, because we're getting to a lot of operators now, and they just keep on coming. So I think we need to start trying to just change up even more and just keep everyone on their toes.
Absolutely. I think, the conversation around more operator bans, it's becoming more and more frequent now, and you start thinking, you could really start throwing in.
Especially whenever this new operator is actually really good, which we haven't had in a while.
An operator that we're probably going to see a little bit in competitive here. So you start thinking, we could throw like a couple of tactical bans in there and a target ban as well, and maybe even if you have some picks, so you can, we're getting into a whole different topic here, but I reckon if you get more bans, you should have at least one pick, so you can pick somebody that isn't going to get banned. So pick your alibis, pick your nooks, I guess.
Target ban as well, especially here in CL. It's going to go 4-way, but also, as much as a demo said it, be unique, I guess. That's what we have today. Thank you for
Don't be just a shadow. Don't be a shadow.
Yeah, just be unique.
Are we still talking about Siege? Or
I don't know.
We're talking about life in general.
Talking about Siege, however, EUL.SI 2023, their sign-ups for LCQ, they are still open. So make sure that you click on it. Head to the website. Find out more. Sign up. Sign your team up. Maybe, Demo, you want to join? Any teams? You want to play? Because you do keep saying you play the game. Would it be fair?
I know what does he keep saying? Ginny, what does he keep saying?
I play the game.
He does keep saying that he plays the game.
He plays the game. He does. What was it, like a 68% win rate or something? Yeah.
Don't be.
Okay. Anyway, it was pretty impressive.
People might be questioning, why is he on the desk? Get him in the game. That's I can't be saying that.
Well, we're going to be back after a quick break, as we're going to be dissecting the first game, and that's going to be TENSTAR against MKERS. So don't go anywhere, because this one is going to be pretty interesting. TENSTAR against MKERS, the long-awaited upper finals, and that's gonna determine which one of these two is gonna be heading into the grand finals. Both of these rosters, very impressive in terms of their performances. We've highlighted individual players, we've highlighted them as a whole, but today it's really a show day.
It really is. What are we going to see?
What are we going to see?
Who's going to show the most, TENSTAR or MKERS? I'm excited for this one. I think a lot of people at home will be tuning in for this one specifically as well. Of course, this was one of the games in Group D, way back when inside of the group stage, that piqued a lot of people's interest. Everybody knew TENSTAR to be a team that could, a team that was capable, and then MKERS came in and absolutely battered them on bank. And everybody took a step back and they were like, oh my goodness, MKERS, are they back? Is this their time? And, you know, things happened. The group stage ended up finishing off, and both of these two teams ended up going 1-for-1 inside of that group. So now this really is the redemption for one of them.
Yeah. I think TENSTAR, they had such a ropey first day in the group stages, and we were sitting there thinking, oh, well, maybe we hyped them up too much, and this is what happened to them. But no, they bounced back, and they've made a great charge. I always have to mention the game versus DUNLIMITED for me. For TENSTAR, because they themselves have admitted, they know it, they should have been beaten on that day.
Yep.
DUNLIMITED should have fired it through if it wasn't for that one singular Jegs clutch, which just changed the entire dynamic of how that game was being played. They probably should have been in the lower bracket, but happens. They push on. I mean, you look at their Ascend game, it was so dominant, and I think that's shown the real character of that team, where they can have a bad result and they are not happy and they know they need to go and they need to impress, and they did that. But the job's not done. The job is not done. There's still a lot on the line for them, and they need to go out and they need to play against a really, really strong MKERS side, who I don't think has looked. Again, I know the J-Links game is still, MKERS for J-Links is such an iffy one for me because of what happened. Yeah. It's so controversial. But I think MKERS, they look good in their next match against Wild. They were happy enough to go in there, put on a good show for us, and they took a good win against the Wild, who was actually playing really good in that day. I
think a good comparison here is, you look at the two games, you look at MKERS J-Links, you look at TENSTAR DUNLIMITED, and you think both of these two teams on another day would have lost that game, and they would have been in the lower bracket. However, they didn't. And it's almost as if they've both used that sort of one lifeline that they had.
Because they haven't looked perfect. Neither of them have looked perfect.
Neither of them looked perfect, but they've both looked better than that game. They've both improved from that point. So, a little bit of a dodgy game week one. So what? Just, stick it behind you now and just focus on the games that are coming up.
Yeah, and we're here now, and they've had 2 weeks to kind of just go over the VODs, figure out what they want to improve on. We've seen it yesterday from ACEND as well. That's exactly what they've done. We've seen it from DUNLIMITED yesterday. It felt like a lot of prep has gone into the games because now you know who you're prepping for. You had 2 weeks to do so. So this is something that we're expecting from MKERS as well today in terms of going up against TENSTAR.
I think that MKERS will be very well prepped for this. MKERS, when you compare them directly to TENSTAR, they are a little bit of a different side in that they've got much more specified roles. Start thinking about who's going to be getting that plant down, and you're going to be looking at Dora, who's got 14 plants so far inside of EUCL. So it's very significant when you look at the sort of very big spread of plants that you've got on the side of TENSTAR. So in the way that they operate, I think that they are two very different outfits, and that's obviously going to clash again when we come into the server. But we've had this nice little break period, and this game has been known for a very long time now. So it really is going to be about which team's done the homework.
It's also going to be about which individual players we want to highlight, which individual players we think are going to be showing up today, and those are going to be the ones that are maybe blow our socks off.
Yeah, we've got a head-to-head graphic to really specify who it is that we're looking for. Sorry, it is who we're after. I think, Ollie, you've kind of alluded to this, man. You've been a big fan of this pickup.
I think that Sorry's done fantastic in fitting into the roster here for MKERS. Obviously, one of the newer pickups onto the side, along with Dora. And, just the statistics speak for themselves. We wanted to highlight a couple of flex players today, didn't we, Demo? Yeah. Hence the YZN pick on the other side. But for me, Sorry, he's had a very good time so far. Nothing to really write home about in terms of KD, not sitting anything too fantastic. But on the flip side, neither's YZN. Something that I really want to draw attention to, though, 5 opening picks.
Yeah, Flex isn't the easiest role to play as well, because I think you're always shifting what guns you're using. You always have to adapt to what kit you have, what gadget you have. It can be tricky just to keep on top of things. And you have to remember who YZN replaced in this roster, who he had to come in for. Leader. And we've seen Leader, my mate, how he's been doing. I think he is actually the top-rated defender player in EUL for the stage. that speaks volume of who he had to fill in the shoes for. And I think YZN, I think he showed it at the MPL finals, what he can do. I think he had a blinder map. I think one map where he just was unbelievable. Killed everything that moved, was clutching everything. And that was the role that he needed to fill, and he done the job.
Yeah, and now we're also going to have to fill the maps in terms of what we're expecting and what we're going to be looking at. So starting off with some of the bans that we can pick up. Villa is no longer on the table, and neither is Cafe, Theme Park, or Oregon. Any surprises here?
I worry about the Skyscraper pick a little bit.
I don't, because I think Makers were very fraudulent against Jailings in that. I think they were. I think
it wasn't a great game for Makers, was it?
It wasn't, because they were, 6-1 down? They just struggled massively, and then everything out with Jailings and the whole incident that happened with that killed the momentum for Jailings. Makers were able to get back into it. I think TENSTAR will have that down to a T. I actually think that's one of the TENSTAR's maps that nobody ever lets them get it through with them. Nobody lets TENSTAR play Skyscraper. It's one that they're very comfortable with. They'll always leave it open if they have the choice, and they're getting their chance today to play it.
Which brings a question, why would Makers leave it open then?
They themselves probably think, I mean, we can have a go.
You've only got so many options, right? You've only got 2 bans, and so you've got to start making some picks. The one that I'm quite surprised about getting in is the bank pick. Because cast your mind back to the start of Group D, that was the map demo where we saw Makers beat TENSTAR 7-1.
Yeah, Bank's a map which I think is good for TENSTAR, but I've also seen them struggle on it a few times. So it is a bit of a hit or miss map for them. It just depends on how they show up today on Bank. If it gets the Clubhouse, it's Clubhouse. What do you expect? It just comes down to who can do the basics better.
Both teams have a good record on Club, so if it does get to Club, it really would be anybody's.
Yep.
Either team winning, their own map pick here,
I think it's doable,
and going to Club, I really wouldn't be too surprised.
Okay, I've heard this before yesterday as well. It's going to go all the way to the 3rd map, so I'm going to take it with a bucket of salt rather than a pinch of salt. Sorry, guys. Nothing personal. But looking at the first map specifically, TENSTAR's pick. Skyscraper. You said it yourself. They have a really good record on their. Makers maybe a little shaky. How are we expecting to play this to play out in terms of the play style from both of these teams meeting on this map?
Wait, who had the side choice? It would have been Makers would have had the side choice.
Makers will have side choice, yeah.
I would say Makers will probably go defense first.
Makers will 100% go defense
I think
first.
defense is probably favoured in Skyscraper at the moment, even though I think that the attacks in Skyscraper can be very basic. I think your trade game needs to be really good in Skyscraper, though. Yeah. And I think the biggest thing that I think teams have struggled with in Skyscraper is there isn't a lot of opportunities for cut-offs. There isn't like any windows that you can sit on and repel that you see in other maps that if anyone tries to fall back on a roam, they're going to get shut down. Like if you think about teams who are extending in towards Dragon, in towards Office, where are you really going to get the cutoff from? Dragon's very easy to get in and out from. It's a tricky map to really pinch the roamers, so you do need to be aggressive on the attacks. You need to be able to get in there fast and really start to take these fights. So I think that's probably where teams are going to struggle with today is actually just getting in the map.
Yeah, something that TENSTAR is good at and is known for is attacking. They are a decent attacking side, so you shouldn't really have too many concerns or worries on that. You look at the statistics from the Jailings game when Jailings played Makers over on Skyscraper. There were only 2 rounds that were won on the attack inside of regulation. Of course, it did go to maximum overtime in the end, but Makers really struggled there. They picked up 1 round on the attack. So this is a Skyscraper where it will genuinely come down to 1 or 2 rounds on attack. Whoever can pick up a couple of rounds and in TENSTAR's case maintain the mental if they do end up taking a battering during that first half.
Yeah, mental from TENSTAR is something that we've seen them show time and time again. They're very resilient in that regard, so maybe not something that we're completely worried about. But Ollie, you are a very big advocate of the second map. So as we're going to be going on to Bank for the second one, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, you talk about mentally, you talk about the second map, it has to be in the back of your mind as a TENSTAR player, this is where we lost to Makers at the start of everything. This is where, we really dropped the ball. They know that they weren't happy with that performance. I don't think it's a very good performance of how good TENSTAR can be. They know that they are better than a 7-1 loss on Bank. That's just a fact. It doesn't really matter who they're going up against. They're going to be able to get more rounds than just 1. So I don't think that it will weigh too heavily, but it's got to be in the back of the mind. The flip side, there's been so much time. Yes. So VOD review, you can really start to drill down and figure out exactly how you want to be playing these teams, how you want to be playing these maps. And I don't think that TENSTAR will have too much in the back of the mind going into that second map. I think they will be able to go in with a fairly fresh idea.
Also, one player I worry about, and every single time I see him play for TENSTAR, I always worry, and it's Jegs. He's the one man that I worry about because as incredible as he is, I've seen him have some reekers of performance, reeks. That's the one thing I worry about because he can fall into that category of hit or miss.
Yeah.
And it's the consistency thing that I think everyone always looks towards. I think some of the best players in the UL, they're consistent. They're always there. They're always at the top of the pops. Whereas you've got some players who we know are really good. They're incredible on the day, but you don't always get that from them. And those are the kind of two players that I think you have to look at. It's either they're there or they're not, or they're always there, they're consistent, that's why they're the best, or you have players who just shouldn't be there. And all, I suppose, is probably the other one. But yeah, I think Jake certainly, there's going to be pressure on him today, because I think he needs to get off to a good start, I think, for his mental. I think he needs to be able to get that confidence, because we've seen before, if he has confidence, it's just a snowball. And nobody's stopping him.
Well, pressure does make or break teams, and today, TENSTAR and Makers are under quite some of it as they're looking to head into the grand finals. We're going to be covering the first game that's going to be on Skyscraper with our casters who traded the game, by the way. And we have Whippet and Gibson on the desk.
Thank you, guys. And this is it, the upper bracket final. One side which started the year in the depths of Yukon 2 against a side which is not too long ago from an appearance at the very peak of Siege, having played at an SI Whippet. It's TENSTAR versus Makers, and this is going to be a treat.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this one for a very long time. And yes, as Des said, we managed to absolutely swindle Demo out of this one. He had Unlimited the other day. We traded to get this game. This is one of the best matches. This is actually a trilogy matchup. These teams have played twice in groups, now in a best of 3. And this is for that position. This is your upper bracket final. TENSTAR versus Maker on Skyscraper. And if there was ever a map that got me a little bit excited, it would be this one. What we saw between Makers and J-Lings on this map at the start of our Challenger League season was a pretty poor performance from the Italian side. So can TENSTAR imitate that just a little bit, and they will be starting on the offensive side. Oh, I can't wait to get in this one, Gibby.
It's going to be a good one. And the big thing about this game is both these sides have had their wobbles on the way here as well. TENSTAR in that game against Unlimited, only 4 Jegs popping off, managed to get here. And as you pointed out, J-Lings really ran Makers the whole way in that fixture as well. But I think over the basis of play through the group stages and the way things have been, this is the matchup that I think a lot of people had expected to see in the upper bracket final.
These are two teams with massive form right now coming in. I mean, TENSTAR, they've won every single competition they have touched. If TENSTAR has entered it, they have won it. I mean, we talk about the MPL finals where YZN was able to have a massive performance. They beat Heroic. They went and beat Heroic, and they had a map disadvantage in a best of 5 final. They wouldn't beat Heroic. No, this is not a team to sleep on, nor are Makers. Makers have looked so scary through this season so far, but for a few of those hiccups, as you mentioned, our bands coming out, Nuck, Kaid, Thatcher, no real surprise there arriving. And now will it be an Azami next to go, you reckon?
Azami or Valk, one of the two, especially on Skyscraper. There's a lot of very good places you can get cams on Skyscraper that can provide lots of intel, especially with the way these maps are attacked. Makers are having a little bit of a think about it. You know, it's a tough decision to make. Which of these really powerful operators do you want to pass through? And they're going to ban Azami, which does mean Valk will be in play. And as I pointed out already, but that can feed so much information now to the defensive side.
I mean, we talked a little bit how we've seen a lot of IQ getting played so far this season in Challenger League, and you might see that being brought out. In this case, that might force TENSTAR's pick. And we made a joke yesterday that Zenoxo loves to tempt us with the idea of him picking Glass. He won't. He will swap away. Guarantee he will. But from this lineup that I'm seeing with Yossa getting played and there's going to be a karaoke tea room, this will be a pretty standard attacking measure. You're going to put one person on that karaoke window, and then you're going to slowly walk your Osa in from that balcony and gain that pressure and control with those talent shields.
Yeah, so basically what they're going to try to do is use that defensive rotate by the stairs to get into the site. So they'll place one Osa shield when they push in through that black door, and then they'll get a little bit of reinforcements. They'll pick out the second Osa shield and they'll plant that down, and you just really stage your way into the site. And that's pretty much, we've seen TENSTAR do it before in MPL. They're pretty much probably going to try the exact same thing.
Slowly but surely they'll get that control. Interesting note there that we just saw from our observer, or we've rebranded our Watcher.
The Watcher,
Trico.
yeah.
He's spotted that Geisho single wall is not yet been reinforced, and it will eventually get done now. No, actually, just a mute jammer on it. Okay, rightio. So, they're going to play an aggressive hold in Geisha with that balcony now open and exposed, or they're going to go for a little bit of a spawn peek here. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. So they've opened up that angle with that Bailiff, and it will be down the Gemini who'll try and vault on out, but they decide better of it. They're going to patch it up now, put a mute jammer, and hold Geisha as you would normally expect. And as we would imagine, Zenoxo is now going up to that karaoke window, put pressure on there directly. There is one C4 player down below, and that might force it clear from TENSTAR once they identify that problem.
Yeah, and with the mute jammer as well, the whole plan. Oh, they've reinforced that that rotates, so that's something a little bit different. But already, Sledge is on the window by the bottom of those stairs. Jeg's probably the most dangerous player in CL alongside Lolo now, and they'll be looking to make their impact on the game. One player holding Geisha is what you normally expect to see. That'll be Alibi, looking to make it very difficult to push in towards the site. And one thing you're noticing straight away, they've left the case on the ground, TENSTAR, because they don't want to risk losing an early pick and dropping that diffuser and getting that information passed on.
They'll just juggle it. They'll pass it on to someone when they need it. A lot of teams do this at this level. You don't want to send the case in, your win condition in a little bit recklessly. So this rappel is getting watched for the time being. YZN was trying to toy with that idea, but the decision from MKERS to reinforce Black Stairs, that is absolutely brilliant, because this entire OSA strategy relies on that pressure. Now, I think they've detected that there's going to be a C4 threat down below, and they now need to try and clear it, and they're going to have this mutant in a pretty nasty position. They know he's there, they've pushed him deep into delivery, and they have a player waiting to grab that cutoff, but as Demo talked on the desk, it's not an easy job to try and find these cutoffs, but the opening pick goes for Jegs, and to no surprise, it will be Jegs who finds it on the Dora.
Yeah, they corralled Dora at exactly where they wanted to do. They had a three-way cross on that position early on, and it gives them the advantage. Now, this is where TENSTAR come to life. We call them Trade Star all the time in MPL, because once you give them the numerical advantage, it's very difficult to beat them.
Beautiful.
Azure drops an 8 right at the feet of a key, so that's another member down, making it a 5 versus 3. So for TENSTAR, that opens up a world of opportunities. They can play as aggressive as they like now with it, because you have a two-man advantage. It's going to take something magical from MKERS to turn this around.
This is a really, really reserved and structured version of M-Star?
M-Star, yeah.
TENSTAR coming out.
Great side.
The way they're playing, look how patiently they are. They're not rushing in. They're taking every single step, every precaution. They're not skipping a single box on that checklist. They have the pressure now on the player inside of Geisha. This is going to be a nasty angle of fight, and he will win it. However, YZN does fall. The Selmas have been used. You've only realistically lost a weapon in this moment. 30 seconds remain in this round, and TENSTAR, while they've done a good job getting them to this point, they haven't really put the steps in place to make this execution work. You got an OSA on that window in karaoke, but you've got no one inside directly. You're knocking on the door, but you need to get yourself, in and get the case down. And every single second that lingers and wastes, that Yoka is going to get even more powerful. Azure gets one now on the Gemini. That guy will pop and burn, and Lolo's going to be forced to swing wide. The smoke canister though helps with a little bit of cover, but Jegs shuts him down, leaving it all down the sorry. 8 seconds. Yoka Jordan in hand. Surely not. Surely not. Yonka 000's darling. You need to find this, and the smoke might work, but no, he's lost in days since Anoxo shuts him down. TENSTAR, and a very patient delivery. Get the opening round here on Sky.
Yeah, isolating that, identifying 1v1s was exactly how they played that one. Plan A went out the window the minute they realised that wall had been reinforced. You couldn't just use those OSAs to get your way into sight, so they went the other way around. They decided to use their weapons, get the picks, and win round 1. MKERS, a couple of things that I noticed in that defence whip, it was everyone was very isolated. Every single MKERS player was in a position where they had their job, and if they needed help, there was nobody really close enough by to provide support. And we saw that.
Didn't use the buddy system, that trade game, and it's a very important thing. Now, a lot of people, a lot of great minds in Siege, refer to this map as potentially going to be swinging attacker favored, right? This has a lot of opportunity now. It's difficult to find cutoffs, but TENSTAR managed to do that on a map that's not easy. We saw, I believe it was YZN, holding a pixel angle through like a balcony beam outside on rappel upstairs towards split. Like, that is a massive cutoff. I've never seen that one used before. But again, TENSTAR, they've went to this map for a very particular reason. They've seen what MKERS have done here before. They've rehearsed, they've prepped, and that was a very good indication of how well structured they are. And I'm intrigued to see how the rest of this plays out now.
It's going to be a real game versus game match, isn't it? Because MKERS are so good as well, and you just feel like Lolo didn't quite have an impact in that round, but you just have to give him a sniff of a chance. And playing Alibi in what really is Alibi's last stand as this really deadly operator that she is right now will no doubt have an impact at some point over the course of tonight. So, a couple of things that MKERS are doing a little bit different this time around. You're going to reinforce a couple of those doors, which is something that's come into fashion a little bit again. You know, in the past, people give out for reinforcing doors that aren't on site or near site, but now you just do it for intel. And Bandit tricking.
Yeah, so he's going to get that trick off. That's one exothermic now removed. A good nade sent up to try and get it, but they weren't aware that the Bandit was at least in close proximity. They didn't send a drone up there, because he would have known, right, it's a Bandit wire, we can just nade that. They weren't ready for that trick. So that's a kind of a big gain of utility. You know, TENSTAR have lost one nade, they've lost one exothermic, and considering that you really want to get that double wall on the site directly open and have that single wall for pressure, a big blow early for TENSTAR. Now they do have the Selma charges to work with as well. A second nade sent from down below, that will give them that main wall now open. And the opening pick though for Lolo finds Jegs. An interesting battle, keep your eye on as this series continues.
Yeah, Lalo getting the opener inside this round, and we were just wondering when he would begin to have an impact in this game. So round 1, nothing. Round 2, Lalo gets off the mark. 1 minute and 30 seconds or so left to go inside of this one, as TENSTAR will now look to try find that pick back the other way, and this will be as free as Dora's ever going to get a kill as Azar pops in the window. And now we're in a 5 versus 3. Really good bounce back in this round from our Italian side. But with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, and the fact that you've still got players like Yonka, Xenoxo and YZN on the board for TENSTAR, Makers cannot rest easy just yet.
Well, let's look at utility right now.
Yep.
TENSTAR have got 2 nades to work with, they've got flashbangs and smokes. They can try and make an execution work, and if they get some good information with the 5 drones they have remaining, they can try and get an up nade. A vault in by YZN has to take this fight into the bathroom and has that perfect information call. Darts himself back out as well before the trade happens from above. Xenoxo waiting for anyone to try and get aggressive on that staircase, but Makers, they don't need to make a move right now. They can wait. The time will do a lot of work for them, so they need to be patient. They need to glue themselves to their position and hold their trades. 45 seconds. The earnest is now on TENSTAR. What can you do with this time?
Yeah, but you know, you look at the utility, 2 smokes, 2 flashes. That's what they have in the back pocket. Really, it's not the utility that you want whenever the numbers are against you. You've still not got that single wall open, which means you're being forced now to either go through that breach that's been opened by the Selma or hop in that window that has the barbed wire there to provide all the information to Gemini, who's just on top of the balcony. Xenoxo gets himself into a bit of a fight with Sorry, but unable to survive that one. That'll be Akui, but Xenoxo and YZM will get a kill each to bring us back into 2v2. Gemini gets one, Sorry gets the other, and Makers tie the sides at 1 apiece.
That was a good round from them. I mean, TENSTAR, they got caught out. That's that extra thermic not going off, removes that kind of availability of pressure. They cannot push, they cannot use that 2-prong approach. They couldn't get control down below. They didn't have solid information on the player in bathroom when he vaulted in. He lost those soft picks. They nearly clawed it back. They nearly got that recovery, but a little bit too much to ask for them. Good round for Makers, gets us all level 1 on a piece.
Yeah, and it was the picks that they got. Getting rid of those nades so early on a site like this where you can play the reverse verticality from below. Really important picks for Makers again. And you look at the positions they put their players in. Those defenders, they were playing aggressive positions below to defend that whole style of play, and it enabled Bandit to trick that single wall as well.
Yeah, I mean, the nade's going to go in free from that window, right? You can deny that that's not going to happen, but the fact that you're aware that TENSTAR would see that, they use a nade, is a good utility trade from Makers in that situation. And they kind of won that slowly. It was a bit of a war of attrition type of round from them, and they got the job done. So we'll move on to another site now by Makers, and I've got a feeling, right? So TENSTAR looked very well rehearsed on this site, on Karaoke Tea Room. How will Makers now adapt to that, and what changes will they do? Will this get reinforced, or will this be a rotate once again? And it will be reinforced. So again, moving away from that more traditional setup that we're so used to seeing, and that kind of acts in counterplay to the idea or the threat that TENSTAR opposed with bringing the Osa. Now, of course, they not bought the Osa this time around. They went for a little bit more aggressive, and the addition of a Flores means that utility clear is going to be a lot easier, and that shield and drum is going to be an example of when we're going to see those Rotaro drones used.
Yeah, it's really good for clearing that utility as far as, and you get so much more intel as well. It's an extra couple of drones in the back pocket, although they're single use. You know, you don't get to use them multiple times.
Hello.
Lolo, goodbye. That is another opener on the side of TENSTAR, and that's a big pick early on too.
That's a Death Slammer moment right there.
But it's Wamai. He's one of the operators who gets more powerful as the round goes on.
That is, you feel from a little bit there. He was trying to get a little bit cheeky on that balcony window, and gets caught out by Azar. He finds that pre-fire through the window, gets that pick, and TENSTAR, well, they will be taking that one. Early advantage in this round. Lolo, dangerous gun, key utility, now already gone and lost. And TENSTAR, they'll take their time now. They don't need to rush into this. They got them early, that early pick. They don't need to rush into it, so now they'll see what they have to deal with, clear what utility is necessary, and move towards that key position. Mozzie down below could be that threat. Of course, one C4 operator down below might encourage TENSTAR to go for that full map clear.
Yeah, and with the way TENSTAR attack too, one C4 from below could get you a double, if even a triple kill, because sometimes they do bunch really close together, aggressively hunting those trades. So, Makers, they're a very experienced side. Gemini, no doubt, will be talking to the team and just saying, look, we're a man down, but there's 1 minute and 30 to go. We can easily find a pick to level the sides. And now getting in behind the lines will be the Mozzie. C4 in the back pocket again, but there is the shield removed from play. So with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, where is that next engagement coming? Because smoke canisters are being used now as well to just delay the push.
Just choking out slowly and surely. That shield inside of Geisha is going to be very critical now as well, because it can lock down. This gives him a lot of extra cover to work with, and this key area of control Could be huge. Sub 1 minute now for TENSTAR. Saw the early pick advantage. Got an angle now set up, and oh, those shots of that suppressor nearly find Akwi. He'll back himself onto that Rotaro drone now and take a lot of damage for it as well. Perfect timing, and he's going to find himself fighting an absolute war inside of Drum. That utility sent in. Flashbang is caught with a Remind Disc on that doorway, but he's going to get smoked out eventually. Toxic Cancer will fade and linger. He's on low HP, but they don't know where he is, and he might be an absolute thorn in the side. He might be able to backstab TENSTAR. They have no idea. Akwi, stay patient, and he gets one. The case goes cold, but he gets caught on that trade. Zenoxo gets one, Azza finds one on the Dora. Gemini gets one more. The Dregs in a second, though, Azza. 2 versus 2. 20 seconds, Makers slow it way down. The case is cold, and Zenoxo knows he has to recover it. This fight is critical, and Sorry takes an absolute beating. Finally slain, leaving it all down to one player, caught on main stairs, and Gemini. No C4, no chances of stopping this plant from going down. The cover should be good from TENSTAR. Pistol required, but Wise then will keep fighting out. Gemini gets in. Can't make this work, no. Zenoxo shuts it down.
2-1 TENSTAR after 2 rounds, and that's 100% opening pick record for both of these sides as well. And it does look like Makers are trying to make an early impact. Round 1, they were getting ready for a spawn peak. Didn't quite get it because the players didn't spawn where they wanted. Round 3, Lolo tried to do the same thing. So it looks like Makers are trying to play the early momentum in these rounds and shift it in their favour. And TENSTAR so far coming out the better of those engagements.
I mean, that was a very scrappy conclusion for TENSTAR in that round, right? Lolo just goes, or Akwi just goes, yep, I'm going to try and play a very sneaky position. Gets a reactionary shot on a player who walks up just to his left. Gets that, the case goes cold. Akwi, we get a little replay of this one. Just opening that up, and the first shot that lands finds Lolo. That is, you feel from a little bit in that one. You just have to feel a little bit for the entire side. But well played from all members of TENSTAR in those kind of hectic, chaotic moments. Head stayed on the shoulders. They got the job done, got around. Got very messy, but they got that round. 2-1 to score.
So we're moving into round 4, and TENSTAR have a 2-1 lead on attack, and it is playing into that attacker favoured side that you can talk about this map having. Twice now, the site has been played, and it's not worked. So they're going to change things up. They're going to go down to Kitchen and Barbecue just below, and with the site, it's another similar idea. You're going to try hold that top floor, hold Geisha, and then drop back the site whenever needs may be. So if you're TENSTAR and you're coming at this one, it'll probably be a linear approach through the top floor and then eventually try to make your way down towards site. This is where Makers, I think, can have a really good impact on this round, because this is the first time we're seeing them properly extend on a site, and this is where they built a lot of success.
So what they've done is they've kind of played in this western chunk of the map, so there's no real extension towards house and office exposition. That's all being left reasonably free for TENSTAR to claim. And they might just do that if we see Zenoxo off on that side by himself on that Jackal, so he can be a little bit self-proficient. And why does anyone open up that wall into Geisha? Zenoxo will try and toy that idea. Azur's already in, and entering the opening pick is going to be a scrappy brawl. And look at that, perfect timing, perfect trade. Akwi falls early. Early advantage once again for TENSTAR. Another opening pick for them. And pressure already arriving on Geisha. This extension from Makers feeling a little bit of pressure very early in this round.
TENSTAR doing a great job of just moving the Makers defenders into position to get the kills again. And you feel sorry for these Makers players because there's no real way for them to come out of these fights winning. So now they're going to be forced to try press the issue in their side again. On defense, whenever you lose numbers, sometimes you feel like you have to play a little bit more aggressive. And Lolo playing this toaster position, just daring a player to push in through reception as we enter that halfway point in the round.
Minute 30 left to work with. TENSTAR early advantage once again, but they've slowed the pace way down. You know, they got that opening pick so fast, they don't take any risks. They'll drone, scout it out, slowly but surely figure out what they need to clear. A good angle set up now. This will stop any easy clear rotations on the site from Black Stairs. Capcan will find the victim of that one. Now knows he can't cross effectively. That drone will spot him out as well. He'll just wait. He'll have to bide his time. But the main kind of whole of this top floor is still in play. It's not being cleared yet. Some players might begin to drop down, but as long as you leave 1 to 2 players up here, it could be huge. And Lolo gets one on the YZN. Another fight happening just outside of Drum, but with 50 seconds left to work with, this could be a problem. Azur just walks in the site, gets one. Yonka falls to Lolo, though. 3v3, 45 seconds left, Gibby.
And the case is cold, and they know exactly where it is to Makers, so TENSTAR and a bit of a hole. Lolo gets himself his 3rd kill of the round as Azur will fall to the taste of his lead. So with 35 to go, Can Makers find that extra pick to just really solidify this round for them? Or will TENSTAR play their way back in? Oh, Zenoxo almost hits the big shots, but now Jegs is going to go on the hunt. They have a player isolated. That will be Lolo. Lolo gets a quad, and he hunts for an ace. One member of TENSTAR left to go. It's Zenoxo, and Sorry gets the kill. Steals the ace away from Lolo, but Makers won't mind as they level the sides again at 2 rounds apiece.
We've got a game on our hands, Gibby. We've got a game on our hands. 2 rounds apiece for these sides. Nothing can really get them separated by a good margin, and a very similar story. And once again, early pick for TENSTAR. A little slow, lethargic a little bit in the mid round. They're trying to figure stuff out. Individual moment for Makers. Lolo looked unstoppable. To every single fight that went Lolo's way, he won. So he was presented by one, and he just took it. He feasted on TENSTAR in that moment. Got a quad. Couldn't quite get that. Couldn't quite get the ace. And we were probably hoping he could. Just a little bit for him. For TENSTAR, a little bit of reset moment. You were very effective on this site last time. What can you do to change it now? One of the key moments in that round was when they couldn't get that thermite charge off on the single wall inside of front desk. Will they change it? How will they adapt around it? What will Makers do now? And Zenoxo will not play that glass, by the way.
No, he won't. He's going to tease us with it again, but it's something that he always tends to do. Yep, he's going to 6 pick off to Ash this time around. Thermite will be brought, so they are going to take 2 hard breach with the plan again to get that single wall open and get the wall on the site open as well. And it's almost the way you want to play the site reminds me at times of how you would play on Clubhouse whenever you open up some wall, that CCTV wall. Then you'll kind of flip the site. But by opening that wall, it means the defenders can't really rotate around that section of the map anymore, and you can apply pressure on the site from multiple angles.
I agree. Once you get these walls open, you give yourself a little bit of extra freedom to be able to walk around it and have an impact across the rest of the map. So the single wall gets opened up, the double wall gets opened up, and all of a sudden you can begin to put pressure. No real contention down below right now for Makers. So the nades that are available from TENSTAR, they can waltz their way on in. They can use that utility pretty wisely, clear off these key areas of wall denial, and get that open. Ash charge used, that will clear the wall. And that will stop the bandit trick because you've opened up a better angle. And so now that wall's open. Much better done from TENSTAR. Very smart adaptation from them. Went into it perfectly. So that's step 1 of that checklist achieved.
Yeah, and in doing so now, their next focus will be that main breach wall. Bandit will be a little bit wary, but trying to trick this one as well because the players from TENSTAR, if they so choose, can put a bit of pressure onto the site from below. Bandit will stand on the table though and just try to listen to see where the rest of the push is coming from. But with 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go, we've reached that little quiet part in the round.
I mean, it's a common thing for a TENSTAR round, realistically. You have the key opening structure, and then you slow it way down. This will be the kind of middle stage, gather information, begin to relay what you see to your IGL. Begin to let them figure it out, let them solve this puzzle bit by bit. That's exactly what we're seeing them do. TENSTAR 3 nades left in pocket. Mute Jammer stopping them getting solid information above them. They can't quite make these nades work down below as best they would have wanted. The yellow ping went out there. Gemini's in a little bit of a threat position. But a lot of TENSTAR down below. A lot of bodies, a lot of nades, a lot of opportunity. They just need a solid bit of information. Bandit propped up on that display case as well, taking no risks.
But Dora could be the thorn in the side as he begins to rotate his way towards those house stairs. Keeping an eye on the window to make sure there's nobody watching that flank. The Lycium Lolo watching that single wall again, but everything is kind of playing into the favour of Makers. But TENSTAR will find the opener as Yonka will take down Gemini. And now Dora is under a lot of pressure. Jegs is going to get him too. It's a 5 versus 3, and this is exactly what TENSTAR are built for.
Well, with 35 seconds, man advantage. A lot of utility already burned. A second of those smoke canisters sent out and tossed. Actually, none of them left for Akwi. And an 8 prime right in the hands of Jegs. That will clear utility off that staircase. No one's there. He wishes, and Lolo will find one on the Yonka. Shuts him down. Case is not cold though. That's in the hands of YZN. 20 seconds and then Makers. They can lock this one out. Sorry gets one of Zenoxo, and this begins to get a little bit of a problem now for TENSTAR. You're losing bodies, losing control. Jegs need to win that fight and does so. Loses a lot of his HP, vaults on in and tries to find it. 10 seconds and that's going to be Lolo. Gets himself traded now, it's all down to 1. It's all down to Sorry. What can you do against TENSTAR? 000 is dawning and the cover is only down to 1. 1 DB, and surely not. Surely not.
Yep, Makers do it. Great play as that's able to come in clutch again, but that's a very close round, and just by going for the kill with it instead of just continuing to carry on with that plant, it puts you in a bad position.
Why did not stick? Why not stick it? Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake. Oh, I mean, that plant was, what, a fraction of a second from going down?
Yep.
Realistically, you could have still got the case down and then turn around and try and take that fight. That is a nail-biter for TENSTAR. That is a proper down to the wire from them.
It wasn't the best cover position either to take, was it, when your player's getting that plant down? He could have been in a way better spot. And even more worrying, I think, so for TENSTAR, and really positive from MKERS, is that's 2 rounds now back-to-back where TENSTAR have got the opening pick and MKERS have shown that bounce-back ability to come and win the round.
And that's a stat line that we often talk about, is that bounce-back. You know, it's difficult for teams to bounce back. And, I mean, we speak about that TENSTAR is a team that struggles when they lose the opening pick.
Yep.
When TENSTAR get picked off early in rounds, they tend to have a difficult time clawing that back. They love to play from a level playing field or an advantageous one. That's where they're best. They love to trade things out. The MKERS, very good job there. I mean, that was a 5v3. A 5v3, and they didn't get panicked. They kept composure. They just won every single fight that was presented to them. They played the round ahead of them, and they've done an absolutely perfect job. Well done, MKERS, on that one. And round 6, the last of their defensive half, and already, Ilka's taking a little bit of damage.
That's unfortunate. It's a little bit unfortunate there, but he will continue to carry on. And on the side of MKERS, maybe they're a little bit disappointed they weren't able to take full advantage of that. It is going to be that karaoke tea room defence, though, and it's the only site that TENSTAR have managed to win on attack so far, and they've done it 2 very different ways. They've brought the Asa this time again. Didn't quite pick up on whether the rotate's there, but Lolo will manage to take down Jegs as these 2 behemoths fight early on. That's a big pick right there, because that's the nades gone straight away.
So that's half of the nade utility already off the board. So Jegs was sent in realistically a little bit by himself. You know, go off, try and find an opening, try and find a little bit of chaos, a little bit of control down below. Running the Lolo. Not someone you want to meet. That nade sent in and to no avail. No information realistically behind it. Just trying to read into this, and they got an alibi close inside a bathroom as well. Walking in the supply and laundry. That might be a death trap for TENSTAR. Don't do it. Don't do it, Azar. Don't do it. Don't walk in. They're waiting for you.
It's 3. There's 3 players from MKERS now down around that area of the map. You've got the alibi holding the cross. Because here's the thing. TENSTAR know there's a player playing by reception. And it's Lolo, and you know they really want to take this gunfight. But Lolo doesn't even have to be aggressive. He can fall back, and as Azar potentially goes to chase the kill, he'll get taken down by the player inside a bathroom. It's a really good game or bit of bait that MKERS are putting out.
He actually unactivated that himself because he got a quicker cooldown.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to waste that utility. And why is it then? Just waiting, lurking, trying to be a rat, and nearly gets it. He'll get himself detected by that Prisma as well. An 8 prime then ready by Azar, but don't think that's going to land and connect. And no, it doesn't. It goes a little bit too deep, and the Selma opened up that single wall. A little bit mistimed. That was open a little bit earlier. You would have been able to find that frag. But now, sub 1 minute. An alibi still at large inside of Geisha. So Noxo will try and walk it in, but Wise then gets caught out by Gemini. And this is a problem now. TENSTAR, 2 bodies down to get 1 back at least. But can they get control? They have Jonka on that window, locking it down, trying to find an opening to get on in. A smoke canister tossed in deep as well to give us some visual cover. 40 seconds, and that might be the dinner bells. That might be what they need to try and vault themselves on in. Try and get this execution rolling.
But the question is, where can they find that next pick? Because MKERS players, they're set up nicely. You've got the Echo, who can deny any last-second plants. You've got yourself Lolo, who has got those cans put down there. One of them will pop, which will delay a little bit more time, as Yonka now gets rid of some of those Echo drones. But there's Dora from below with the C4 to make it a 4 versus 2. Azar has taken an absolute beating already. Aki will toss up another C4, but nobody home this time around. But it's all down to Azar in a 1 versus 3. Aki will confirm on that one on Zenoxo. Here will come the case going down, but Aki will get another kill. And just like that, MKERS create a 4-2 lead on defense, and that's a really good opening for the Italian side.
I did just mention TENSTAR struggle with bounce back.
Yep.
Just a little bit, and what do we witness? 2 bodies lost early, and no real response from the MPL champions that time around. Little bit worrisome if they can't correct that one, but it doesn't matter. Round number 7, and I often refer to this as being one of the most influential rounds in a game of Siege. This is where the tempo changes. Defense, offense, they're different games. TENSTAR, this map statistically leans towards the defensive side. What can you do to shut it down? And one of the key things that MKERS are very good at is fast entries. TENSTAR should know this. I imagine they will know this. And watch for how they try and fight these direct entries, because MKERS, they found so much success being able to get Lolo and Akui into these fast positions where they get the opening pick in the first 45 seconds. TENSTAR will fight that. They'll have a lot of ideas where that's going to come from, and they'll try their best to stop that.
And here's the thing though, TENSTAR will have to stop that so many times if they want to get this in, because Makers have a 2-round advantage. As we can see, they play very well from a lead, so you get the feeling that if Makers get the opening pick, they should be able to just transform that into a round win. Now, one thing I want to point out, it's not match point, but Makers of any team here...
No. Don't leave. No.
Makers know how ineffective Monty has been against them on this map. What can they do now with Dora playing Monty on the side? And you've got Osa there as well. That's essentially 2 aggressive shields that you have that you can use to just force your way into the map.
They'll be able to get a lot of map control for it. What they do with that map control, that's a better question. The amount of times I've seen a Monty used, now, I will say, used when it was J-Linked, 4 times in a row against Makers. Didn't work out effectively at all, but this will be what we talk about strategy-wise. They're going to try and walk in, get control of Black Stairs, and that is the intention behind this. Dora and Gemini, that's what they'll do. They'll use these shields, use this kind of just brute force ability to gain control. And what is the answer from TENSTAR's here? Like, what do they do to stop this? There's no rotate there, which is a good adjustment, but can they stop this? It's a lot of utility that they're facing down with on Black Balcony.
No C4s, nothing that you can do to get rid of this Monty apart from getting up close and personal.
You've got Jegs at 2 impacts. You can use that, the stun lock, but that's not really... I mean, that takes a little bit of extra finesse to make that one working. I mean, that's what we're talking about. The Monty now just walks in, and TENSTAR, the drone just goes into Karaoke, sees how free this is. TENSTAR very split and separate from each other. Yonka will get the opening pick on the Akwi, though. That's a very important one. And a lot of TENSTAR's defense utility is extended over towards Office side. They put a lot of utility, a lot of resources into holding this side. But already, Makers knocking at the door. They can just go walk in the site and walk in trying to force Karaoke very early.
What scares me is the fact that they can go and plant. If they want to, they can play this objective nice and early.
Oh my.
Lolo's going to get another as YZN and Azure fall, making it a 4 versus 3. Makers, they've lost the sledge, but you've still got that shield who's just feeding so much information. And the problem is, TENSTAR, they know there's a Monty, and they're trying to focus on the fact that objective could be played while also watching to see where the rest of this push from Makers is coming from. 55 seconds to go. Jegs dares with the thought of maybe taking a shot, but I'm thinking that this is looking really good for Makers, and it really does, as Lolo is going to get a kill onto Yonka, but Dora's down. Monty is on his back.
This is winnable for TENSTAR right now. The Monty is now gone. That was the part of that win condition for Makers now. But Lolo on a 3K so far will wait and be patient. TENSTAR, you need to not move now. Try and hold on best you can. And sorry, gets caught out by Zanoxo. This is huge. Gemini walks forward, and that's going to be Jags waiting for him. All down the Lolo. You want to clutch this round. You want a 5-2 split. Guess what? You got to go an ace. He'll try and creep his way forward, but with only 17 seconds, it might be a little bit too much to ask. He'll get one. He only has to find one more. Surely not. Surely not. It's down. All down the Jegs. And he gets it done. He gets it done. Shuts it down. Denies the ace against TENSTAR 1 round back. The deficit only 1 now.
The battle we've wanted to see. Jegs against Lolo coming in at the very end of that one. And Lolo, 2 4Ks whip it in 7 rounds.
He's not doing bad, is he?
You know,
that's more kills than you got in ranked this season, actually.
And last combined.
Not good for you, mate.
Yeah, it's not looking good, but look, with rank 2.0, it could be much better word for me. But I want to get back to that point though, with Lolo having a really impactful game. When we spoke to a lot of the players ahead of Challenger League about the player you want on your side, that person that you want to be the front man taking those engagements, it was Lolo or Jegs or both was the answer I got from so many players.
I agree.
And Lolo was showing us why in
that opening engagement in Dragon, right? Lolo has realistically no right to win that, right? So you got one player in Dragon, you just fought with him. You're going to get swung from the desk inside of Office. Oh, I'm going to win that fight. I'm going to quickly flick towards Dragon and win that one as well. That's absolutely... I mean, that's why he's one of the best players in Challenger League. That's why he's one of the best players in Europe.
Yeah.
Right now.
He's incredible. That core of Makers that went to SI, you cannot forget how good they all are.
No, you cannot.
And, you know, there was a little bit of talk earlier. Sorry, and Dora, they've joined the team one more recently than the other, but they've joined in and they've filled the gaps really well. These are 2 sides actually that have had... Oh,
Hello.
This could be free.
YZN, what are you going to do here, mate? Is it going to work? Nah, it's not going to work. You know, good job. Didn't overstay his welcome. Retreats, stays alive, takes a little bit of damage for it, but he will fall back and he will be very happy to still be in this fight.
Happy and disappointed. He was hoping for a second that there was going to be a freebie there as well.
More happy than disappointed. I know I would rather still be in the fight than be traded off.
That's true.
No, I think he's making it ice legion, you know. Those goo mines get more impactful later on and gets more of them later on too.
Yeah, they can be a bit of a sting for the attacking side as you look to take some ground.
Gibby, no.
You love it. You love it, Whip It. 2 minutes to go. And now the first phone call is going to go off, which will pause those defenders in place while they put their phone on to silent, which is something that, you know, you think these operators, they wouldn't be taking a phone with them on an elite mission like this, would you?
Okay, so minute 50 left to go. You've broken me already. We're only map 1.
My job.
Oh my. So, minute 45 left to work with. All players still standing. Akwi will do some working down below with that bucket. A very different attacking philosophy getting brought out. Not once the TENSTAR do this, not once they chew open the floor. And down below, you know, there's not a lot of windows such as cut-offs, but there's a lot of floors. You know, he can stop this pretty easily. Wise then takes a massive damage and loses his life to Akwi. That buck down below gets it. Zoxo finds that trade down the Dora. 4 versus 4, and Jegs looks for one more, gets it. Shuts down, sorry. Advantage now with TENSTAR.
And now the nade's going to be thrown in as well. And this is what I love about TENSTAR. You throw a nade and you actually use that to take some ground as well. Because if there was a defender there, the chances are they fall back. So you chase the nade, you take some space. There is a drone or a camera inside of Dragon, which will provide intel on that push if it comes this way. But as we enter the final minute, TENSTAR in a great spot. Lolo has only got 1 HP left as well. So anything like a scratch will take him down. So the turtle defense has now been activated. 1 player below looking to play the verticality. And the big thing is for TENSTAR, the player below it, but got the C4 in the back pocket as well.
So that C4, not clear, still in use, and if TENSTAR have the information to make that work, if they need it, that could be huge. 30 seconds, and Aid gets caught by that ADS, and Jonka will look to get a little bit aggressive, falls back to that staircase and try and take these angles in these fights when presented to him. But he'll not get over aggressive. TENSTAR will not give away anything for free in this moment. They will wait, they will be patient, but guess what? Oh, Jonka, you've got no right to win that one against Lolo.
Ooh.
But finds that pick. 15 seconds, and it's going to be a problem as Jonka gets a second now in the round, leaving it all to Akwi and a third for Jonka. TENSTAR get themselves level.
Unable to take advantage of shooting that C4 out of the air as well. It's one of those tricks that you love seeing coming out. But no, MKERS could not manage to win that round. That's the first time in this map that they've got the opener and gone on to lose as well. So it's a change from TENSTAR. Usually, as we point out, they don't play very well from behind, but they were able to bounce back this time around.
Well, they got that trade pretty quickly.
They did. But it's still, they lose the opening pick.
If it goes untraded, that's the problem with TENSTAR. More to the point. You can lose it, but if you get traded, TENSTAR go, oh, we'll trade. Back to level. Then they can play from that 4v4.
So we're looking now at the setup again. And I'm curious to see if they change anything up. Normally, it's going to be that extension on the top floor, and that's exactly what they're going to do this time around. Looking at the attacking side from MKERS, not really making any changes, even though the opportunity is there for every player to completely change what operator they have.
I mean, why would you swap right now?
Well, this is true, but...
Yeah, I mean, look at the lineup, right, Gibby? You've got your soft destruction, you got your nades, you've got your 2 hard bridge options, and then you got an Ash, which is going to be Akwi playing that soft destruction entry role.
It's like a one-size-fits-all lineup, isn't it?
It's a pretty good lineup,
yeah.
I do have to say. So, I mean, not really a reason to change, and they're not going to go for a little pocket strategy, no Monty.
Sledge is taking the impact EMPs as well.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Not a common one. Not a common one. At least he got the L8 though.
Yeah.
At least he's not doing the CAG classic and bring out that shotgun.
We love CAG.
Had to do it.
Yeah. You know, there's 2 teams that Whip It just cannot not mention, and it's TENSTAR and CAG.
Best teams in the world.
And in the one cast for TENSTAR, he's managed to bring up CAG.
Thumbs up emoji with that one. So
they're in your circle as well.
But I mean, look at how good that is, right? Perfect balance trick. Absolutely perfect. You might have EMPs on your sledge, but you know what would have done a better job with that? Nades down below.
But the thing is, if you get him below there, you're in sight.
That is true.
So Bandit realistically can play this position and trick to his heart's content, because if he's getting naded from below, something has gone disastrously wrong on
yeah,
site.
that is true. That considering the site is below. So opening pick for MKERS. Jonka falls.
I'll put it down on the sheet. It's an opener for MKERS.
That does count, right?
It's a question mark.
No, put that down. Opening pick. We'll credit the fans for that one.
We'll give it to Gemini.
He needs it. He doesn't. Now, vaulting in Ash, that will be control of Terrace. Walk towards Strum, and TENSTAR now. A little bit of a problem, right? Player down very early. Can you get that trade? Can you find a little bit of control? A lot of time burning away though. MKERS not done a lot with this control. And they still have an entire extension to clear as well.
So now for TENSTAR. you have to play a little bit more aggressive, not too much more. You don't want to try press the issue too much and get yourself in a little bit of a hole. So what way do you react to losing that player? Well, YZN Bandit's still going to play above, as now the breach is going to be opened on the far side of the map. Is that the key now for those TENSTAR players to start falling back, or do they continue to contest MKERS on the top floor? We're 2 minutes into the round, and there hasn't been a bullet in anger towards another player until just this moment, where Sorry takes a little bit of a beating. But I'm looking at the position of the TENSTAR players, they're still in a great spot, and they're holding back this push really effectively. And now the smoke canisters are going to pop, and it's going to force Thermite into a corner by reception just under Toaster.
Not in the best position of your Thermite sat in. So, 35 seconds, and now the utility game for TENSTAR. They still have a lot of time to burn, and Jegs will get that one onto Sorry. And this setup might hold fast, even with that player down early. And no one from MKERS, they haven't cleared this, they haven't done a good job of this, and YZN gets one Aqui. It's all going to fall apart now. I can already feel it, his door is next to go. And this is going to be a round for TENSTAR. MKERS need something heroic, something, and it's all down to Gemini alone. He'll get one, he'll look for a second, but I don't think he'll find it. I don't think he'll find any more success with this one. 8 seconds left to go, and TENSTAR take a bow. 5-4 your score.
Yeah, much better from TENSTAR and how they reacted to losing Jegs so early on inside that one. So as we move into the next round, the sides, as we hit round 10, have been very well matched up so far, but TENSTAR have that lead. Now, there's a tactical timeout. This is where MKERS are going to have a little bit of a talk. But the thing that I would worry about now is you've given TENSTAR a bit of momentum. That's 3 rounds now they've won back-to-back. And in 2 of those rounds, essentially MKERS got the opening pick with a TENSTAR player going down early. It's been really good bounce-back ability from TENSTAR. This is the round after this tactical timeout that you would expect MKERS to level the sides again.
You reckon? You reckon?
Yeah, well, it's the 3rd round, you know, it's the start of the rotation again. They've seen everything TENSTAR have done already on defence, and the coach is going to have a little talk with them about what they can fix.
Okay. I mean, realistically, you should see a better MKERS now.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of a reset. They kind of slow momentum down, try and get it all down. But the way TENSTAR is playing, I mean, the way their defense is set up right there, are you getting flashbacks to the J-Lings game? Because I am. I really am. All right, in that opening game, where MKERS and J-Lings went head-to-head early, like, MKERS could not break down strong, utility-based defensive setups on this map. And guess what TENSTAR have now brought out? Strong, utility-based defense setups, and there's no answer. You know, you might have the best guns, the best people who can shoot the best in the game, but you can't clear that utility, you can't get map control, you can't get execution rolling. That win condition, that case doesn't go down, and you don't win rounds, and TENSTAR know this, and they've played a very smart game around it.
It's a really intriguing matchup too, because as we pointed out, this is the trilogy in CL. These sides have played each other twice already.
And you got to think about this, right? No matter who wins this one, right? This could be like 4. These teams could play each other 4 times across the season.
Yeah.
That would be insane. That would be a storyline, wouldn't it?
And the loser of this best of 3 series will play the winner of DUNLIMITED against ACEND later on tonight, which will be a really fun one to watch as well.
I mean, I asked you that earlier, and you went, oh, the winner of this plays DUNLIMITED.
Yeah, I think, look, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We'll talk about that on our desk a little bit later. Let's focus on the game at hand right now, where TENSTAR currently have a 5-4 lead. MKERS have just used their tactical timeout, so let's see if it has that instant buff effect, because I'd love to see that percentage up, but of how often a team wins a round after a tactical timeout.
I don't think it's as high as you want it to be. I don't
feel
think
like it should be 100.
It should be, but it's not. 100%. Nothing in Siege is 100%. Nothing.
Yeah, your cost definitely isn't.
Nor is yours, mate. Nor is yours. Right, point to one player over the course of all CL has got 100% cost.
Unfortunately, there's none.
Exactly. It's very mad. If you had 100% cost over like 2 weeks, that would be monumental.
So, well, but there's a round of Siege going on, right?
There is actually, believe it or not.
And MKERS have already got this breach open as well. They're getting through that list pretty quickly, and it's a real fun one, because YZN playing in this position as well, and these TENSTARs, they want to keep in that fight. They don't really have very good, you know, they don't have that flight. You know, you hear fight or flight. TENSTAR all have the fight gene.
Azra wants to go out that window. He wants to go out that window. The likelihood is he's going to walk himself into a Claymore. There's one being deployed, so it has to be there. Jeg sends the opening pick on Akwi. Gibby will note that down in this little script. And now this multi will try and walk forward, but a lot of crossfires are established. You got no easy way in. The rotate in the karaoke's not there. TENSTAR are aware of what you're doing. And now you ran into a brick wall. How are you going to adapt and change? This was what the problem on this map early in the competition that MKERS had. They ran into a wall. How do you solve it? They'll hear that Ossa shield going down, and the wide peak doesn't actually clear the shield, but does a lot of damage and forces a spread and forces a little bit of control. MKERS running out of steam a little bit here.
Yeah, but the impact didn't get rid of the Ossa shield. And that's huge in this round. Second one will be thrown. That one does hit the target, so there's another one in the back pocket. Monty's still alive and well as well, but you're putting a lot of pressure onto Jegs in this position as there's now 3 members of MKERS making the move. Jegs tossing more utility that way, looking to prevent it from popping, but the smoke grenade will go off. Lolo is able to find one onto Xenoxo. And now you got to worry a little bit for TENSTAR.
Oh, he's so tantalizing close. That multi shouldn't get this plant down. Won't do either. What a spray. What a push from Yonka. Gets himself traded, but the case is cold deep inside of sight. 20 seconds, Gibby. That was just a long angle. YZN as well. They know where the case is. There's no real chance. Nosa takes an absolute beating from that DMR. We'll try and crab walk all the way, but YZN finds that pick and we'll get a second one now on to Ace. It's all down to one player. All down to Lolo. If you wanted someone to find a little bit of heroics, it would be him, but TENSTAR, they won't peek. They won't move. They won't budge. And it will be YZN and gets that final pick. And TENSTAR, map point here on Sky.
Map point on their map. And at the start, it looked like MKERS were starting to get a little bit of something going on defense, but now TENSTAR have won, I think that's 4 rounds back to back. They've come from 4-2 down to having a 6-4 lead. And if they go on to win this map, which is starting to look very likely, they've got a bit of a grudge to settle over what happened to them on Bank last time these two sides met.
You like that? You like that just a little bit when they go to Bank? Gonna replay. I can't wait for that one. Now, map that both teams are strong at as well, but alas, we must focus up just a little bit longer. We have Skyscraper to see a conclusion to. And TENSTAR, the way they've been playing it, this is kind of what was the problem. MKERS could not solve this last time out on this map. And now, same problem once again. They have a plan, and that plan gets countered, and then they don't know what to do. I mean, they did not change up the core idea of what that attack was between tries. And guess what? TENSTAR had the exact answer both rounds in a row.
So we move into this one now, and I'm looking at the attacker lineup again. 2 hard breach, as they tend to normally do. Going to bring the sledge, probably going to bring the nades this time around instead of the impact EMPs. You've got Dokebi who can bring those for you in the back pocket. That global ability as well, and that global ability has become so powerful because not only now does it affect players that are alive in the server, if you're passed away and you're passing information through camo.
Okay, not the wisest of decisions there.
That's the thing with Jegs. Sometimes he gets very confident and tries these things.
I like it when players back themselves, but not too sure about that one. Not
a match point.
I mean,
teams make funny decisions sometimes when they're on match point.
Sometimes they love to bring a Monty. You
love your match point, Monty.
No, I don't. I really don't. It's a pet peeve that I don't think will ever pass away. Next time I charge with that info off in the distance. MKERS begin to encroach to get a little bit of map control. Azure down below. C4 in pocket as well will be that threat. Will MKERS be inclined to clear him? Don't think they will for the time being, at least.
2 minutes to go. Yonka pushing up through Dragon, looking to find maybe that pick to bring them back into the game, but it looks like the push is going to come over from that far side. Damage traded over the other way towards YZN, who took a chunk, but Lolo's looking to press that issue now. Dora trying to do the same as that first phone call is going to come. And there's the stun rate, but it bounces the wrong way off the frame, but it doesn't matter. Gemini is going to get himself 2 as YZN and Xenoxo fall. 5 versus 2 with 1 minute and 30 to go, and MKERS really coming out of the traps quickly in this round.
Well, they need to put the pressure on the TENSTAR. They need to make it not such a stalemate game or round. And a lot of early picks very, very aggressively done by MKERS. Leaving it all down the 2 players of TENSTAR. And that's not going to be an easy one. Gemini will get a triple now. Yonka falls, leaving it all down the Newt down below. You might have a C4, but the likelihood is that case will go down. And against 5 members of MKERS, you are not going to clutch this one out. The case goes down. Azure will get 1. I still don't believe, Gibby.
No, look, they've got a cross. They have a player playing by reception.
Yeah,
You've got a Kui here. That should be the shot that gets him, but he'll take a little bit of damage, but he's pinned. They know exactly where he is. This is a round. Oh, Azure, that is absolutely disgusting on the fadeaway, but a Key is able to get the kill. And now it's 6-5. With this, we could be about to go to overtime.
Oh my.
on the cards.
Overtime in the very first map of a series. That's a TENSTAR moment, isn't it? You like that from them. TENSTAR love a little bit of a long matchup. They never really do. They don't do 7-0s. They rarely do. They rarely do like 7-3s. Always 7-5. Always overtimes. So, round number 12. The end of regulation. Either we go on the bank right here, right now, or we've got a little bit longer left of Skyscraper.
Barbecue Kitchen's going to be the side as well. So, last time we played here, Bandit tricking had a big impact up in Scatia, so can they find a way to counter that very early? YZM will probably do the exact same thing this time around, because once again, you should not get taken down from below. So if you're Makers and you want to clear that position, you need to take full top floor control. No, you can't see it, but Dan was doing a bit of dancing here
He's
inside the studio.
He's describing what you're saying.
Yeah.
So...
We love demo.
I've been broken, Gibby. So, this is it. Round number 12. This is either we go to the next map of bank or we go on to overtime in this storyline. Geisha has been a key area so far, and we actually see the castle getting brought out. This time the reinforces up just a little bit stronger. How will that ban the trick affect, or will it work out the same way as intended? A lot of extension now. Again, Makers struggled with this upstairs clear. They struggled getting control. They struggled with getting into the building. Struggled to get around the key area. The TENSTAR are set up, and already looks like a little bit more of an intention of something a bit more direct from Makers arriving.
Yeah, and TENSTAR are going to give them that whole eastern side of the map for free as well if they want to take it. There's no presence whatsoever, but as you pointed out, it's going to be a quick entry by the Flores, who will find this area completely vacant and take control of this map very quickly. Going to get on the drones now as well as they look to work out where these TENSTAR players are playing. But once again, you could draw a line down the middle of the map, but then every single TENSTAR player is on the other side of it.
Well, they have no need to play towards office, right? There's no part of that map that is influential to TENSTAR's strategy. So there's the front line inside of Drum. They do not want to go any further. They don't need to go to Shrine. They don't need to go to Terrace. They just need to hold on to what they've got set up, and they have a lot of control to do so. They're also not spreading themselves too thin, which is a good decision. They've all got quick rotate routes back to site if something fast arrives from Makers, and so far, don't really think the intention for Makers is to go too fast.
No. They teased us a little bit at the start with the way they all spawn and move, but it's been a little bit slower from that point on.
No Bandit trick.
Now, Bandit is gone, so that wall will be open this time around, and you'd feel like maybe that's an opportunity lost, but I think it was more so a clock decision for the Bandit to just fall back at that point. You've still got a Rooney playing over in this section of the map by Drum as well, as now the entry comes in below from the sledge as well. So they're starting to get some pressure towards the site, but still not a single gunfight has been had inside of this map. Yonka spots out the drone. The castle prevents the sledge from going a little bit closer until he gets that utility at hand, but they're stacking up some players on the window, but Zenoxo gets her opener over by Drum. Shots going back the other way as the members of Makers look for a trade. But 55 seconds to go, and Gemini finds one.
Gemini's already knocking at the gates right now. 50 seconds, back to 4 versus 4. TENSTAR now need to worry about these players super close to site. You got a lot of extension upstairs. Time to begin to think about calling these players back. But you got Gemini watching that flank as we'll try and creep down inside a house now and look for a way back to site. Zenoxo still holding upstairs, and he can play around this hatch to try and deny any potential plants that might go down inside of kitchen. Zenoxo finds one to Lolo. James will get one Akui, and now it looks like it might all fall apart for Makers. 4 versus 2, 20 seconds. And that C4 lands perfectly down the Dora. Gemini against 4. Can you save this map? Will you get one to Azza? Surely not. I don't believe he'll be able to find it with 15 seconds to work with. He'll creep and crawl his way, look to try and find what impact he can, but TENSTAR should be as good as done. Do not peek, do not waver, do not even decide to move. Go AFK, don't play the game, and the round is yours and the map as well. And Zenoxo will peek, get another kill to the tally. And that is TENSTAR taking the very first map of this series in what was a convincing defensive split from them. But it took all the way, all 12 rounds regulation, 7-5 the score. What a result that was for TENSTAR.
5-1 split. 5-1 split on defence against a side like MKERS is a very impressive thing to put on the cards as they win the first map on Sky. Now, you have to remember, this is the map that TENSTAR decided to play for the first one, so you'd expect you to win your own map. But grudges are there to be settled. 7-1 the last time these two sides met on Bank, and that was on the side of MKERS, and they've decided to go back here again.
Well, what a way to potentially conclude this rivalry in Challenger League. Well, not really, this is still a lower bracket, but Bank will be our next map, but I cannot wait to see how our analysts break down what we saw on Sky.
TENSTAR securing the lead on their own map pick, as we might have guessed it would go. Skyscraper is theirs, and now we have Bank coming up next. But one of the things that we mentioned about Skyscraper that we were a little worried about, Ollie, was the fact that usually this is banned, but MKERS let it go through and not really to their own success.
MKERS haven't had the best track record over on Skyscraper, particularly on those attacks. You may be fooled by the scoreline, thinking that was a fairly close game. And, you know, the score was relatively close, but when you break it down and you look at the two individual sides, MKERS struggled, didn't they, Demo?
MKERS couldn't close rounds out. That was the issue with them. There was a lot of moments where they were in the lead, and the man advantage just... The Wanderers, I think, is what we have to come back to. It's the term that I love using, is the Wanderers. These players who just go off and do their own thing, and I'm sitting there thinking, why have you done that? Like, what demon has possessed your soul to do that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but it felt like MKERS also didn't know how to go about when it came to the attack.
That was the biggest concern and the biggest struggle, wasn't it? You know, we saw them pick up 4 rounds on the defense. And it looked okay, you know, we were thinking, you know, it looks fine, but the biggest difference was that TENSTAR picked 2 rounds upon the attack and then go flawless on their own defense. That's really the sort of the big difference maker there for me. And I was concerned when I saw Skyscraper picked, I'll be honest with you, because, you know, for all that's TENSTAR's map pick, it's a map that MKERS have let through at the end of the day. They had the choice to ban it in the first 2 bans. Yeah,
so it felt like potentially there was some form of comfort that they had coming into this, but it didn't really show.
No, I mean, again, how much can we really look into the first map of Best of 3? We know it's not over yet.
Yeah.
Again, it was just that confidence thing. We were kind of worried. We were worried for MKERS going to Skyscraper where they were not convincing against Jailings in any great capacity. TENSTAR are a side that will happily play Skyscraper. They always leave it open. They'll always play it. And you can see for good reason. I think everyone on TENSTAR had a solid game. I was worried about Jags. Not worried no more. And I think the fact that Jags has taken that good start, I think it's only going to get better from him from here on out.
Yeah, double positive, plenty of entry kills as well. 128 EPS, which for Jags' standards isn't the highest that he's ever been at, but still a very good performance. Backed up by Azza, Zenoxo, you know, everyone on TENSTAR going positive, bar Yonka, so you can't really argue with that from a team performance standpoint. And there was plenty of clutches in there as well. There was a lot of times when they didn't have the man advantage, especially on the defense.
Yeah, and it feels like this is a time where we highlighted as well. We said coming into CL, we were like, okay, individual players are the ones to step up. Now it's more the story of having the whole team step up. Whereas when we're looking at makers, did it feel like over the last 2 weeks there have been changes made, or was it just kind of the same makers that we've seen on the 14th of November?
It felt quite samey. I don't think they changed up much, considering we saw them play Jailings on Skyscraper. We didn't see any big changes really in the play style and what they wanted to bring to it.
Same old, pretty much for makers. And I think TENSTAR, you can see the research that they have done for it. I think they were ready. And I think Skyscraper for me was always going to be one in the attacks. That was always going to be the end all and be all. The defense is very easy, I think, because the attack can be difficult. I mean, I think Skyscraper certainly does have the potential for a team to come in and just nail every attacking round. I think there's potential for it, but I think at this level, tier 2 level that we're dealing with, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, speaking of attack as well, Demo, there's something we were all worried about, and you have something lovely to show us, maybe a little insight?
You say lovely, I'm just sitting there thinking, bleach my eyes as I watch it. So 2 ways to look at it, I guess. But we're going to have a quick look in, and we'll see the round that I'm talking about. It was the very first attack for makers, and it's a position that you need to be closing these rounds out, and I think this is what really rattled them, and this is what didn't help them. So first of all, you're dealing with makers attacking the generic bomb site. You're dealing with the karaoke and tea room. Everyone should be ready for this, and immediately we're into a 2 versus 4. At this stage, with a 2 versus 4 with a full HP Monty, you should be winning this. There's no way you let TENSTAR get away with winning it. But guess what happens? Oh, they let them get away with it. Sure, first thing happens, you lose the Monty. That happens, but that's not... This is the thing. You're probably looking and think, oh, they lost the Monty. That's such an issue for them. Not really. Sure, you've lost a player, but there's still 3 more players. You still have a man advantage. You should be taking advantage of this. The thing that I have to question with makers is the positioning. The remaining 3 players who are alive, all 3 of them are so separated from one another. You have one guy, obviously, inside of Terrace, and you have the second guy outside of the Geisha wall. Those 2 players already, they may seem as if they're really close, but they're not. That I think you'll see it here in just 2 seconds whenever we get onto Ace's POV. You will see that the wall to the right of Sorry, it's shut. It's not open, so there isn't that connection that you can have with your other teammate. And of course, as we know, then we have an Osa on Black Balcony, just sat out there by herself, not really bringing anything. And the worst thing that makers do is they just jump the gun immediately, and they start trying to take 1v1 engagements. This is one thing that's really frustrated me this season, is whenever teams are in this advantage, they go wandering, they look for the hero plays, they want to be the glorious champion for their team. They want to try and front up and take these 1v1s. But if you don't win them, then you end up looking a fool. And that's exactly what happened to makers. They started taking the 1v1s, they lose them, and then all of a sudden that man advantage that they did so well with getting in a good position to really close out the round, it just stumbles away from them. Lolo tried his best, but it was never going to happen for him. So yeah, just makers again, that man advantage, the Wanderers, they just keep coming back. We want to get rid of the Wanderers. We don't want them anymore. Ugh.
Do you share the sentiment about the Wanderers?
It's true, and we could have picked a couple of different rounds there to really highlight and to talk about the nature of makers going one versus one at a time, instead of using that advantage. TENSTAR do a fantastic job of trading off the back of one another. They also do a very good job of setting themselves up in the site and allow for moments of creativity. You leave Jegs on his own inside a tea room, he's got a multitude of different things that he's able to do. There's the half wall that's reinforced. He's got the wall that looks out onto the top of Blackstairs. He's got the wall that looks out into the top of Geisha. So many different little options there, and Jegs is a player that will take advantage of that. Likewise, you couple that in with someone playing well inside of Geisha, and all of a sudden you start to generate these crossfires. If you're not able to root these players out, you're going to have a little bit of a problem on your hands. There was a real big lack of creativity from makers. We could have seen a lot of vertical play. We didn't. We could have seen a lot more coordinated pushes. We didn't. So whilst the game may look like it was a close game on the scoreline, if you actually sit down and watch it, you think, makers, they really struggled.
Yeah, TENSTAR on the defensive side, they were able to secure 4 rounds in a row. That's a lot of advantages that you can just stitch together. And again, that translated to makers and potentially their mental. If anything, it felt like towards the end, it was not possible for them. But now we're going to be going on to Bank. It's going to be their map pick, and potentially they're going to be feeling more comfortable, more refreshed coming into this.
I think Bank is probably a good map to go on to after playing a Skyscraper. Skyscraper feels very claustrophobic, feels very condensed, everything's very high pressure. Whereas Bank, you're dealing with large open spaces. You've got a lot more space, a lot more opportunity,
More
a lot
windows.
more time. More options, more windows, loads of different ways in. It's really a much more fluid map when you compare it to Skyscraper. So I think from a mentality standpoint, it's going to be quite good for Makers because they should be able to go on to Bank and spread the wings. Don't forget, this is their map choice.
I think Bank will just be a good way just to kind of round it out, potentially for the end of the series. Think about where it started all the way back in the group stages, and now we've came full circle, and it could be decided on Bank, and it could be TENSTAR getting the revenge.
Or it could be Makers stretching this just a little bit further, and we're going on to that decider. But we're going to be finding that out as we're going to be heading over to our casters right away. And once again, it's going to be Whippet and Gibson that are going to walk us through the action, potentially their final hurrah.
Thank you very much, and what a matchup this is going to be. On to Bank. This is where Makers made their presence in this season of Challenger League known. When we went back to groups, they absolutely destroyed TENSTAR here. Absolutely. Left them with nothing, and now can TENSTAR get the revenge on Bank? Close out the series, send Makers lower bracket? Or are we in for map 3?
Right, so you'd think that this should go to a third map because this is Maker's pick, but the caveat to that is these sides have played here before. And when you do that, when two sides play each other on the same map, the side that loses the first one usually is able to turn it around for the second map.
So what you're saying is this is the Ollie and Demo debate, right?
Yeah.
Ollie believes you win the second map, you win the series. Demo believes you win the first map, you win the series.
Well, simple maths will tell you that if TENSTAR win this, they win the series.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Are you saying that if TENSTAR win map number 2, a best of 3, they win?
Yes.
That is monumental.
Crazy.
That is absolutely mental, Gibby. But I'm in shock with that one. But our bands,
yeah.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon Makers will get first? Well, you can't really make a prediction now. It's going to be Nook.
Well, it's no surprise there whatsoever.
I'm so shocked.
Yep, so Nook will be the ban, the second ban. It's TENSTAR have a little bit of a choice to make here. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a Thatcher again, if you're going to play Kaid.
Nah, it won't be a Thatcher.
So who are you feeling?
I don't know. This might be targeted. They're taking their time with it. It won't be a Thatcher, though. It's now watch. It's going to be a Thatcher now, because I said it wouldn't be a Thatcher. Please, actually, no. Please don't be. Oh, no. Always.
Sometimes when you're good, you're good. That's what I'm going to say. But the thing I was pointing out, though, before that was the fact that in this game that they played, Makers dominated the map so much that TENSTAR can watch that tape back and learn. Like when Makers watch back the last time these two sides played in this map, what are they really going to learn other than the fact, we were better on this map. We won 7-1.
That is true. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think TENSTAR have shown this since.
I think so.
They have, yes.
Yeah.
My little notebook isn't actually open right now, so I couldn't pull that stat.
Well, this is the thing. Whenever you get to playoffs, you're going to see more of these maps being played more often because teams kind of keep them a secret during groups, and then when they have to, they take them out. So Skyscraper being played, obviously, we're coming to Bank now again, and the rest of the bans, the Kaid ban and the Valk ban, I think once you get rid of Thatcher on a map like this, you kind of have to get rid of Kaid then too. Yeah,
one, you lose a Thatcher, you lose a Kaid, because those electric claws are a nightmare to deal with, and the fact is the impact EMPs require a little bit of extra precision, so it's not going to be the easiest thing to try and catch out. The Gaio in play. We talked about this yesterday when we watched Bank getting played. Those Gaios, when they get popped, are like, it's an eternity, right? You're waiting for one Gaio to burn away, they go, it's gone. Second one pops, and all of a sudden, you're 70 years old, like you, Gibby. So it's a pretty rough one, and that's going to be a massive amount of deny. And if TENSTAR go and try and encroach on that position, they're going to get themselves caught out by 3 stocks of canisters in the hands of Akwi, and the Vulcan canisters are going to pop and burn. A lot of utility dedicated to holding on the server rack, and then imagine there'll be some form of roam presence set up with the hands of Sorry, perhaps.
Think back to the Major and what EFAC was able to do in this site whenever he took a Maru. And instead of the plant happening on the door, back up through the hatch, drop down the hatch, planted close to that red wall, and that was just a really way to get around the problem of the smoke canisters and the flames.
Sorry's just reinforced the hatch inside of Janitors, which to me indicates he's going to have some intention of playing into that open area, in that little small box area. Now, they have a rotators there as well, so this is going to be the point of that roam presence, right? They can use this little area and this control, and they have the hatch soft, so you need to make a little bit of rotation back to site. You can do so, and TENSTAR will be forced to commit utility, like a hard breach, to open up Janitor to try and catch that pinch. Very well thought out from them. What will TENSTAR do to read into it? As a fast entry from Jegs on that top floor are already in this round.
Yeah, but Jaeger's close by. He's been droned, so he's going to drop down. just one level on the map. Azure will begin making his way across that boarded up door, provided with the metal detector will give so much intel that the push is going to come that way. Jegs just clearing out those elevators, making sure that nobody is sneaking around. There's no Oryx, so that's a bit of a waste utility there.
Imagine though you're an Oryx, you go, hello, but
yeah,
it's not necessarily the camera you want to see. Is it a little bit of a scrap very early, some intimidation shots sent out. Now it's in a good position to act as that pinch. Now the hatch is going to get opened up, and that means Dora can drop on in, but TENSTAR in a very efficient and effective drop, and already that's the wrong presence gone. They've not had to take a single direct fight, they've just put some pressure on. Now MKERS, they've got all their roam players back on site. They've wasted a lot of time. There's only a minute 30 left to go. That's a successful roam. Well, they've not got a kill for it. That's very well done. And TENSTAR, what will be their approach avenue? And it looks like for the time being it's going to be, I think, just a little bit more of a direct avenue. They might go in that server room a little later on, but they've opened up the hatches in lobby as well to give them that option if they want it later on.
Yeah, they've opened up the vault hatch as well, which gives them that B plan as well if they want to go down from that side of the maps. And Oxo will just redecorate this area of the map so we can rotate back and forward to make that decision a little bit later in the round. YZN with the case playing on the Habana will push in to join his teammate too, as Sorry is just going to hold that hatch and dare a member of TENSTAR to make the move.
So Oxo's going all the way in the garage now. Now last minute push, he's going to drone himself in and try and act as that kind of surprise. Oh, hello, I'm here. You want a knock to do this normally, but you're going to have as an Oxo this time, so just as good. And you've got two players in garage. They've expected this perfectly. A great read from MKERS. And these players have fallen deep back inside. And Oxo is aware of this now, and the side's better of it. Smoke grenades tossed out from both sides now to try and push this and make this execution work. A lot of ADS is getting called out and used, as YZN will be the first to fall. Dropping in now, that's going to be Jegs. The Finn has ascended into the bank vault, and that's going to be Dora with a shotgun. Finds on the Azure. Jegs misses some key shots and running out of time and picked wide from Akui. 5v2, 5 versus 1. MKERS on the cusp of flawless round. They might just find it now. One play on DBNO. Another one takes an absolute beating, but a flawless round. Dora shuts it down. Yonka has no reply. And Dora TENSTAR. MKERS looked very strong in that defense.
Yeah, flawless round from them that time around. Really good defense. And the thing is, everything went to plan for them. The roamers used up a minute and a half of the clock, were able to fall back to site. Then they had the feeling the rotate was going to come in through bottom garage, so they sent 2 players in there. Now, the reason you play there is because of the fact that you can watch the hatch and you can catch any of those attackers rotating late on in the round. So it was a very good decision by them to go ahead and do that. So, TENSTAR, you've lost round 1. What can you do round 2 on attack? It will be open area, so we will expect to see a very large extension here from the side of MKERS as they look to defend this site, with, once again, the top floor being the key area for them to hold.
There's also a lot of, like, you can play this pretty aggressively as well. I mean, you can just decide to walk in if MKERS overextend a little bit too much. Those hatch drops are pretty easy to stop those rotations from. And we do see the Amaru getting brought out from Jegs this time. They swapped on. And look at how TENSTAR have used this, right? 3 repicks. They clearly, right, they saw something, right, this is what we're going to do. The Osu comes out, the Amaru comes out. They will use Jegs to get a lot of map control very, very quickly. I'm intrigued to see where they go. But keep your eyes peeled on Akui. On that pulse, can get a lot of information. Now, I'm not too sure where you're going to play your pulse. You might try and deny that we use that verticality, that C4 down below in sight directly. But Jegs, how long is it going to take until he's in the building? Gora Hook's ready to go. I imagine he'll be sending it in pretty shortly. Yeah, he's going to wait for the call for the rest of his team.
Is so many options here as well. He'll go in the top floor later on.
Windows?
Yep. Later on, he could even drop below and go up through the hatches from below. He's got lots of opportunity, and by going in here, he can drop down and square and do that. So, TENSTAR, at the start, they'll drone out the top floor. They'll work out where this defense is weak, where the defense is strong, and try to work that way. For MKERS, it looks like they're going to go not quite the checkpoint style that we saw earlier on in the playoffs, where you'd put the castles up there and you'd drop back. They're playing a little bit more aggressively in this area of the map. So there's the drones. Jegs still patiently waiting. You know, not droning, not doing anything, just going to sit and wait for the call to pop in through the window.
They should know it's reasonably clear now. Got a lot of people by there. Now the Oryx is playing. No Claymore there to say hello to him. He'll rotate on up, and that's one of those most versatile options that Oryx has, of course, in a map like this with so many hatches to use. He can get himself in the basement top floor very, very quickly. He's done that already now. And now he'll try and contest Kanto. He might swing out wide and try and even catch that player, but he has not a lot of options here. He can drop back down, though, and that's exactly what he'll do. He'll just sit, he'll play into the elevators, he'll just be a nuisance, and if they don't find him, shut him down, he could be a problem. Jegs is now sending it on in, and realistically, did you need an Amaru to do that? They were pretty slow on that push.
It was really slow, but then Azure is going to make Gemini pay as he's able to get that kill. Little rotate into loan office here as well as Jegs begins to descend down these main stairs. and try to take even more control. But the Oryx and the Elevator can at any point just vault back on up and catch Jegs by surprise.
Oh.
The drone was by. Oh, Lolo, you didn't need to shoot. But he didn't need to shoot. I think he was misdroned.
He was, initially, and then he gave it away. Do they know? Like, they can put pressure on from above him as well. They haven't done so yet. Under a minute to work with that. Pulse will try and relay as much information as possible. Drop into the basement now will be Lolo. Has Sorry in support as well. And he's got a bailiff. He can open up that lobby hatch. He can find himself in any position he wants realistically in this map right now.
Jegs is going down too, though.
Jegs is hunting, but Lolo's going to go back to site straight away. Look at that. I think Jegs is going to go up that hatch.
It makes it easier for Jegs now. To go
You're
up that
right.
hatch.
Oh my.
Because
He's not going to. There's no way he walks up that hatch.
he won't walk. He'll get a hook up with it. Come on.
It's the same.
No, you don't walk up through air.
Wait,
Come on.
how do you walk?
Come on. I just fall all the time. Xenoxo getting some pressure on that window now too. The execution is coming, but that's 2 kills on the board.
Oh, wow.
3 kills on the board now, but it's a 3 versus 2. YZN goes for the execute again. Azer's able to find one. 2 versus 2 scenario. There's a C4 tossed and wasted with 5 seconds. Case is going down. Sorry makes it a 1 versus 2 now, and just like that, YZN finds one, almost gets the second, and MKERS win a second round.
That shot the castle. Are you kidding me? If you managed to pull out that secondary and win that round, oh my, I think I might have just exploded. I would have just went pop, pop.
I think when MKERS saw that kill come off, they just hit the deck. It's like, if I go prone, I can't lose.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
What a shot was that? Like, that was, he's in the process of bringing the gun up to his eye, pop, gets him. One top.
With that though, MKERS take a 2-0 lead, and they're going to go up to the top floor now, and you feel like the opportunity was there in that round for TENSTAR to take advantage. MKERS starting their map very strong.
Azami's in play. That's going to be a problem. So the reason Azami's going to be a massive problem is because, well, guess what? You don't have a nade to deal with it now. You've got 2 nades on Azer. You've got 2 breaching charges with Jegs. It's not going to be impossible to clear, but you have ADSs. You've got Lamais. That's not going to be easy. That's not going to be free to clear. And the real question is, where will Azami set up these keepers? Oh, that double stack. And that's exactly where they're going to be stacked up. Double stack of ADSs keeps that alive. That's a massive utility sink. You don't want to burn into that one.
Now, you look at the setup that TENSTAR have. Virtually no hard breach whatsoever. With this layup, this is going to be right up through gold stairs. That's why you bring a Monty on this site.
I mean, the Monty will walk up main lobby, and he will try and stand as menacingly as possible. Like, hello, what are you going to do about me? And cause problems. But this is a situation where for YZN, your job is to simply survive and let your team do everything around you. It's not a comfortable position to be in, and it's not going to be comfortable for MKERS or TENSTAR. This is going to be an awkward round. Right? You can just tell this is going to be a scrappy one. You can just tell. Monty comes out, and it's never going to be an easy job for either side.
It's not. And interesting, without hard breach, they're not going to open up that Canto wall. And we saw on this map before, the defenders were able to use that breach to prevent the Monty push coming up those stairs. So we have a little bit of chess going on here as YZN begins to make that move in through. A lot of noise being made. Monty, not the quietest operator in the world, but at the end of the day, TENSTAR are not trying to hide what they're doing here. Xenoxo sitting on the hatch as well. He will pop that EE1D and drop over that open skylight whenever the time comes. He's got a very vital job, and YZN has already got on the top stairs. There's that EE1D, and Xenoxo will look to isolate the player. Pushes in through CCTV.
Okay.
It's completely vacant. Azer's going to get the opener onto Dora, and then Jonk is going to get another one on Gemini. Lolo pulls one back onto Azer. Azekwe inside elevator. He will taste some lead as well. 1 minute and 35 seconds to go as everything is going to plan, but there's Lolo pulling another one back. It's a 2 versus 3 scenario.
Oh my,
Lolo
hello.
just slammed Yonka, but Xenoxo's there to trade it back, and it's all down to Sorry. He's being pushed aggressively by Monty. Monty drops the shield to put some pressure on, and Sorry's going to find it. It's a 1v1, but Xenoxo finds the kill as TENSTAR managed to win their first round. But that was a half rush, was it? Half rush.
It wasn't necessarily a rush. I think it was a well thought out and timed execution, but it was very well thought out. But MKERS, I mean, again, they were able to claw their way back in that one just by winning some fights. And so, I mean, Xenoxo in that situation on the line just ends up making that drop from Skylight. No, he makes that drop under the cover that Monty's there, and he's given stock for free.
Yep.
No one's there. He's able to just have that control. Okay, fair enough. Let him have it. Azer managed to get himself in the janitor. Don't know how he found himself there at that stage of the round, but it was a very well thought out round from TENSTAR. Well done execution. We get a little bit of replay. This shot as well. This scared me. The moment you lose that window player, and the next shot Lolo hits is absolutely mental. Okay, you see him, Monty? Look at this. Just goes, yep, done. The case went cold in that moment. You've got a yokai drone still available, and the window cover is gone. That was very winnable for MKERS. Little bit scrappy from TENSTAR in the middle, or the ending stages of that round.
Yeah, Monty dropping the shield as well in the 2v1's not something you relatively want to happen.
You wanna learn how to be the best multiplayer in the world?
Watch Cag.
Well, Annington, he drop shots everyone with Monty. Just drop shot with Monty. Annington does it.
You know, so guys, for those of you who don't know me and Weapon very well, I've spent a lot of time with him this year.
Unfortunately.
Cag is brought up so often.
Dinner time conversations.
This is how Ollie feels along with Demo.
Must be. Except Demo probably says meaningful comments about the team.
Yeah, you just say Cag good.
Yes, best team in the world. So, round number 4, MKERS to the basement defense once again, and they were very effective here last time out when their roam presence was essentially, I mean, masterful. The way they wasted time, the way they baited TENSTAR into a full map clear without losing casualties and then falling back to site. Almost perfect. Well, actually, a flawless round from MKERS, and Lolo, I think his best D-pack impression, trying to give it a little bit of extra information, using that yokai drone very effectively and efficiently through those drone holes to get a little bit of exterior view.
It's funny how the Echo drones and Echoes evolved over the case of the last couple of years
so
as well.
Everyone saw what D-pack done in Berlin and was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And done that too.
Yeah, but it works. Biggie T, he's a trailblazer.
He is.
So, 1 minute and 55 seconds to go. Azure creates a punch hole to look at that long line of sight, but it's all a little bit slow so far in this one. Jegs is holding one angle. Azure using the drones to just check to make sure that it's all clear on this section of the map. Now, just use the twitch, open those very early, those canisters, and that's a big part of the defense gone already.
Yeah, because you're relying on those plus the smoke canisters to waste, over a minute of time. Like, that is a lot of time waste utility. Now gone, popped away, and that was all for a twitch drone. Massive advantage. Then actually no Vulcan canisters remain. So TENSTAR are basically now able to do this old school style of blind defense or offense where you open up that wall, you try and get a plant, and this could be a problem. And if there's any roam presence for MKERS, now it's time to make yourself known.
So you've got the hatch open. You've got rid of those canisters. You're now in a fantastic position to make this happen. There's still an Echo on the board. There's still those smoke canisters, which can cause a problem. And hopefully the members of MKERS can delay that push. But for TENSTAR, things are looking pretty good. There's Yonka now pushing in. And you've got your hard breach in tow as well, as Dora just looks to seal off those marble stairs.
That is why Izami is so good. Right, now you are forced to use soft utility or melee that 3 times.
I think you can swing it. I think the gap is just about enough.
Tell you what though, it's time to get this plant down. Jeg is going to drop in that smoking chaos. Yonka will try and stick this through the smoker, will do so, hopefully successfully. Yes, he does. Right, job done. And Jegs is very advanced in a very up close position. He'll be able to find 1, find 2. Here he goes. It's all Jegs. Oh, gets 3. Just like that. The round looks TENSTAR's way. Couldn't make it a 4. But he got the hatch control of Azure. And it's all down to this. 3 versus 2. What can MKERS do? Do they have an answer or a reply? They need to try and retake upstairs. That will be the tasking of and Lolo. Both of them will try and scrap their way. But Azure, look at this. In a corner, sitting, waiting, being patient. He should be able to get this one. At least one. There's the Jaeger. Next is going to follow. It's going to be Lolo. And it is all but over. TENSTAR, what a round! What a round, and Jegs, hello.
That spot right there is a horrific one. And I was playing in a game once with Demo where he hid in that spot and it broke the whole team's mental when he was able to get kills from that position. And you just know it was the exact same.
That's probably because you misdroned.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, it was.
No, I don't drone.
Sure, you don't know what
I don't drone.
Point 4, explain.
So one of the players was able to just pop up and have that impact. Azure taking that position this time around. We're going to move in to round 5. And TENSTAR have managed to come back winning 2 rounds on the trot. Basement will be the position we're going to go to this time again. And looking at the setup, MKERS not really changing too much. Azami has been gotten rid of as Lolo will elect to go for the Warden this time. And that's to just make sure that the smoke plant isn't as effective. I'm looking at the side of TENSTAR. And after the impact that was had last time around by Twitch, it's interesting to see... Oh, there we go. 6th pick to switch. Azure was listening.
No, I mean, he's just going to do the same again.
Yeah.
I wouldn't listen to you.
Why would anyone ever listen to me? Most people are listening to this muted right now.
Yeah. Anything to avoid your voice, Gibby. Anything to avoid your voice. So, again, I'd imagine it won't be as easy for TENSTAR to have as clean of an execution again. They're not going to be able to get both the Vulcan counters with that Twitch run again, unless, if they do, that will be a little bit of a fumble from Makers. Back to this is the strongest defense site, in my opinion. You can just lock this down, and this roam strategy that they have is pretty solid, pretty good, and already looks like they're going to try and get a fast execution. As again, Makers aren't changing a lot up here. This is the same again, 3 times in a row. Same strat, same setup. And that Twitch drone gets in the sight, but does get caught out this time.
Still should be another one in the back pocket to use later in the round, though, to try have that same impact, and Az is going to use it nice and early. But by using the Twitch drone in this position, you are maybe going to cause a little bit more difficulty for yourself in getting those canisters a little bit later. Azure drones himself in again, will open up that door. There's a player down inside basement with Sorry playing on these marble stairs as well. Pre-placed C4 though up and above. And this could cause a problem.
So that's because when we saw this round last, in the very first round we saw this,
yep,
the sledge opened up that exact angle where that C4 is placed, and if TENSTAR go through the motions once again, which I imagine they will, he's going to go bind very soon, but no! Zenoxo mixes it up just enough, and that's going to be Azure who finds one on the Dora. Opening pick for TENSTAR. Roam presence now muted for Makers. A very good opening for TENSTAR. Now can they keep the pressure on?
Was that an intentional pun there, saying that the roam presence is muted? As mute falls?
Nope.
You've joined the dark side,
No.
Whippet. You've joined the dark side. TENSTAR now with 1:30 to go. I'm going to begin going through that checklist. Get the hatches open. Make sure nobody can flank you up main stairs. And go for the execute once more. Issue now for Makers is holding your ground. You're a man down once more, but you have the utility in the back pocket to have an impact on this round. If they go for that simple smoke execute, you've got Warden. You've got a C4 in the back pocket. Jaeger should be able to capture those smokes as well as they're thrown. And the Goyo canisters, more importantly, as far as I know, Whippet, are still in place.
I believe
yes,
they are. So they have, one of them is burned away already. So they got one more in that position. So that's a lot of time. Now, at this point now, Makers can basically choke out the rest of this round. How many canisters they got left on smoke? 2. So they've got a little bit of time that they can burn away. YZ won't have an easy time to get this plant down, and they might rely on Jegs once again to get super aggressive. They've opened up this hatch now, drops in directly in the red. Where is Jegs going to go? They might rely on this man once again to dive in, cause a little bit of chaos, and it'll be main stairs this time. No Azami in play, so no blocking up this angle. He can just walk on in, and with a whole player dedicated to holding on the elevator and the push not arriving from there. TENSTAR, they might be arriving, but a rotation's being called. Where's this to? Are they just going to go hard on the hatch drops? I think they are. Get ready. 15 seconds left to go, and TENSTAR count it in. 3, 2, 1, and away they go. Drop in the sight. Zoxo gets one. The plant should go down now. Yonko trying to stick it. Sorry, gets one. There's an Oxo now finds that trade. And that plant will get denied. Oh, it's in the final seconds as well. And the timer will be the Nemesis 000, but he doesn't decide to stick it. Makers get round number 5.
A little bit of chaos at the end, but Warden is able to come in clutch and get that kill, but a lot more bullets fired than you would have expected. That was very close to popping off.
I mean, it's an MPX. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but he got the job done. He managed to find it, and Makers get themselves that round. Final now round number 6. Who will come out on top of this opening half of this game? I mean, it took a couple of attempts, but Makers finally get that second victory in the basement.
Yeah, they needed that round because TENSTAR won 2 back-to-back on attack, and at times, again, it looked like they were about to win that round as well whenever things started to pop, because it was a 5 versus 3, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
They dropped the hatch, and Oxo got the kill, but it was a really good bounce back from Makers. So, last time we came to this site was a very clean round up to the very end, where they were given a chance. YZN hit that life shot and almost got the second one to win the round. But it was a very closely contested one.
Oh yeah, I mean that was a back and forth round. That wasn't an easy one. Now TENSTAR done a good job of getting themselves back into that one. Very well played by them. But now, they've seen their strategy, and what I've seen from Makers so far is in the structure they play. They don't change it a lot. So if TENSTAR had intermediate success with what they were doing, now you know exactly what you're dealing with. Can you play better around it? And they brought the Amaru on Jegs once again. Now, the criticism of this last time was, well, you've got a Agora hook, and you didn't really get him in aggressive. You didn't use that for early map control, and I think they might try and do it this time around. They'll drone in the CEO, know it's clear, and send in Jegs. That's what I would do, at least.
Well, he is pretty good at shooting his gun, so it would make sense to put him in that front line and try to find those engagements.
I mean, if you wanted anyone, and Indigo's so a little bit quicker now for TENSTAR, and this is what I wanted to see. And the pulse is in play, so Akui is going to be a threat. As you walk in, you can relay that information. That's exactly what he's doing. And of course, you don't know about this right now, so that C4 could be very problematic if Jegs gets himself caught out. No, it's not going to land.
little bit of damage done. Not a lot, just a little. And that gives Jegs the idea that they know that he's there. So if you're TENSTAR, you know that they know that you've already got a couple of players in that position. And Nate is tossed into the corner. Maybe some bad intel.
No, it's BP. There's a bulletproof camera there. That bulletproof camera will just shoot
Still there, though.
That nade didn't land. So now you don't use second nade, so you kind of go, it stays, I guess.
So BP in place will provide all that information, but it is still a 5 versus 5 inside the server. Jegs on the top of those marble stairs now as well, just holding a cross, looking at the lineup. Lolo playing that position, and Elevator once more. Wasn't that effective last time we came here, but you get a feeling this battle between him and Jegs could be a big one as he looks to push down the stairs, but Aki is going to feed all that information.
He just knows. I mean, again, the Pulse is so good at doing that, you know. Everything you gain is knowledge, and Jegs loses that fight to Sorry.
Yeah.
Big blow very early, and that Amaru's just not worked out for them at all. They've not got any utility, any usage of that, and Azure drops quickly into basement. Will try and catch one, and are they aware of it? And what a shot there, shuts down Lolo. Minute left in this round, get themselves level, but can they make this execution stick? Because, again, while you've got the opening pick, you got yourself level, you've not done a whole lot of damage to site, and guess what? Akwi knows exactly where you are and what your plans are.
Got to get rid of that Pulse. Akwi is going to be able to just relay so much information on where the vertical aspect of this push is going to come from. If the book isn't going to give you enough information as it is by just redecorating that roof. 40 seconds to go. Sorry is on the hunt. He's got the yellow ping. He knows that Azur's nearby. He fires shots, gives away his position, and Azur is still alive in the server. But really, in this position, he doesn't need to get over aggressive here with the UMP now. He's stalled out the attack quite a bit already. 24 seconds to go. And oh no, this diffuser, it's going down. Sorry gets one, Zenoxo gets another. It's a 3v3. Zenoxo needs the cover, but Gemini is going to get YZN. Jonka gets one onto Sorry. Back to a 2v2. Case is cold. 10 seconds left inside the round. Gemini playing by the bomb chassis. TENSTAR, you gotta need to do something. Akwi gets one, Gemini gets the other. And MKERS, not for the first time today, take a 4-2 defensive split.
Little bit scrappy there, and the cover from Zenoxo. If you open up that wall a little bit sooner, you would have been able to deny that cross and get an extra pick for it, and we might have seen a different story. 4-2, you're split. MKERS once again looking, but wasn't this, funny enough, the same exact storyline that we had on Sky?
We've been here before.
We have. So, I mean, on the last map, MKERS won 4-2 on their defense as well. Can TENSTAR run the numbers once again? But this has been a much more dominant and concise MKERS. They look to be way more comfortable on this map than they were on Sky. Hence, probably why it was their map choice.
If you want to be the eternal optimist as well,
oh,
TENSTAR have won 2 rounds, which is more than they won the last time these two sides faced on Bank.
That always look at the improvements.
Exactly.
Always look on the bright side of things. You're definitely not biased towards the MPL side, are you?
I'm just one of those people who's overly positive, and it drives you insane.
No, it does. You have to sugarcoat absolutely everything.
Yeah, exactly. And our watcher, Schreikel, agrees with us there, with he speaks
It's such a horrible rebrand, calling observers watchers. Not a fan of what you've done, Gibby.
It's your fault.
This is your decision. You came up with it, not me. Not me. But for TENSTAR on the defense now, how will they be able to adapt? How will they be able to play around this now? As I always mentioned, I mentioned previously on Sky, round number 7, very influential. How do you change the tempo? How do you go around it? And I'm very intrigued to see what TENSTAR setup will be. And already, look at the side rotation they went on. They went down to that middle floor site. Very first thing, they don't want to go to the basement, and a lot more of an extended roam presence from them.
Yeah, this is a site that I think, when played well, is just incredibly powerful for the defensive side, and we saw that from MKERS. They were able to win it twice, although a little bit scrappy at times. TENSTAR will look to maybe repeat the feat and get a round one here too. This is where they will look to try to just claw their way back into the game. If MKERS can win round 7 and take a 5-2 lead, things start getting a little bit of pressure for TENSTAR. There's the first pick though. Akwi is going to get taken down by the C4, and TENSTAR now can do what they do so well, play with a man advantage.
I was taking notes there, Gibby. I missed it.
You don't take notes.
I took notes. They're written down.
It's just smiley faces on a page.
No, it's not.
On your tiny notebook.
My notebook has taken so much slander in these 3 weeks. Not about that life, but the opening pick, of course, goes for me. Or goes for TENSTAR. My bad. Akwi falls.
Your notes weren't great if you're saying that.
I was looking at my notes and I missed the play. I'm sorry, Gibby. I'm sorry. So the Dokkaebi call goes out, the logic bomb rings out across the floor, and that's going to be Sorry. Gets that trade on to YZN. Yonka finds one back on the Dora. TENSTAR don't want to give anything for free, and this nade will be tantalizingly close. Well, if the hatch is open, maybe. Jegs will get one more. Finds out on the Gemini. Minute 25 left to work with. We're already down to a 4 versus 2. Makers, they've tried to clear TENSTAR, and they've walked perfectly in all the traps set by the MPL champions, and it looks to be a little bit too much to ask now. YZN, or Azure will now drop in the basement. Sorry, we'll read into that one. It might catch him napping, and Azure will now just try and play with a bit of a dance with the devil. Sorry, shuts him down, and now the deficit, only one player. A minute left to work with as well. Oh,
Timing. Lolo was just looking at the long angle when the player comes short. It's a 3 versus 2.
oh no.
Sorry.
NA drone.
Oh no. Poor NA drones. Poor NA drones.
Haven't seen one in a little while.
Nah, but we got with the Z1 today, so sorry.
Oh my.
Jegs,
Hello.
that is poor sorry. We're sorry for that
Sorry,
one.
but yeah. We both went there. We both went for it. Oh no, you've ruined me. You crudted me. Leaves Lolo alone. 35 seconds. He'll be able to silence Jegs. But is it just a little bit too much to ask? 30 seconds. He's got a little bit of time to work with. The case is cold though, so he'll have to rely on that DMR and his wits alone. The camera will spot him out. No logic bombs. One flashbang. 20 rounds ready to go in that DMR. Will he read this absolutely perfectly? Yonka won't get flashed by that stun, and he might be able to swing wide with that SMG, but doesn't even matter. The Capcan shot finds it. Oh, I love Capcan. Capcan.
Yeah, that's for demo. Who can?
I'm not joining you in your wordplay.
Well, oh look, YZN throwing a little bit of salt in the chat too. A little
Salt.
laugh to himself
He's
over
laughing
that
away.
one.
I like that though.
But that's the thing. Trap operators like Capcan and Frost, in the final 10 to 15 seconds of a round, attackers forget about them. They completely forget about their existence.
Who was it in Sweden? Was it Liquid couldn't deal with it on border? Yeah. That was a fun one. A fun one to watch. So, TENSTAR, to the basement they go. This was Maker's primary site. Now TENSTAR, let's see what you've got in store for us. And a little bit of a different lineup once again. Yonka brings out the pulse. Now what this pulse does is realistically give you a massive picture of the battlefield. He will sit in gold, and he will know if you're pushing in the server rack. He can look up towards the hatches, see what you're doing. He essentially is safe on site to relay information. He is the conduit of everything you make. If you want to make a play, he can tell you roughly what's going on if you have a good drone net or good cam network as well. Very intrigued how this one will go for TENSTAR, but Makers, you know, how will your offense deal? How will your problem-solving deal against TENSTAR once again?
I'm really keen to see how they use the information that Pulse is able to gather. Again, in the early round, he'll go to this position and let them know if any push is going to come through dirt, which it's not going to just yet. And then, you know, after about 30 seconds, he'll fall and move to that position in Vault, where he can feed that information again. One thing I've noticed, very early, they've started the drone out down by Garage. And with YZN in position, Osa is going to contest, and they're going to bring 2 players to try to take him down.
So the on-6 will clear that shield. The Osa will try and get that pick very quickly as well. And already, YZN will use one of those canisters. He's going to get caught out, but between a rock and a hard place, he managed to duck and dive his way into safety. So utility burnt away. Both teams losing pretty key bits of utility. Gone6 already gone. 2 classic canisters already tossed out. And well, Makers, you're going to sit here and be pretty confident going, all right then, we'll take that utility burn. You've lost 2 canisters. We've lost 1 shot from a Gone6. 3.
Yeah.
All canisters now gone.
If I am Makers now, that information is so good if you want to push through server now. There's no smoke to deny. There's no go-yo. You've got a pulse. You've got a couple of C4s in the back pocket. But you can realistically go for server.
You've got one C4 to deny a plant now. If you go now for that old school style of play where you just plant, default, on that wall, you're in a problem for TENSTAR because you can't really deny that safely. But Makers have a lot of work to do to make that happen because they haven't got the hatches yet. They're key and critical. You got one player walking in, and that Dokkaebi call rings over the back pocket of Yonka. He'll feel a little bit of pressure, a bit of a pinch, and he can't go on that scanner yet because a sound cue will mean that they know he's vulnerable. He's got cover from that hatch, and Dora will try and scrap and brawl their way inside of electrical. But sorry, we get the opening pick on the Azure.
That's the opener. It's 4v5. Dora being held in position here too, so there's another engagement. But Jegs is going to win that one, bringing us back to a 4v4.
Oh my.
He doesn't know. Because it was behind the corner, he doesn't know.
Doesn't matter though, we know. And now, that's going to be a problem for Makers. They now either have to hunt for the players of TENSTAR or go recover that one.
They're going to go recover it. You surely have to go recover it. That'll be a good kill from Jonka, taking down Sorry, making it a 4 versus 3 now as the round suddenly swings back into the favour of TENSTAR. Aqui's going to get taken down by Jegs, 4v2 as TENSTAR look to level the sides. Gemini on the hunt to go get the case, but he's being held by the Jaeger over on the side, but no, the Jaeger doesn't quite have the angle. But with 30 seconds to go with it, something's got to happen.
Jegs is in great position. He's just going to wait and wait for these two players. They're stacking up, and he's going to fight and scrap and brawl his way around, but there's no case in hand. He'll drop in, fall back to site, and there's nothing they can do. Every second now is such a painful one for MKERS and their fans. They have to make a last dive, and TENSTAR, they'll be ready for it. They'll know something desperate will arrive, and it will be all down to this now. 8 seconds, timer hits red, and TENSTAR, if you don't close this one out, there'll be questions to ask. 4 seconds. Wiseman gets one more. Lolo gets a constellation, gets a second one, but time will be the nemesis. TENSTAR get round number 8 and draw themselves level here on Bank.
This is such a good matchup that we have in the second map. We've been keeping track on the opening picks.
Oh, have you?
8 rounds, 4 for each side, and each side has won 3 of their 4. Woo. So 75% conversion for both of these sides in this map for opening pick, which tells me that it is vitally important to get that one.
Tactical timeout being called by MKERS. Now,
this was the same time it was used last map.
That is true. I mean, all right, Gibby, you're the man that loves talking about tactical timeouts. You know, talk us through this one.
Well, basically, when it comes to tactical timeouts, as we pointed out, the coach now can talk to the players and adjust based on what they've seen. One of the biggest gripes that we have with some teams in Siege is they take that tactical timeout when it's too late. A lot of them. A lot of teams are guilty of taking the match point timeout. When you're down maybe 5, 6-1 or 6, when it's too late, you're like, use the timeout earlier. Use it at a time like this when you can impact the game.
I agree. I agree with that one. I mean, the tactical timeout basically lets you reset. It acts as that little bit of time where you can get your breath back, figure out what's going on, and let your coach chime in just a little bit. Don't think TENSTAR have used one yet, have they?
They've not really got themselves into a situation where you feel like they've had to use one. They've been down 4-2 twice, which is like the old school split in Siege. And then it's been very positive from that point on. Now, if MKERS happen to win a round or 2 in the next 3 rounds, I'd expect Kenny to maybe call that timeout on that side for TENSTAR. But round 9, this is where TENSTAR can take the lead, or MKERS can just get that 5th round and start to build something up again. So we're going to go up to the top floor. Echo is in place. Kanto will be reinforced this time around. And an operator is being brought again in Azami, who we've spoken about how oppressive she can be. Hasn't had a big impact on this game just yet.
Not an impact that I think we've seen necessarily. But when you look at the fact that we saw that main stairs getting patched up completely, like how big that was.
They weren't patched up completely.
You know what I mean?
The idea was good.
Exactly. We also saw the fact that red drop was watched off and blocked off just a little bit from TENSTAR in that previous round. It's those small angles, those small bits of extra cover. It was very, very pivotal. I mean, look at how it's being used here, right? So that protects that rotate inside generator. You go on that window to try and cut off that player. That doesn't work anymore. You now need to open that window, contest anyone who might be daring to peek you, and clear utility off of that, which is likely, or you'd imagine, will be protected. And so Wiseman will make that his home. He'll live in janitor for the rest of this round. And normally you see some of them used inside of stock, not this time around, but Zenoxo has a lot of those magnets placed around him, a shield to help keep him alive as well.
Yeah, he's got YZN covering the vault and through the window while he's going to cover square. So they've got a cross being created. I love that YZN is going to use the Kiba barrier there because it just means that he cannot be shot from the other side of the map while giving him something to get rid of later in the map if he wants to open up that wall himself. YZN still holding the cross. The beeper will just let them know that somebody has now pushed in the square. But there's an element of trust. And there goes the yokai whippet to try and get that little bit of information as well. And it'll say hello to a drone as they both go off in their different directions.
So, that's nice.
Yeah.
Lolo doesn't like that one a lot, though. You don't really want to say hello to UMP and lose your head for it on top square. He'll just think about that a little bit more carefully next time he peeks it around. Sorry, inside the lobby as well. Might pounce late, but has to worry about Azure as well, who seems to be somewhat aware of that threat. Knows completely now that Lions, or at least someone, is inside of ATMs. And will just play the patience game. He will wait. He will try and hold on, and they have no information. But Gemini will get that pick, and now as Azure will walk out, and he's got support as well. They should know this is arriving. But that Lion, doesn't last very long at all. Yonka finds that pick, and now you can't repel on those windows safely. You've lost lobby control, and with a minute left to go, Yonka decides to go on a little rampage. Gets one more. Wizen gets another one on Akwi. The case will try and at least get attempted to go down, and should go down as well. No one's going to stop it. Post plan for Makers.
3 versus 2 as well, as Lolo's going to get that kill, so it's now a 2 versus 2 as Makers in a prime position to get this one. Yonka will begin to push around, a big 1v1 coming on with Lolo here that Lolo is going to win as he gets a triple and leaves it all down to YZN, the player who was picked up just in time for the end of the season. YZN pushing aggressively up, but you got to look at the position of these Makers players. They caught them cold. They just absolutely caught TENSTAR completely cold, and
stick it, go on.
You gotta stick it. But Dora is on the hunt. Dora's gonna get the kill, and Makers win the round, and they take the lead.
A round that you would imagine looks really strong for TENSTAR, and then all of a sudden, they're inside. The case goes down. There's no answer.
It was a 4v2 at one point.
That's a head scratcher around, because you have a lot of utility. No Yokai drones were inside, though. All the Yokai drones are committed to information further around. So you didn't know that gate was going down. You had no one in close enough proximity. TENSTAR spread themselves a little bit too thin there.
They did, and it was really well diagnosed by Makers, because you have the player and Janitor who used the Kiba barrier to prevent him from being shot. But that works two ways. That meant that you could rappel straight into the window, get behind the desk, and from that point you could plant, and there was no way that YZN could fight back the other way. So really well diagnosed by Makers. So we move to round 10. TENSTAR want to get the sides level again. If Makers win this round, though, they move to match point or map point.
It's only a map, Gibby. Not time yet for it to arrive. Can TENSTAR draw themselves level? This has been a bigger test than what we saw in Sky. While Sky's Gripper, yes, was 7-5, right? And on paper, that looks like a close game. But when you look at how the games and rounds went, it was a pretty strong showing from TENSTAR, right? This has been a little bit different. Makers showing a little bit more. They got a little bit more in the tank, a little bit more energy, a little bit more flexibility, a little bit better problem solving. And that's been my critique of this roster. When they're not fully prepped, how do their problem solving skills deal? And so far, been pretty good against TENSTAR in that round. That previous round, a very good example of it. They saw a chance. Let's get the case down. Let's force the post plant. Perfect job on Lolo. Great cover. Finding, 4 in that round?
Yeah.
Mental.
Not for the first time. He's going 14-5 again here. He's having a phenomenal series.
And I don't make it so easy.
Right, go on.
Again, come on. Hey, you got it.
Better. This was better. But now
he got it. No, that counts. We give him that.
Yeah. And the fact is, he's not put it in. He's going to use it for audio cues for just now, which is a good idea as well. 2 minutes to play with. Lots of time for both of these sides. It's one of those ones that can feel like an eternity for the defensive side and feels like it goes by so quick for the attacking side. Now Gemini will directly counter those Kiba barriers as Azami will be forced out of this position. And that provides another avenue of access. E-bar electrical's been open now as well, and Xenoxo will just get back into his little corner and try to hold that push if it comes from over by square.
I mean, that's why Azami's so good. They've used the Flores drum, they've cleared it, and guess what? You can rebuild your little fort. A lot of these Kiba barriers already used and deployed. One in pocket left for Xenoxo. Minute 30 left in this round. Lolo creeping his way all the way in the tellers. Looks for that opening pick alone. Good drone will spot out the player on those spiral stairs. Akwi will get the opening pick on the Jegs now. And for TENSTAR, they're very spread out, but Makers, they're beginning to close the net just a little bit. And Azure is going to feel the pinch of this one, but it doesn't even matter. Gets one on Akwi. Doesn't know. He's compromised down below in lobby, but he can drop from elevator. He's got that safety net, that security. But sorry, in a good position. It looks like Makers very much on the hunt to try and find Azure. Might be a wise choice to fall back though.
Dora's holding. Lolo looks to get a shot through the drone hole, but unable to hit the toes, so YZN will dip back into cover as Azure will go down. And contest, and Lolo is going to fall, so it's a 4 versus 3 now, with 45 seconds to go. Gemini forced to rotate all the way up to the top floor as he will work with Dora to go for what looks like it's going to be that square push whip at this point. That's where everything is kind of lining up to go. Xenoxo in a big gunfight now. Using the bomb chassis, he's got a lot of cover to play with here. Gemini is going to be able to get an injure. Sorry, takes down Xenoxo. Dora's just a prone player. Dora's going to get one onto Yonka. It's a 3 versus 2 now, and both the TENSTAR players very low HP.
They've given sight though, but look at Azure in a great position to try and flank, but low HP on all these TENSTAR players. The case should go down. Azure gets one more, triple kill in the round. Doesn't know that player is so close to him, and without these hatches open, this retake is so hard. The C4 being placed on that soft floor gives himself a sound cue, an option. He'll now drop in and get one. Why does he want to play? Azure now pushes deep inside of sight, and the beepers will ring off, showing Dora's hand, showing his position. But he has to hold off for just a little bit longer. 24 seconds, so we hit critical. Can any of these TENSTAR players creep their way, try and tap that case, and Azure loses his life. No heroics for him, and he looks all but one now. Play the time, fall back just a little bit. Wiseman will tap away, try and stick it out. 5 seconds, he'll pull off. But it is ultimately the time that does the damage. And Makers, you might lose Dora, but you win the round, and you get yourself on the map point here on Bank.
Very good round again, and very good decision making from the side of Makers. But once again, they opened the door twice for TENSTAR to win that round. All you had to do was hold the cross and go for the defuse. Now, obviously, they didn't know the case was there just yet, but the players play him. I mean, you know, based on the beepers, that that's where he is. That's the biggest bit of intel that you can possibly get.
And now we have the timeout called. So, Kenny, the wonderful coach of TENSTAR, has seen something he does not like and went, all right, let us fix this. Let us steer the ship in the right direction. Makers now on map point. Realistically, you do not want this to 3 maps. You want to get this done and dusted. Well, of course, everyone does. Everyone wants to get this done as quick as possible. For TENSTAR, though, those are 2 rounds in a row where you realistically should have won that round. Those are rounds that you had complete control over, and Makers found a way to slip through the cracks. That round upstairs in CEO, the fact is that was a 4v2. The case goes down, and that should have been, before that case goes down, they should have known it was going to happen. TENSTAR lacked information, lacked actionable information, and they suffered because of it. Makers doing a very good job of causing problems. Now, timeout's done, nerves settled. Can we get this a little bit of a charge back from TENSTAR?
Well, map point for Makers, and we're very close to seeing it go to that 3rd map, that trip to Clubhouse, which would be oh so fun between these 2 sides.
What a coin toss that map is, though. And both these teams are so good on club. If we go there, we need all 3 maps. What a series this would be. Think fitting of the billing of this. The 2 Goliaths, the 2 Behemoths, the 2 heavyweight champions going absolutely toe for toe in this one. Can TENSTAR claw this one back, or is it time to get ourselves our bags prepped for a little trip to Germany, as Clubhouse might be calling?
Well, we'll find out very soon. Very soon indeed, because Makers just 1 round away. 2 rounds from TENSTAR, though, and we could find ourselves going to overtime. And if we know Kenny, we know TENSTAR, they're going to want to do it in this map. Makers,
Who
though,
wouldn't? Who would?
Ollie, though, as you keep pointing out, he is this saying that if you win the 2nd map in a best of 3, you're going to win the 3rd.
Well, he says if you win the 2nd map, you're going to win the series.
Yes.
Which is a very good statement, because either you've already won the series by the time of the 2nd map, or you've got a little bit of momentum on your side. Not really a game where momentum's been a massive factor. Both these teams have kept themselves in touching distance. This is like one of the biggest deficits we've had so far, bar for those initial side swaps. So 2 rounds in favour of Makers. Already open up electrical. That position now compromised. Yonka down below on that pulse will relay as much as he can with that cardiac sensor. This is the moment. These are the rounds where you want a player like Jegs to really come alive. He's not had a bad game, but he's been not as Jegs as he's been in previous matches. Little bit quiet, little bit muted, especially when you compare that to Lolo and Sorry so far. Big shifts from the Makers players. 2 minutes remaining in this round. And a good roam presence from TENSTAR, forcing a lot of utility clear, a lot of presence, a lot of map control needed by Makers.
If I'm not wrong, Lolo, if he gets another kill, is going to be over 30 for 2 maps. That's how big of an impact he has had so far in this series. So numbers like that, you'd like to think that you're going to at least get 1 map out of it. So, Jegs' position, very important, playing inside open area. They've put 2 players in this position to hold that hatch. At what point did they decide, yep, we've wasted enough time, we're going to fall back? Well, we'll find out. Sorry is baiting out all of those smoke canisters from below. This was something that we saw them to be able to take advantage of last time. Now, Zenoxo is able to get an opener. Jegs is going to get 1 straight afterwards to make it a 5 versus 3, as that open area hold is coming in strong here for TENSTAR.
Massive roam presence. You're now forcing a huge clear in this middle of the section of the building. And while you have got Gemini on this flank watch, on this cutoff from that opening from the Selma, the case cold inside a Brinter. Azure gets one more on the Lolo. And now this is a problem. Makers stop the bleeding. Sorry will try and put that tourniquet on. Gets one to Azure, but Jegs pops up, plays a dangerous game of whack-a-mole. Might be able to find this one to Dokkaebi. Crosses deep all the way to Printer, but as the flashback, no! Oh my, what a fumble from Jegs in that moment. Sprints a little bit too keen on that shift key, but now it's going to be a 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2, I should say, in favor of TENSTAR. We're making it a 2 versus 2 now. That C4 sent out to no avail, and Makers knocking on the door. This could be a problem, TENSTAR. You don't want to let this one slip. Utility tossed out. Smoke grenades. No case in hand, though. All down to this. Final 30 seconds, Gibby. Can TENSTAR hold on? Can they hold on for one more round, or are we going to Clubhouse?
It's an absolute bank robbery if they're able to win this, but Yonka's able to get sorry, and that makes it a 3 versus 1. Gemini drops down through the hatch, and the audio will provide that intel that he's making the move, but 2 members of TENSTAR playing inside of
Don't peek, don't peek, don't peek. You don't need to do anything, TENSTAR.
Biased caster doesn't want TENSTAR to lose the round, but the members of Makers now, there's Yonka getting the kill, and just like that, TENSTAR reduced the deficit to 1. And well, at the end of this next round, we're either having overtime or a third map.
Not a bad result either way, realistically. If you're in this one for the billing of the matchup, this is the spectacle we all imagined it would be. So, once again, these two teams have pushed us to round 12. The end of regulation, overtime or Clubhouse. Daring prediction from you, Gibby? What are you saying?
Ooh.
Go on.
I need to think.
No. What's your heart telling you? What's the heart telling you? Come on.
Heart says overtime, head says Clubhouse.
Now, let's go back to your heart. If that was going to go... Well, I know. But what would you say? If it went to overtime, who wins it? Well, I'm asking you to pick a winner of this map.
If it goes to overtime, TENSTAR win the map.
I was definitely not steering you in that direction.
You were.
Anyway.
You read it on your notebook and you were like, say TENSTAR.
I've got my runes, my prediction runes.
Definitely wouldn't think that you're a big fan of TENSTAR.
No. What? No. There's no MPL bias on this desk at all.
Apart from the fact that ACEND.CET regularly wear M&M jerseys.
Yeah, well, we were going to wear wild ones, but we saw how that one went.
So, we move into match point. As we said, overtime or Clubhouse will be decided after the end of this round. Open area will be the dance floor that these players will be looking to tango on to try get the win. YZN will reinforce that hatch, and they will look to set up that kind of a checkpoint system on the top floor. If you're a member of Makers, you're going to work your way in, try get some vertical control, use Sledge to the best of his ability, and Buck, so you've got double soft breach or soft destruction on the side of Makers. They're looking to make a lot of holes in that floor.
I'm a big fan of Thorn getting brought out here. What this is those gadgets kind of force you to take fights. That's the intention. That's what YZN is trying to do. Use a pretty powerful SMG and good utility to force fights. Brings a shield as well. Azure in that elevator tries to just lock it down. A little bit of control. Tented a few moments now. Makers do not want to dive in too early. Do not want to take a risk. They do not want to take a single gamble here.
Minute and 55 seconds on the clock. Jegs will get rid of some of those drones. Looking at the information game. Oh, we will get the opener though, and that's big. Now, look at the drone economy though, but they don't have a lot of drones available to work out information. Now, you have those Gemini replicators. Yeah, but you have the Gemini replicators of Iana, and you've got the nades.
Yeah, but realistically, the 2 drones is not a lot to work with. You've got no real flank watchability here. So, TENSTAR, I mean, if you find 2 more drones, you've completely removed the eyes of Makers. This could be huge. Good spot from you, Gibbs. Minute 20 left to work with. YZN locked in place, deep inside of sight. Azure down below has been a key factor for his team so far. Can he pounce and backstab later on? Makers go through the steps, go through the motions, open up the angles, open up the verticals, see what they can do. What can they get set up?
Right, Azure can very realistically get up through both of these elevator hatches and get right in behind the back lines whenever he does. So he's down inside basement and he's thinking about it. You know, he's having that think. Gemini playing in that position with the wall open should be able to prevent that flank coming round from Azure. But Gemini has now given up that position. 43 seconds to go. Azure still bides, holds and waits his time as the flank will come. But the question is, when?
Hard breach utility utilized. Open angle and Azure just, it's so tantalizing and close from our perspective. He'll decide to take the staircase this time around. 3 bodies in close proximity and he spots that one. Dumps his magazine and can't get that confirmed. He'll play a dangerous game without the devil. He'll be able to find one. Drags all to the depths of hell. 15 seconds now and it's all down to Makers. Go time and you got to worry about one down below. YZN will scrap and Brawl denies that plant going down. Yonka gets one and Gemini fires back against the trade. Make it 2, but Azure shut down by the pistol. Zenoxo, it's all down to you. 2 seconds with the case not going down. Time forces our hand to overtime.
The scary thing is, Zenoxo thought about going back to fight.
He thought about it. He thought for a brief moment. He's like, nah, do I peek? Good decision making. He didn't though.
So with that, we go to overtime. Makers will have 2 defensive rounds to potentially win. That is the joy of starting on defense in overtime. You win this round, you're guaranteed at least 1 more defense. At the very least. TENSTAR. If you can win the first round in overtime on attack, it really opens the door for you going forward to the rest of this. So, basement will be the destination. Zenoxo, as he always does, plays with our heartstrings with the glass in for the prep phase, but will of course change away from that as the round progresses. Now, looking at the side of Makers.
Someday he'll play it.
He did once.
It was Chalet.
It was in Chalet because there's a very specific strat where you take him.
Exactly. The one time he didn't play with our emotions.
So, Akui is playing Smoke. You've got Mute in play again. And you've got Goyo. So it's that similar style of defense again. There's actually no changes whatsoever. As Whippet has pointed out, that there's only 2 drones left after the prep phase.
That's not great. That's not great at all. You want to have, 3 to 4 drones left, realistically. You like to have them set up.
That was a bug, I think.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah. Woo! We got excited for nothing.
I like it. I like what teams hunt for drones. It's a nice little thing I talk about.
So, the drones. Obviously, they have a massive impact on drone because intel is so vitally important for both of these sides. Because if you go into a gunfight and you just know you've got that bit of information, it can give you such an advantage. And it does play both ways. Mute, very good at preventing that information. Now, TENSTAR. When you won the site, it all came down to some great work by Azure on the Twitch. Can Azure repeat that magic?
No.
No?
It's very difficult to have such a heroic round, and, well, speak of timing, look who's gone. Look who falls first. It will be Azure. I feel like I've cursed him a little bit there.
Well, you say you cursed him. You said that he wasn't going to get to use them. You were right.
Yeah. So either I cursed him or I'm just that good at predicting things.
Yeah. So, that's the opener pick. That's Twitch gone. That's your ability to get rid of that utility without threatening a body inside of sight. So, those 3 Goyo canisters can now just delay. And there's one on the breach as well. And that's going to pop. The amount of utility that they have put onto A, which means that you can defend the rest of the site and just kind of pop those canisters from behind. So, if you're TENSTAR, how do you address this issue? Do you drop down through hatches? Do you maybe push down through main stairs and get some pressure that way? Well, you need to do something. There's 1:30 left to go. It is a lot of time, yes, but it does go quickly.
The fact is as well, you've lost that opening pick, you've lost a very good weapon when you need to make those late game fights. And the Twitch drones, right? You would like to burn away those Vulcans. You would like to get away that key utility before you have to try and face it head on. And yes, it's all well and good having a lot of time to work with, but look at the stall availability. 3 toxic canisters and those Goyo shields, or not Goyo shields, those Goyo canisters sitting and just waiting. So TENSTAR, as well as you might have everything set up and ready to go, you are going to find this round absolutely choked out. 2 of the Vulcans already detonated and burning. And well, with 50 seconds left to go, you are forced to go as deep as possible to make this work. And you don't have to sit and be patient. This is the most agonizing moments for players. You cannot push deep. You have to try and rely on someone, and that might be Jegs, to make a absolute hero play. And he's thinking about it, and they might need to rely on him to push on in. You can't go for that plant yet, Yonka. It's not time. The fire hasn't stopped blazing its way through. That nade, forced to go deep, forced to be a hero moment. What can they find in the smokes are there? But one's tossed a little bit too deep. Yonka, he might be able to stick this one out. Surely not. You've got the toxic canisters. How do you get away with that one, TENSTAR? And the case goes down. It's a post plant, and Jegs now on flank watch, stopping that ascent up the main stairs.
That's twice. That is twice that TENSTAR have gotten away with a criminal plant down inside the vault.
Oh my Jegs!
Double.
Triple.
Got 2.
Oh.
Got 2. Yonka gets another. It's a 3v1. It's all down to Aquino, who's gone all the way up to the top floor to try take control of Square. He's got 12 seconds to get these kills and the defuse. He's going to get ready to go. Zenoxo gets the kill, and TENSTAR break the serve, and they find themselves on map and series point, and they're going on defense. We're on bank today so far. These sides have been proving it can be a lot more powerful. You okay?
That moment from Jegs.
But that's twice. That's twice they've got to plant off inside the smoke because the placement of the smoke, the Toxic Bay, hasn't been right.
To me, what that reads as, has MKERS over-predicted that Yonka runs a little bit deeper? Because that canister was tossed towards that server rack wall, where Yonka has planted there previously in this matchup. But the fact is, you've got 3 Goyos that burn away. You've got around 30 seconds left to work with. Look at this, Jegs. He doesn't get 3 here. He just gets 2, but does a mess of damage. He does get 3. He did get 3.
There was just that many bodies.
You tricked me.
There was a Congo line.
You lied.
There was a Congo line.
But that, I mean, look, but that is perfect, right? He wasn't needed. They didn't need to call on him to dive bomb into the site late on. He's like, all right, the case went down. Well done, Yonka. Time to go prone and stop anyone's dreams of a retake upstairs. Well played from Jegs. Well played by TENSTAR. But you got a question. How was that plant not stopped? How do you let Yonka get that down?
And he was on 1 HP too. He was really low when he was getting that plant down.
He tasted a little bit of fire as well. He was waiting for the Goyos to stop burning. He goes, oh, not yet. Oh, not yet. Not yet. Oh, it's time. And the smokes go soaring over. There was 2 left in pocket as well.
So open area is going to be the front line of this defense again as they go down to basement.
That round is still, that round has sent me off a cliff.
There's been so many rounds where the attacking side have won it in this game and you're just wondering how.
That's true.
The 2 rounds were MKERS did it, the 2 rounds were TENSTAR did it, and now MKERS need to win this attack to stay in, or to get to that final of challenging. If not, they go down to the lower bracket.
No one wants that. No one wants to go to the lower bracket. Some pretty scary teams down there, isn't there?
You have DUNLIMITED, who are terrifying down there, and you have a set that Jegs gets the opener.
That's the last thing you want. That is the last thing you want.
It's ace gone too.
You've lost an ace, the case is cold, and you let Jegs get a little bit of taste for blood. That's not good. That's a problem for MKERS now. And this entire strategy, you've put a lot of bodies in the holding. You got 1 player holding garage. You're locking that down, being a sentinel turret. But there's no one there to clear that shield this time around. And now you're forced in this horrible position where you're trying to recover the diffuser, get what map control you can. And that's going to be why Zen gets another one on the sorry now. And that's going to be the offset down. That's the garage shutdown. TENSTAR, look to how this one game set and matching that their own presence drops down the site.
Yeah, they can just fall back. All they need to do is fall back now. They've got a 5 versus 3, and it's going to take something heroic from MKERS to manage to claw this one back. They're going to get on the drones. Yonka has got the pulse. He can feed all of this information to the team as well as he plays out of red. As MKERS, well, the options are becoming a little bit limited. How are you going to play it? You've got the hatch, but at what cost? Lolo is pushed into server now too. The wall is soft, and Akui is going to begin to hard breach that wall open. But now the Toxic Bays are going to start popping. Now the clock is going to become a bit of a problem for MKERS as TENSTAR just look to eat it away.
Minute left. Azure, up he goes. Up the other arch he goes. And this is going to be a problem. He's going to go all the way upstairs. He has every intention for a long flank. Pressure builds every second. Those ex-Carabels get shot out as well.
Garage player.
This is a problem. Now, they wanted to shut that down. They had the OSA there for a reason. Akui, cautious of Azure, aware a threat will arrive from upstairs. But MKERS, you don't have the manpower, you don't have the time, and you're running out of every option. That's C4 sent, but Gemini gets one to Azure. The flank now shut down. Is there a chance? Is there an opportunity? 25 seconds, and Jake says no. Double kill in the round, and now it's desperate measures. The case, you gotta try and stick it. You gotta hope your cover is down and solid. But TENSTAR, they will wait, they will hold on, they will lock this one out. And they've got no chance. Surely no chance Akui can find this one. Jegs locks it down. 9 seconds. It's all but over. TENSTAR, you are looking at the cusp of a final, and yes you are! There it goes! Your MPL champions now book their ticket in this season of Challenger League's grand final. What a showing from them! And they get their revenge on blank against MKERS.
They get their revenge. The only positive for MKERS is by winning all those games earlier, you stayed in the upper bracket. You've got 1 more life remaining against who we find out later today. But for TENSTAR, what a year it has been so far. You think back to last year. and you think of the story Eminem wrote. And you got to say, that was an absolute wonderful story. TENSTAR,
Something similar. It's something similar, isn't it?
it could be better. It could actually be better. They were Nukin 2 at the start of the year. Nukin 2. And they've only made a couple of changes because players went to play in the UL.
That is true.
So they've lost incredible players. They've been able to make changes, and all of a sudden they find themselves in the final of Challenger League.
What almost a fairy tale. Almost a fairy tale for them. They've got one more matchup a little bit later on this one to get done, but I tell you what, I cannot wait to see how our desk breaks down that absolute Goliath of a matchup.
TENSTAR undefeated, once again proving us what they're capable of, and they are now sitting comfortably in the grand finals. Bank was a showing. Makers, they did put up a fight, but it was not enough.
They tried. They tried.
When you try your best and you don't succeed.
Round 13 just sticks in my mind now, because that round for me, how they're able to get the plant down with fire everywhere. With, can we come close? Come here. You need to understand this. How they're able to plant the diffuser with fire everywhere, with all the smoke canisters in the world, and not just one, not just two, but 3 C4s is beyond me. It is just...
It's okay, Demo.
It's okay, Demo. It happens.
It's going to be all right.
It happens. Never happened to you in your games?
No, not my stacks. We have pedigree. We are clinical when it comes to it.
So Ollie's definitely not in those stacks. Okay, well.
I think we have a clip. We have a clip to help demonstrate this. We can maybe just pull it up.
I don't know if I
Do you want
I don't think he wants to see it again.
Can Demo Bear relive
Can
it?
Demo relive it? Can we show it?
I think we need to put him through it.
Yeah, let's
show
Put
it.
him through it.
Like, if you're at this stage, right? Fire, you've popped the Goyo canisters, right? TENSTAR, you still have plenty of time, but those they literally last for at least like 30 seconds. So you're probably looking at the plant going down at 20 seconds here. You have all the smoke canisters. There's another 30 seconds. You have C4s, which is not only going to be guaranteed kills, but again, just waste even more time. There is at least a good, 1 minute 20 worth of denial still in the hands of Makers. And there's just no reaction, right? Yonkers tried to plant. Just wait, just chill, right? And he goes for it. At this stage, with 30 seconds to go, get the smokes out. What are you waiting for? You know they're going to smoke. He smokes deep. How a player of... He's been to Invitational. He has been to the biggest competition, and he doesn't know his smoke lineups. How?
Yeah, Ollie, how?
This is almost the worst bit, though. Jegs, late prone, at beepers.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter at this point. But that was just, it was salt in the wound at that point. Akwi's got himself onto the top floor, 20 seconds. We all know how this one goes. I think TENSTAR did a great job of staying composed, because that was not an easy plan to get down. But you've got to risk it. You've got to respect your planter, and you've got to go for those plants and hope that the cover's there. You know, they didn't have time to bait out all that utility. On a different day, Makers maybe get away with that a little bit differently, but you've got to use your util, Demo. It's page 1.
Yeah, play the game. Okay, while you guys are, dealing with the emotional turbulence of having to rewatch that round and relive through it, we're going to get Kangaroo Kenny on the line as we have an interview ready. Hello, congratulations. You're in the grand finals. How does it feel?
Unbelievable. Hard work pays off.
Absolutely. So at the break, you guys had 2 weeks off between the 14th of November until now, and it feels like a lot of prep has gone into this. How was the break? What did you focus on?
I think the main thing that probably people notice, we picked Skyscraper.
Yeah.
In groups, Makers were in our group back in November and October even. We played them twice. We played them on Bank where they 7-1'd us, and then we played them on Villa in a troll game that didn't matter. We won that one. But the Bank game, they had perfect prep on us. Like, I've got to give it to them. They completely counted every strat we had. We had no time to change strats from MPL finals to Challenger League, because it was such a short span of time. And they counted everything that we did and smoked us. And other things that I noticed with them, that they do loads of prep on every team. They beat Wild on Clubhouse by literally knowing exactly what they do, because Wild played loads of Club and played loads of, I think they played them on Oregon as well. Mm-hmm. So our best map is Chalet. We didn't pick it today because we knew they would fully expect Chalet. They would prep everything they had in the world for it. We decided to bring a map that we've never played because they can't prep a map that we've never shown before. So we took a gamble on Skyscraper, never played it. We decided to have it as the decider against ACEND, but luckily we didn't have to play it and didn't have to show it. We took a gamble and it paid off. And obviously we worked on Bank, the issues that they exploited with us, showed the weaknesses in our Bank, and we really worked on it. Yes, there probably were mistakes from them on Bank that should have secured rounds. I heard Demo having an absolute aneurysm while I was waiting in the wings. But, the composure from this team is unmatched.
You're going to watch that round, and because you know the way I think, and you're probably going to go and watch that round 13, and you're going to think, yeah, what are they doing? Because that was just it. And
well, he missed his smoke.
Of course he missed his smoke. Simple. Right, and look, the put to you, Ryan, okay, if you look at a team like Makers, where they are good, they're a good side. Sure, they had the bad day today, but we know the qualities that they can bring on a day-to-day basis. In terms of your prep work, because obviously you've talked about a lot of Makers, I mean, you're a guy who likes to know everything about who you're facing. I mean, obviously, you probably knew that Bank was going to be happening, because they're going to feel confident on it. They beat you before. Yeah, exactly. Like, were you on that Bank, were you literally just looking at yourself? Surely you had to look at Makers, and you had to know what they were going to do.
I don't think that Bank is anything special. In terms of their defenses, like, they anchor on basement, which, if you do the steps right, is easy to pick apart. The first couple of times we attacked it, we stalled out. Like, they had slightly different strats that they brought to what they've done before. Like the mute roam they didn't have before, and the mute jammers really stalled us out on clearing. And that's why we were so slow. Like, usually they just held open area within his army, so it was very easy to clear. But they slightly tweaked stuff which like caught us slightly off guard. But once we got into the flow of things, and we knew how to exploit them, because they're very well. I'm not going to give it away to other teams because they've got a game tomorrow to play one or two teams.
No leaks.
But if you understand how they play, they are very exploitable, and we exactly did it on Bank. In our defenses, our attacks were shoddy, but if they can't attack as well, then we just won more rounds. That's how it goes.
Yeah, that's how it went indeed. And it feels like with all the prep and everything you guys put into everything over the last year, you've had an incredible year. So what is the secret?
Just good vibes. Good vibes in the team. Constantly, everyone knows what they need to improve on, and everyone has similar goals. It's simple. Like, we enjoy being a team. I think that's just the simplest way of putting it. You're gonna be 7 hours a day together. You've got to enjoy who you're with. And yeah, we have bad days, we have disagreements, but the work ethic of this team is something I've never experienced before. Like, they get me working more than I have before, and when, as a coach, you get pushed by the players, it's just a snowball effect, because they push you, so you push them further, and it's just back and forth. And because we have such a focus on don't care what people say. Like, if it's a criticism, it's a criticism. You take it on the chin, and we improve on it. And I think we're just a nice, happy family.
Lovely to hear. But with this family, what is the next goal? What's in the future for TENSTAR?
Well, controversially, I would be saying, our next game we could secure EUL, but is what it is. Next goal, I guess. SI Open quals are in a week's time. We'll now be fed into the second stage of that because we're in the grand final of CL. So I guess SI Open quals. We got some fierce opponents waiting in the wings like Na'Vi, Secret, Virtus Pro. So that'll be a challenge, but I think we're all ready for a break for Christmas because we have been working non-stop throughout this year. It just hasn't ended. So we've got like 3 weeks off in January. So that'll be nice to look forward to.
Well, that sounds very nice indeed. Thank you so much once again for the interview. Hard work does pay off, and hopefully, who knows, we might get to see you again for an interview.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Well, you heard it here first. Hard work and good vibes. And then you earlier, Demo, you were saying be unique. But looking at the summary, however, it felt like TENSTAR was prepared for Makers in terms of them picking Bank. But in regards to how prepared they were, I think that's maybe a question that we might be looking to answer here.
There was no doubt in the preparation. We knew that if Bank got played today, that Kenny would have spent a lot of time understanding the mistakes that were made and things that they could do better. And it sounds like they've got a pretty good idea of Makers. They've certainly had their number here tonight. 2 relatively close games on the scoreboard, but I think the differences in side switching really tells a complete story here tonight. Makers have struggled on attack on both maps here. Yeah. Do you know TENSTAR, as Kenny said, they weren't flawless. They did make a couple of mistakes on their attacks, but ultimately they're going to walk away tonight the winners.
Yeah, I think he knew that there was mistakes on the side of Makers today. Again, you have to give a team like Makers respect. We know how good they can be, but no, what a year for TENSTAR. I think this is probably a good time to reflect because we're not going to see them again for a while because they don't have to play tomorrow because I suppose they won today. Yeah. But I mean, what a year! And also one thing that I think. What Kenny didn't mention is he's also been plagued with roster changes. That's out of his control. Keep that in mind. The roster changes is not down to him. He hasn't had to drop players. He hasn't, it's been players who have went on to bigger teams, and that's what he's had to deal with. And it just seems to be that everyone he brings in, it's as if nothing's changed.
It's almost like the new M&M.
It's been the same team for the entire year, but still the players are changing, but it's still the same team.
Yeah, and there's like the snowball effect that he mentioned, right? You push the players push you, and it just keeps going. A domino effect, not Jenga here. But yeah, absolutely. TENSTAR, they've impressed us, but now Makers, unfortunately, they're out of the competition. They have to go to that lower bracket, so they still have a fighting chance, but that's going to be it's going to be a difficult one indeed.
Well, we're going to have to find out who they play.
Yeah.
We need to know. ACEND or DUNLIMITED.
But it feels like at this point, everybody's out for revenge on TENSTAR because every single team that has been knocked into the lower bracket that is still there at the moment, it was TENSTAR who knocked them into it. That's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they're the best team in the league. That's the reason for it. Honestly, I look at TENSTAR and you do just look at them and you think, yeah, all these players, like no matter what happens to this team, all the players I think roster moves are going to be happening because we know for a fact, and especially after this year, after the past 6-9 months especially, I think everyone in EUL, all of the teams, they've all clocked on. That's the younger ones. They're the ones you should be going after.
Oh.
And I think that's been proven now two majors in a row.
It's like I said, they're almost like the new M&M. M&M were a big feeder team at a time of bringing in talent, and they still are to an extent. They've got an academy team even now. But you look at TENSTAR and you think, these guys started off the year in UKIN 2.
Yeah.
They've gone through so many roster changes.
Look, I'll happily put a bet on that there will be TENSTAR players playing in EUL next year.
100%. They will suffer. They will suffer from their own success because they are so consistent and whatever secret formula that Kenny provides them with and whatever environment they're fostering over there is clearly working so well. It's shining a light onto these talented players and it's giving them a platform to make that next leap and to make that next step.
Maybe it's whatever they're having for breakfast, but or maybe it's the breaks that they have. And we're going to have a break of our own as we're going to be back with the second match of this evening, which again is going to determine who is going to be heading up against Makers. And there's going to be DUNLIMITED against ACEND. So we'll be back shortly.
Fans now book their ticket in this season of
everyone, and that's the second game of the day that we're going to be looking at. It's going to be DUNLIMITED up against ACEND. Both of these teams fighting for a chance of survival to go up against Makers, but also not to lose out, as whoever loses this game, unfortunately, is going to be heading home, and that's then done for CL. I'm Ginny, your host. On the desk this time around, they're previously casters, they're now analysts. We can do a little bit of everything over here. We have Whippet, we have Gibson. Guys, how was it? That was your final cast of CL.
It was fun. It was pretty much everything you wanted. Yes, it was 2 maps instead of 3, but both games were incredibly tight. And I know for Whippet, with his love for TENSTAR, he couldn't be happier with how that game ended. But I think for the viewers at home as well, it was a real treat of a game.
It was indeed, and we now have another treat, DUNLIMITED against ACEND. Now, both of these teams knocked into lower bracket, as we mentioned, by TENSTAR, so both of them looking to get a little bit of revenge. DUNLIMITED yesterday, they looked very different than what we might have been used to. They're very calm, very collected, very calculated in terms of their approaches to the map. So, are we scared of DUNLIMITED?
Right, Wild fans, don't listen.
We go.
But DUNLIMITED weren't tested yesterday whatsoever.
No.
That was probably one of the easier games that they played. And I feel like, yeah, a lot of people are disappointed about it, but it means that DUNLIMITED didn't have to show very much. And I think that right now they are the best team inside the lower bracket. So because of the fact they didn't show too much yesterday, and because of the fact that I think they're so strong, they could put on a hell of a show tonight.
Okay, if you're a Wild fan, you can turn up the volume again. If you can lip read, that is. If you can't, then I'm really sorry that you're missing out, because we're going to be talking about ACEND this time around, however, with it. And that's the fact that it really looked yesterday like the break that they had, the couple of weeks have taken to their advantage. They prepped a lot. They said they had a tournament here in Paris, and it looked like it paid off.
Yeah, ACEND looked like a very competent team last time out, and when we look at this matchup against DUNLIMITED, they are stylistically the worst matchup for DUNLIMITED, right? They are super structured. They love to drag and slow rounds down and slow matches down. DUNLIMITED, while they've showed that they can be comfortable in those moments, aren't necessarily natural to that play style. They want to be in your face. They want to be aggressive. And if ACEND can play that very structured, their signature style of play, they will shut down DUNLIMITED and cause a lot of problems and force DUNLIMITED to adapt and change, and that could be a problem depending on how long that takes DUNLIMITED to do.
Yeah, DUNLIMITED yesterday, looking at their roster as well, it felt like every single individual of that roster stepped up. It wasn't just one player just coming in and you're like, hi guys, I'm here. It was every single one. And that's most likely going to be translated today. It was only a day difference. So looking at the roster specifically, Gibson, what should we be highlighting?
So when you look at the roster, as I said yesterday, it's very difficult to pick out which player is the most dangerous one, because every single map, it seems to be a different player that's on top of the leaderboard. So if I was going up against DUNLIMITED, the question is, shut them down on the entry. If you look at the stats, every single player is going positive. But look at Rorik. 18 kills on the entry as he has just walked into sites time and time again. The EPS is obviously pretty good for most of the teams around the whole roster. But yeah, watch them playing on entry. Nobody is afraid to take on their 1v1s at the start of a map. And the question is, how do you shut that down? Well, you have two options. You either meet them head on whenever they try to enter the building, or like what I said, you play a really structured, slow down defense and make them wait and wait and wait before that open engagement occurs.
And ACEND are so good at doing that. And, well, if ACEND want to fight DUNLIMITED, they've got a pretty good set of roster players to do it as well. I mean, we love to talk about Deadshot and how effective Deadshot has been. But yesterday, Enemy rolled back the years, played like he was back in his prime all those moons ago, and was that ultimate lurk player. Just think about how effective he was at popping up late round on maps like Theme Park and caused all sorts of problems. That will be my one to watch in this one. He's took this break in his stride and it's been fantastic. But Deadshot, Rorik and him are going to go head to head so many rounds in this matchup, and it'll be very interesting to see who comes out on top of that one.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about ACEND, a lot of people who maybe watch groups might not have been fully convinced by them, but they were still gelling as a roster and getting better. I think as this tournament has progressed, they've gotten better and better and better. And that little break off during the major really looked like it helped them, because yesterday they did play oh so well.
Yeah, and if that hasn't convinced you, then we have even more statistics to throw at your face. This time it's going to be a head-to-head between Enemy and Rorik, just to see how these individual players are going to be matching up against each other and who we should be keeping an eye out on.
Well, I talked about Enemy, right? He is on that offensive side, way more of a support role, and they line up almost perfectly with each other. But he's not put up as great as the numbers as you might look at Rorik, but he's always consistently there. And after yesterday, done a fantastic job. And that's why I want to bring him up, because he might not have the numbers to look so super comparable to Rorik, but the way he played post that break in yesterday's game, in that series, was tremendous. And I really think he can continue that form here against DUNLIMITED.
Yeah, and then look for Rorik in the early round, because if you look at those stats as well, 18 opening kills out of his 45 total. Most of his engagements are going to happen in the early stages of the round. And he is the player that scares me most in CL because of
I don't blame you.
But it's how calm he is.
Yeah.
You've spoke to him. It's like, how did you feel after winning that game?
Good.
No, I don't really feel anything. We did our jobs. We got to win that game. I have a feeling even if they win CL, I'm like, yeah, we just kind of did what we were planning on, and we'll see you next time. That's the vibe that he gives me. He's just so confident,
calm and collected, and that's how we've seen them as not just Rorik but the entire team yesterday. And that's a little scary for ACEND, because we said earlier, ACEND, they really like to have everything, all their ducks in a row, know how to approach certain situations. But the thing about DUNLIMITED that we highlighted was the fact that they just went from complete messy chaos situation on the first map to absolutely completely structured. Unlimited, and Wild struggled to deal with that, Wild potentially not being in their best form, as you might have mentioned. But ACEND, they're going to have to be dealing with that as well. And coming into this, we said Unlimited, was a dark horse coming into it, but now you said it yourself, they might be one of the strongest ones in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people looked at Unlimited and didn't know what to expect. We saw them show up in the late stage Open qualifiers. They managed to make that kind of last dive in, and they looked to be a little bit of that danger side. We talked a lot about in the early stages of this how they would get 4 or 5 rounds very early, and then they'd struggle to close out games. In this playoff bracket, in best of 3s, they've shown a very different style of play where they're able to go, yeah, we can get our 5 rounds, but then we'll close out. Look how they played against Wild on Clubhouse, for example. They knew exactly what Wild was going to do. Now, Wild wasn't playing the best Siege you've ever seen Wild do, but when you talk to them afterwards, the Unlimited were annoyed and angry that they didn't get a 7-0, that they let Wild get those rounds because they were that confident. And if they can have and continue that confidence going up against ACEND, they could be a very dangerous side.
Yeah, and one thing, however, yesterday were the map picks. We said both of maps that we've seen come through from Unlimited, they were different play styles and they were able to adapt to both. So now that we're going to be heading up against ACEND, we have Chalet, Oregon, and the decider is going to be Cafe. A little similar to what we've seen yesterday.
It's similar, but to me, that's a win for Unlimited with that map pool.
Okay.
Their style of play, Chalet fits into it perfectly. We've seen how they can just go direct to site on maps like that. You've got yourself Oregon in there again, where you still think about that Unlimited attack, where they just walk down the back stairs. To me, I'd be worried. But the other side of things, though, these are maps where you can set up checkpoints and things that can be difficult for Unlimited to do, and that's where I think Cactus will have a very big role. Yeah,
Cactus has been a very key player on ACEND, is kind of fills a support role, is able to come up massive, and I have to say this map selection gets me very excited for this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting indeed, as the lobby is now ready, and we're going to go into the action. Unlimited against ACEND, covered by the previous analysts, now casters, Demo and Ollie.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. Demo and myself will be covering this next best of 3. We've got ACEND and we have got Unlimited, both of which fighting it out here to see who will take the spot against MKERS tomorrow, Demo.
MKERS, you say?
I do say.
Yeah, we have to find them an opponent, and we will get one in this game. French side has looked very good, I think, compared to probably what we expect. I think probably have outperformed themselves compared to last year, Ollie. So I'm excited to see ACEND, but for me, my dark horse of the entire competition, Unlimited, has to be respected as a threat still in this competition.
Unlimited for me are the little team that could, and I think that they may go all the way here. It will be a lower bracket run to be remembered if they make it. I just like the idea of that storyline.
Have you noticed what always happens every year?
Tell me what always happens.
UK is always the best.
Obviously.
There's always a French team. And there's always a Russian team that comes out of nowhere. Then there's an Italian team that chokes.
Oh dear.
How many Italians have we got left in the competition? Oh, just... well.
Well, before Demo insults anybody else.
God, just learn your smoke lineups. Are you?
It's a different game, man. Run Chalet now.
Doesn't matter. Honestly.
Nook and a Hibana ban. Unlimited coming in with their second ban here. No surprise to see ACEND taking away the Nook.
Oh, we get to cast a Disciple.
We do.
Go with this.
Get to cast one of your favourites. A little bit of information removed as well. The Valkyrie taken away.
Ban is an interesting one because it's
especially for Chalet.
I'm trying to figure out just where's the best. I'm trying to figure where you're going to get your best value out of not having a Hibana if you're Unlimited. The thing is that catching me with Hibana ban is naturally you'd think, okay, hatches are going to be really good. Where do we really see a lot of hatch play? Like, sure, you can look at basement and you're probably thinking, oh, hatches, getting them opened up, get connector open. But teams you don't even need connector hatch open to really attack basement. You can then look at maybe bar and you're thinking, well, sometimes they just leave the hatches open anyway. I don't really know where you're going to get the value from, where I think Ace is always going to be the better operator.
Could potentially be a bit of a target. I know the enemy likes to play quite a bit of the old Hibana, so could potentially be a little bit of a target toward them, but I would agree it's a pretty soft ban.
Yeah.
And there's other things that you could have gone for. You think about what's available. Dokubi's up. We're sure we've got the Nook removed, but you've still got a good amount of options there for the attackers. So we'll see how it plays out anyway. We'll see if we do get ourselves a slightly attacker or defender-sided Chalet here. We're going to be kicking things off in the bar. Send starting off on the defense.
So, Ascend, we know Chalet. Ollie, this is a map that they're very familiar with. It's certainly one of their comfort maps that we always see them kind of resort to if needed. But they're going to actually kick things off with the Chalet first of all. So I think there's going to be a good chance for Ascend to really lead from the front. We know DUNLIMITED, if they have a bit of confidence behind them, and look what they did to Wild yesterday, Ollie. Whenever they get that first map, it just rolls on to the second, doesn't it? So I think for Ascend today, they need to get off to a good start.
A lot of drone pressure coming in here onto enemy. Rorik is eventually going to take that challenge. So much information here available for DUNLIMITED. Nice to see them not overextending off the back of it either. Both players just trading blow for blow, but both getting away intact for the time being. Maybe would have been nice to open up that garage door and just remove the ability to make the full rotation.
I mean, I think they've actually gave up the kill on enemy. I think they probably could have killed him quite easily. He was trapped inside of garage. They knew that. They had a man outside lobby, but then he just left it. That's a great cut-off point whenever you know there's going to be a roamer in the basement. It just limits him to really only going up the blue stairs. He doesn't have access to Snowball because lobby, there's always somebody sniffing outside of it. Right now, DUNLIMITED, they are starting to orientate their attack now in towards the library. Generally, if you look at how teams clear out the library these days, it's a little bit slower than what you'll see for most executes in Chalet. I think library, it is still a little bit touchy because there's a lot of utility always is going to be placed up that teams have to burn through. Like, look at the Wamitis, look at the ADSs. That's what 4 burns right there that they have to go through before they even think about jumping in. And then you also then have to go through the blue stair shield. You have to go through the fireplace. There is so much that you have to clear as an attack.
DUNLIMITED so far are doing the best to clear the utility. They've certainly cleared out a lot of bodies as they're now in a 3 versus 1 here with Cactus left as the sole survivor. He's got an angle onto that double door. Flora's drone going to come in, regular drone at his feet. His location given away here, and with 45 seconds, there's not a lot that a Frost can do to stop the impending doom that comes his way. Full white flash on the Candela, no one there to take advantage of it for the time being. Nordwin going to hit a swing, a little bit of cover of smoke, another Candela in for good measure. Cactus really is in a bit of a tough spot at the moment. Not a lot that he can do to get himself out of this one. Got no denial, nothing really. He's going to have to take these fights as 1v1s if he can, but unable to do so. Nice patience from DUNLIMITED. They knew exactly where that last player was. They knew that Cactus was stuck inside a cubby and they didn't rush for the kill. They didn't look to try and take any unnecessary risks. Using all of the utility, even the Candelas, the smokes, everything was getting thrown there just to keep the pressure on.
I'm pretty sure Deadshot got downed by a nade and there's Wamai, Jaeger and Aruni on the board. How that happens?
Well, the focus was library, wasn't it? All of the util was in library.
It's like that picture, you know, whenever they're in the swimming pool and like the adult is like helping one child, another child's like drowning, and then the other one's just at the bottom of the skeleton. You know, that format that we have. That was basically it. Library's got all the attention, Blue's got some attention, and Fireplace is just, they're done.
I can't believe it's round 2 and we're already describing memes.
What's wrong with that?
Do you ever think we'll get to the point where we have a switchboard full of memes that we can just play at opportune moments?
A soundboard, perhaps?
That's like a visual soundboard.
A visual one? Need to work something with production for that. Just a folder for me and you.
We could just get a load of buttons here that we could just press.
I mean, we still have to get the radio show on the go.
Yeah.
Still have to get the call-in feature. It is it's tricky, but I mean, DUNLIMITED again just took their time. Again, I think utility placement, there's probably too much in library. Wasn't enough everywhere else. That was where it hindered Ascend, in my opinion. Also, really surprised to see Deadshot not on the alibi whenever it is open. An Alibi is a really good operator for Chalet. Chalet, there's always going to be opportunities for deployable shields. There's always going to be a necessity for opening up walls and opening up these long angles, which then you can challenge with your 1.5x M4 Storm. You know, there's a lot of advantages for taking the Alibi, and I think with Deadshot wielding that, it's going to get you, it's going to be a benefit to your side.
Maybe Deadshot was paying attention to our pre-show today demo, where we highlighted that Malusi actually has a higher pick rate and play rate inside of EUL Stage 3 than Alibi, so maybe he's tried to elevate himself a little bit there.
Nade kill happens immediately, Ollie. I think that is from below that has just happened. So down goes Rykos, who we mentioned before, Ollie. He played some good Siege yesterday.
He did.
And that's him off the board. Not a good start for him. 0-2 is how it stands. DUNLIMITED. Again, this is where they're so good. If they have that opening pick, they will just squeeze every ounce of energy that you have in that round. They don't let you get away with anything. It's like a boa constricting around you the whole time, and you can't get out of it. They're so good from the front.
Army going to look to move through now and get the wall open. Of course, this is a kitchen attack, so we are looking to gain control of this top floor in an attempt to flush out those defenders. There's so many vertical holes to work with that you can't really ignore this top floor presence. Top floor hatch has been reinforced as well, so Ascend don't even have the option to dip out if they wish. They are going to be playing this position right up until the bitter end. Around a minute remaining here, and we do have office wall open. I think that we're getting the wall opened into sight as well, as we can see some attackers there just making a couple of arrangements to nestle an exothermic in.
Yeah. Just look above. I think Ascend, they realize that they're going to need to retake above. I think they've clocked onto that. Look how close that the smoker's playing up on that piano wall. You can see the Deadshot starting to get in position, and they're going to have to retake. So that's where it's going to have to come from Ascend. They're going to have to challenge on to these players above. But like I mentioned before, Ollie, DUNLIMITED, they don't let you get away with anything.
Hypex has moved through. We've seen Nordwin get one already. 4 versus 2, 15 seconds. Not a lot of time, but plenty of opportunity here. Hypex on the backstab as well. This is brilliant. Look at that pre-fire. Cactus, he might have the Alder. He's got some red pings, but he hasn't got a chance in hell. Nordwin, he's able to shut him down. Nice rotation from him as well. Look at how active and how slippy DUNLIMITED are here.
They don't lose whenever they get the opening pick. They just don't. We've mentioned it before. They're a team which, if they don't get the opening pick, they're done. That's it. They're not even close to winning a round. But if they get that opening pick, it is very rare that you will see them lose it.
Rorik's drinking out of a jug of water.
Yep.
It's quite literally a jug.
Mm-hmm. What's your point?
It's not a cup.
Stay hydrated.
It's not a glass. It's not a bottle. It's a jug.
What's the issue?
Never seen it before. Maybe that's the secret.
If he wants to drink from a jug, let the man drink from a jug.
It's genius. Maybe.
Who are you to say?
Maybe it's one of the big vessels he's got.
You don't know him.
I'm not criticising him. I'm fascinated.
Rorik, I apologise for my co-caster. I do. I humbly apologise for him questioning your water drinking techniques.
Just keep.
It's a big game for him, and you're trying to throw him off and say, "Oh, why are you drinking that?" Come on.
Just keep your eye on it.
Come on.
See if it happens again. Bit thirsty?
No, he's okay. Look, he's fine. He's in the moment. He's in the zone. He's leading 2-0.
There's definitely another sip after, or just before we go back in. Guaranteed. DUNLIMITED. We said earlier, demo on the desk in the pre-show, we were talking about DUNLIMITED and we were saying that, okay, we saw TENSTAR push them. We didn't see them pushed yesterday. Mm-hmm. So far, they haven't been pushed at all on Chalet. It's round 2. Best of 3. Loads of Siege left to play here. But you do just start to worry for Ascend a little bit. They're getting caught very flat-footed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And once again, for DUNLIMITED, basic attacks. You know, very by the book.
Do you remember the first week
Chalet?
we saw these players?
Yeah.
And we saw them literally just walk down main stairs on Clubhouse.
Yep.
To just chaos. And I was loving it because I was thinking, this is the next Helios. I get a full 4, 5, 6 weeks, however long it is, of watching Demo lose his mind. This is wonderful. I genuinely cannot wait for this to all unfold.
Is that what you look forward to?
Yeah, I was like, I want every single DUNLIMITED game because I just want to watch Demo with his head on the desk.
That's what I thought yesterday was going to be. you know?
Well, it wasn't.
And it didn't because Unlimited.
But you contrast that to the first round that they played here, where they had all that information on enemy and garage, and yeah, they didn't get the kill, but look how patient they were about it. There was no rush, there was no like, oh my goodness, we must do something.
I'm telling you, they've learned a lot from that loss against TENSTAR.
I think that they have.
100% they have.
Most improved team, maybe?
I think so, yeah. I think they've just surprised us.
Says yes.
They've surprised us.
For anyone at home that's wondering. Back to bar.
Back to bar.
I wouldn't go back to bar.
I'm surprised Basement isn't getting a shout.
Yeah, Basement.
I like Basement. I think, obviously, Basement's a bit topical. People say, oh, it's bad because it's too easy to get the plant down and stuff like that. I think with the way that you're not seeing Kide be banned away the same amount, you're not seeing Bandit get banned away, Mute's always going to be an option. There's plenty of denial that you can go for. You know, there's options in that regard.
Anytime that I see anyone playing the corner of library, not on a dock, I just like, why bother? Like, just pick dock. It's incredible.
Oh, we've seen it used once already in this.
But that is where that is
position?
the position that spawned 1,000 phrases.
Yep.
And 1,000,000 smiles.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me. I hate that because now I'm known as.
But it was brilliant, Demo.
Stop it! Like, just get some help, please. Oh dear. Azox, and this is where I think I do worry for ACEND, because I think they have players who have tendencies where they will realize that they're down a creek and they need to try and get out of it, and they will try and go for the hero plays, and I think that's going to backfire. Like we mentioned before, DUNLIMITED, the patience that they have, Ollie, they don't give you a lot. They don't give you many opportunities to really collapse on them. And I think that then if you're trying to go around and chase kills almost, you're going to get punished. 100% you're going to get punished.
Something that's been quite nice already in the couple of rounds that we've seen has been DUNLIMITED's positioning. They're really not afraid to hit that backstab and send somebody off on quite a significant rotate.
Because they play to that advantage.
Look at where Rorik is at the moment. He's got a great angle here. We've just seen a trade 1-for-1 Deadshot onto Army.
On the alibi.
But Rorik is able to transition across.
Hello?
How has he picked up a nade kill there? We've got Jaeger, we've got Wamai, we've got all of these tools. The deployable shield not being covered.
This is it. Now Blue Stairs is at the bottom of the pool. They've changed the utility. They've maybe give Fireplace a few more. But guess what then? Then Blue Stairs is done. He doesn't have anything. And again, DUNLIMITED, they've just burned through very little utility, it feels like, and then they just start tearing away with a round, Ollie. This is DUNLIMITED at its best. They get that advantage, and they just don't lose it.
Azox has a chance to make a rotation here. Hypex shuts enemy down. Enemy didn't have a chance there. Great shot from Azox onto Nordwin. But how far can he push this? How far can he go? The plant is going to be going down. There's option here for DUNLIMITED to cover it on both the same floor and from above. Azox knows that. Twitch drone at his feet, so he can't move too much.
You have to retake above. You have to.
You've got a very tough task ahead of you. Look at the angle that Rorik's holding here. It's horrible. A couple of shots is going to be enough to deter Azox as he keeps tap firing away. The deployable shield's going to work for both of them. But really, Rorik, he just needs to waste as much time as possible. Gets caught running away, but still, he's got two players outside. And was that all just an extravagant bait leading the trail there for the final kill from Hypex to come through? DUNLIMITED, another great round on the attack so far, going flawless.
Yeah, I mean, you made the right play. You needed to retake above. You cannot leave a player who can just sit in the hatch and cover that diffuser and use the vertical angles that were made. You need to take above. And you know, he did that. He got his kill, but just you still have two more to go through. And it's difficult then with no info as well. You're swinging dark, essentially. Timeout for ACEND. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. And DUNLIMITED again, they basically went for the exact same attack, except a little bit more blue orientated. You can see the difference. As soon as they get that first pick, depending on where it's been, if they eliminate the player in Fireplace, then they can jump in Library because they don't have to worry about the player swinging them from Fireplace door. Or if they take blue, then you just walk straight down the stairs and you're in the Library. You just have to ignore that. That's the way DUNLIMITED are showing how capable they can be depending on where their pick comes from. They have options.
They've got some really independent players as well. Think about Rorik and the position that he played there. He was just in the Ivy door on the threshold of Piano, and he's there on his own. It's not as if Unlimited have had to send 2 or 3 people over there to assist him. He's just been able to get in off the back of some good drone work. The information gathering from Unlimited has been fantastic. Not only have they got a good idea of where people are, but they've also got a great idea of where utility is. And that's demonstrated by the fact that we're seeing nade kills come through. We're not seeing nades get caught up in ADSs, caught up in WAMIs, caught up in stuff that's been missed.
Yeah, even seeing Wamai allow through inside a Chalet is a bit of a surprise. He's usually a big ban in this map because, as we know, bar and gaming is all about holding above, and you need those Wamai discs to defend those shields. So seeing him through, you would expect that, yeah, this should be, you know, quite favourable for the defense, but ACEND just are not grasping at the chances, and they probably went to the site that I just think they should stay away from. We've mentioned before how good the basics have been from Unlimited and how good, you know, simple attacks can be. This is the most simple bomb site to attack.
Doesn't get more simple than this.
You take library, you open up the main wall, and you plant in a blind spot. How more simple can that be?
Deadshot's taking a huge amount of damage here.
See, this is what I mean. They're running around just trying to find kills.
Headless chicken.
That's it. It just feels like ACEND. It smells, it reeks of desperation.
Deadshot has since been juiced up, but with Azox going down, you've lost a C4, you've lost a good portion of any plant denial that you may hope to have. Obviously, playing below, looking for that C4 opportunity, but with no one else having one now, there's a question of how worth is it to try and occupy that space below.
I mean, I don't see ACEND coming back from this round. I think losing that first pick again is crucial. And like you mentioned, no real denial. It's not as if there's a smoke in the board that you could maybe fall back onto and achieve something. Because again, as good as Unlimited are, they still take a bit of time. They're on the slower end of the spectrum, I would say, in terms of how quick teams can carry out a plan. I think they want to be really thorough in how they carry out their execute. So I think there is options there for the smokes, but ACEND haven't seen it that way.
The plant here is free. This is one of the best plants to get down on Chalet because you can plant in a complete blind spot. There's nothing left in terms of denial. Get yourself tucked in behind that half wall and you're away. Already, there is going to be a drone on the spot, just making sure that everything's clear. There's a bulletproof played in A as well, just right next to the bomb chassis.
Still
going to give a little bit of visibility.
Still 3 nades.
Realistically, not too much. Now, we've not seen anyone rotate onto big window just yet. That's likely going to come at some point, though.
Do you know what even makes this easier? There's not a scrap of anything inside a piano. There is nothing that Unlimited have to be scared of. This is, yeah, like you said, the freest plan I think we've seen in CL so far this season.
Deadshot is going to shut Hypex down, though, and that's going to do quite a bit. Both sides of the wall have been opened. That's important. You need to have that full line of access. Nordwin, he's just going to be threatening there on the piano door along with Rorik, but Deadshot's starting to chain a couple of kills together here, and that's going to be onto Army. Now, he's someone that you would expect to plant that diffuser. Now, in a deficit, we're going to have to see Unlimited maybe attempt to get this plant down, or Hail Mary and throw in for a load of kills. Nordwin going to find one onto Cactus, leveling things up. Rorik, he's pushed up aggressively, but he's going to miss his shots. IWI, he's got himself into the site, but he too will fall. The kills keep coming here. 1 versus 1. Enemy versus Nordwin. No time to recover the diffuser, no time to reload your primary. You've just got to take this engagement. Enemy clutches things out. ACEND, they break the seal. They find their first round.
Oh no. I didn't see that coming.
A blunder.
It's like a season finale. The long-lost twin brothers evil. Oh no. Yeah, that should have been so easy, but it just... The Disciple!
Deadshot.
The game changer! Filthy little alibi crutch.
Who needs denial?
I'm telling you.
Got an alibi.
I said it wouldn't. He said there. What operator did he play the first round? I think it was a Smoke FMG9, and then he played Malusi, and I was like, he'll be an alibi any minute now. He's got 0-2. Of course he'll be an alibi. Look at him. He was 0-2. Now he's 4-4. This operator. I've preached about this operator.
Ban your alibis. Ban your nooks.
And as we know, there was a little tiny change to Alibi for the next season. No 1.5x anymore. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference. Honestly, should have put her the 1 speed. That'll kill them off.
That's a little bit drastic.
I don't care. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Attacker's objective is
That is quite drastic, Demo.
They deserve it.
Oh dear.
Give them the Finka treatment. Just make it unplayable. Yep.
Deserved.
Yep, you get that.
That is deserved, unfortunately. You can't be going for the spawn peak if you aren't willing to take the risk. Obviously, Deadshot willing to take the risk, otherwise he wouldn't have put himself up against the window. But Nordwin, you got to get up earlier than that to catch him. So all the hype, momentum, and hope maybe that Ascend had grabbed at there in round number 4 sort of dwindles away, because guess what? DUNLIMITED got the first pick here again.
Yep, and the man who basically won them the round last time is gone. Exactly that. So DUNLIMITED on to the kitchen. Last time they attacked kitchen only, it was perfect. There was not a chink in the armor. It was crystal clear, perfect all the way through. Yeah, I don't see DUNLIMITED really doing anything different. I think it'll be probably the same, I would say, in terms of how they want to approach it. But then again, look at the positioning this time from DUNLIMITED. A little bit more solar oriented, actually.
It is. We haven't seen them really occupy the solar windows all too much. Oh dear, Rorik.
Hypex's in.
He's got himself caught inside of a frost mat. Nordwin is going to grab himself a kill onto enemy. Players scrambling back and forth down on both sides. Renders this effectively a 4 versus 2. Nordwin finishing off onto Cactus there just to confirm that man count. Rorik could still be picked up. However, unfortunately for him, he has found a frost mat. A little bit of a nade over the top. Nobody is going to be home though. 2 remaining defenders are occupying this top floor. 1 in office, 1 inside of piano, just on the threshold to bathroom. A minute 15 is a long old time, especially when you've got full site control here. Army, you're going to attempt to get the plant down. I don't think there's any vertical on him. He's got no worries whatsoever. Azok's caught looking at the floor. The final 2 kills come in, and despite the frost mat down, it is a flawless round.
Yeah, just a little bit different, a little bit more spice at it there for DUNLIMITED. Having that man advantage, seeing an opportunity just to say, hey, why don't we just try and attack in through West Main? Let's see if they're ready for it. And Ascend being caught out by a simple West Main push. A little bit worrying, has to be said, Ollie.
It is. Why go fancy when you can just go simple, though? This is what I kind of like about this DUNLIMITED side demo. They don't overcomplicate things. They're doing exactly what they need to get the job done.
The kills are really worrying for Ascend.
Oof.
Really, it's one-sided again.
1, 2, 3, 2, 4.
What have you just done? Hold on. Hang on a minute. Have you just tried to do something with the kills and you're trying to copy the great song, Lou Bega, Mambo number 5? Is that what you've just tried to do?
I mean, maybe.
10 seconds left.
I'm quite musical.
Oh my goodness. A little bit of dead shot on the side.
Attackers objective.
Don't even start.
A little bit of Nordwind all night long.
Little bit of enemies, what I need.
Oh. Dearie me, that's a new one from you. Right, back to Siege. Because that's what you're all here for. You're not here for the karaoke session. You're not here for that, but maybe we'll get a cover going one day and we'll see where that song actually finishes off. Maybe he'll do that tomorrow. He'll work on it before he goes to sleep. But DUNLIMITED, they're certainly not asleep at the wheel, Ollie. They are leading things in great fashion. 4 rounds to 1. Ascend, they need to get it started. They need this next round. I mean, obviously, I think we've seen Chalet be attacker-sided. I think 4-2 splits has been fairly common for the most part. So it's not said and done, but I think they need this round.
I think it's the fashion of a lot of these rounds that, that DUNLIMITED have gained as well. The last round it was a flawless. There's been a couple that haven't been very close at all. They've been very dominating here. They'll be happy with the 5-1, that's for sure. Again, cracking info on the drone. This could be a freebie if the nade is able to land. Cactus does just dip out a little bit, though.
Look at Rykos.
He's not taking any chances, is he?
No, he's making sure he is as safe as can be. He's a little bit frightened of those nades, because there has been a few of them from DUNLIMITED. Also, I want to highlight Hypex on the Flores. He has been so good. I think the Flores usage from DUNLIMITED, from what I've seen throughout their entire journey of CL, it's been top tier. I think using them at the right moment, making sure that they can exactly get rid of what they need to carry. Again, very simple pushes. I think they're a very minimalistic team where they don't take a whole lot. And because they don't take a whole lot, they don't need to remove a whole lot because of that. So I think having the Flores drones, yeah, it's been wonderful to see them have a great time on that operator.
They've suffered quite a significant loss here early on. Nordwind's gone down 10 and 3s. They've been setting things on fire here. Lose a large part of that pushing power along with a couple of nades on the Iana isn't a great thing. Deadshot, he's doing his thing on the top floor, removing Hypix from play. And all of a sudden things aren't looking too bad here for Ascend. IWI just narrowly misses out on an opportunity at a couple of pot shots there, but Rorik maybe coming in here on the backstab could be successful. He's got the breach open and he's got a couple of options to work with, but there's nothing to force these defenders to move. They just need to play patiently here. Azox is going to be holding quite close. It looks as though Rorik could get himself caught out as the default camera was still available for him. Tries to pre-fire onto Rykos, but Rykos is just a little bit more accurate. Cactus, he grabs himself one, and Army, he might have the kit, he might have 15 seconds, but he's got 5 opponents to go up against here. This is going to be nigh on impossible for him to pull off. Azox credited with the final kill. Didn't take him too long to figure out what was going on there. A round that just sort of petered out into nothing for DUNLIMITED.
It happens all the time. It's just a team that baffles me. How...
They go from world beaters to just caught in the mud.
It's incredible. It is. I've never seen a team like it, where they win rounds so convincingly, but then lose them as if they weren't even there. They lose that opening pick, and it turns into a fall. It's honest. It's skillful. I think it's a great skill that no other team's ever had, as we can win rounds massively or we lose them and you know, without even swinging a punch. It's baffles me.
Maybe we need to give them the notes that go with the script that say, on the rounds that you're expected to lose, you've got to still try.
Yeah.
Because maybe they've just read the script and gone, oh yeah, we lose round 6, no worries.
That's probably the only criticism we have this team, is they cannot play from behind.
They do seem to struggle.
They cannot play from behind. If plan A doesn't work, there's no plan B.
They lost the worst person they could have lost there as well, bar the hard breacher. You know, you look at Nordwind, 10 and 3. He was in 10 and 2 at the start of that round. No one else is really setting the world on fire like that. Hypex maybe, 6 and 2. So anyway, side switch. They've achieved the 4-2. Is it going to be good enough?
Looking at the spicy operator, we've got a Capital coming into the fray of things, Ollie. One that we don't see really anywhere, and I think that's always been the biggest thing with Capital, is on paper, really strong operator. But in the server, it is like paper, it's very easy to get through, because I think Capital, it can be a little bit messy, because obviously the fire arrows, they can be countered, of course. It's not like back in the olden days before Wamai was a thing. And Capital losing nades a long time ago didn't do him any favors. I think that's always been the thing with these utility operators, is utility operators with these strong gadgets, they generally need a little bit backup, and that's usually nades.
Well, a couple of nades got soaked up there into the Wamai. We saw a big old dump of utility. Norden, he's been taken out first. No more of those magnets will be generating over time. Azox is adding on to this pain before Rorik battles back. Still being able to achieve one. Rorik got a full view there, but he's going to instead have to dip down the hatch. Can't risk it. Potentially going to go for a run out onto the solar player. No! Runs out of ammo! Oh, you hate to see he's going to get taken out now as well. Rorik! You've had a nightmare. Deadshot. More than happy to oblige. Hypix and IWI. They don't know which way to turn. Cactus is going to find the first. Hypix. A long old way to go here, my friend. This round has petered out into nothingness.
But look at the op. Doable, alibi.
He's got an upside down repel, regular repel, somebody on the stair, and just because it's an alibi demo, you say it's doable? Wake up, man.
Oh, that run out. He got camera locked. If you don't know, basically in Siege, it gets to a certain point where if you look up, it just locks you in and you cannot look any further, and that's exactly what happened to him.
And then you've got to walk backwards to look. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Timeout time. Does it say DUNLIMITED timeout?
Don't know.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It was... Just have a look at the players.
Just have a look.
Just have a little look. See what's happening.
See if Rorik's having a drink out of the jug.
You leave him alone.
I'm going to message him after this. I want to know what it's all about.
Doesn't follow you. Well, because you've got that little tick now that you paid for. That doesn't mean they're going to follow you. It doesn't mean they're going to respect you.
Round 8 demo. Come on, focus him. Bar and games. I can't believe we've not seen the basement yet.
No, and I'm shocked. I think basement, again, we mentioned before, I think it's a good bomb site. I think with Kaid being open, I think it makes things a little bit more trickier for the attack. Obviously, Bandit tricking as well.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb.
Maverick for a bar and gaming. That screams one thing and one thing only to me, Ollie.
Yep.
That connector wall. So, what happens with that Maverick is it's something that the M&M side, they started out, I think that was the first time we really seen it in fruition was in sale last year with that M&M side where you'd just go straight in the snowmobile, you'd run up the stairs and you'd drill a line right across connector. It removes that player inside of stock and then obviously it just kind of frees up the bomb site to go for those easy plants at double window.
However, given that we haven't seen them initially make a big beeline for the garage, means that it's not guaranteed that's where we're going to see it used. Azox, he's already got himself in toward Piano. He's going to be looking to remove the player at the top of Library Stairs. How does he get away? I mean, both players not quite at fault, but Hypex, surely you want to stand crouched behind the shield, not just poking your head up with a big sign on it saying, shoot me. This is where the utility really comes in. Enemy is going to be on the Maverick and is going to be approaching this 90 as well. So maybe going to look to try and do some fancy footwork over here, Demo, and just allow a bit of utility to be thrown on through.
So the burning off the blue stair shield will commence while my discs are being tossed in by Rorik. And there's the ADS ping. There's another flashbang. Another disc also goes out. But no, it's not quick enough to catch that nade. And look at Ascend. They've jumped in towards Fireplace, Ollie. They've actually sledged in from office and they're straight into Library. Genius from Ascend. Great initiative. Utilizing the sledge, seeing that there's two soft walls there that they can just walk straight on through. And they have rattled Unlimited now as they have to battle back from a losing position.
DUNLIMITED aren't doing too bad to hold on to this, though. Nordwin, he's got himself a potential target inside of Fireplace, but Cactus hits him with the turn and burn army. Now left 1 versus 3, and he too will suffer the same fate. Nice bit of aggression being shown from Ascend there, and it's not as if things weren't going their way. They were just starting the exchange of utility, and they were coming off better on that exchange, but they still hit us with that burst of speed, that burst of aggression.
Yeah.
Demo, I feel like I've blinked and we're back at 4-4.
Yeah, it's just a through ball in behind and it's caught you, and that's it. And that's exactly what happened to DUNLIMITED. Just one little play and it's opened everything up. DUNLIMITED worrying for them now as they're starting to lose control. Ascend have really got things together now in the attack. Only they themselves like DUNLIMITED. That's 2 in a row. They kick things off.
It's anybody's game right now.
It is.
For all. It's really on DUNLIMITED to show us something here on these defends that Ascend weren't able to show. Ascend weren't successful on the defense at all.
Still no basement.
Still no basement.
Going to bedroom. This was a round that, in my opinion, DUNLIMITED should have won on the attack, but Deadshot happened, I suppose. Now DUNLIMITED, they're going to opt for the bedroom once again. And last time it was just a solar take from Ascend. Often too flashy, using the nades, pushing up the stairs, getting the picks where they came. How will DUNLIMITED approach it? How will they change things up? If it's going to be that solar take again, how are DUNLIMITED going to change things up?
Well, Hypex is out on the roam. See if he can keep himself relevant out there. Looks like for the time being, Demo, they're going to be occupying Kitchen somewhat. They've got quite a few C4s in the lineup. Nordwin and Rorik both carrying a C4. Although there's no information above, there's no bulletproof camera, there's nothing to give them that heads up as to where they need to place that C4.
So if you know you're up against a solar take, which again is coming in for Ascend, The biggest issue that attackers have to deal with, stage 1, is clear the solar stairs. That's always the biggest issue. If there's a player there with 3 ADS stacked up, getting nades in is going to be quite tricky. And nades is really the biggest thing that I think defenders do struggle with in Chalet, is just how many good nade spot there is. Because I feel in Chalet, because there is balcony with windows, there's a massive double window, obviously you can rappel up to on the east side. There's a lot of cut-off points the attackers can apply pressure from those windows. So it does leave you a little bit locked into certain spots, and it does make you feel a bit claustrophobic. You feel trapped. And the worst thing, if you know you're trapped, is that a nade just land at your feet. That's always going to be the biggest issue for the defenders. I think DUNLIMITED, they've went for the approach of, okay, we're going to try and hold solar stairs, but then we also have a fallback position in towards kitchen if needed. That's why they've extended downstairs. ACEND, they've probably seen that setup and thought, okay, let's just go library, let's just bring it back, and we'll try something else.
What a kill there from Hypex onto Deadshot. It's quite unorthodox to leave that side of the breach open, or any side for that matter. We seen them do this against TENSTAR, didn't we? But they love to leave it open and play aggressively off it, because you get a great line into library, especially with all those footholds opened. Azox, he's now going to join on in, and while the angle will work both ways, no one for the meantime is going to be giving themselves up there. And with that much exposure, it makes it very difficult to make your way close up to the breach. Enemy takes Hypex out. Hypex is a little bit curious on the jiggle and will be punished for it. Azox taken out in the meanwhile, so still an advantage here. Player's going to come head-to-head as Rykos. He takes Rorik down. That's one of 2 C4s that were being played by DUNLIMITED. The only C4 that was being played below as well. Now, Solar Stairs looks like it could just be walked up here. We've got Nordwin occupying piano. We do have Army just tucked away inside of the master bedroom. He's keeping an eye on the stairs. DUNLIMITED, not much option for a trade here. That's going to be the biggest problem. Rykos picks up his second of the round. A swing from Nordwin will secure one, but he starts getting himself caught in a cross. Picks himself up yet another as Cactus. He's left all alone. He eventually will put an end to Nordwin, but Army knows all he's got to do, Demo, is stay alive. Tucks himself behind the deployable shield. We get the beauty of the outlines there. He's no idea how close he was. The problem, there's a bulletproof shield in between you and your target. Army keeping himself alive there nicely. A close round, but a round nonetheless here for DUNLIMITED.
Yeah, that's the thing with ACEND. They were scared off for going for that solar tape because you've seen the setup from below. We've seen how loosely that DUNLIMITED were trying to hold the solar stairs. I think they had the C4s probably ready also that they could fire in as they try and take solar stairs. And then ACEND just changed it up. They go for library, but then you forget that's where DUNLIMITED want you to push. That's the reason why they've opened up the actual site walls. That's why they have these long angles with the deployable shields, opening up the long angles into library. It's because they want you to jump in, and we've seen that happen. We've seen those long angles we played. We've seen those kills happen. Just ACEND, I think decision-making, I mean, like, if they're holding kitchen, is that really the biggest issue that you have to deal with? Is kitchen, you know, one guy in kitchen, is that? You're telling me that's what beats you? That's what scares you?
The thing is, if you take sight and you clear sight of all the players that are up there, it's then a bottle job for the player in kitchen whether they remain there or not. Are they going to remain there and hope for a Hail Mary C4 off no info? Obviously, we have the beauty of being able to see just exactly what's going on and what all of the utility is that's in play.
I would love to cast around without outlines. I think that would be incredible. Do you not think so?
No.
Why not?
Because then we wouldn't know anything.
But like swings and stuff would be a lot more. Oh my god, he swung him! Where did he come from? I think it would be a lot more funner. No one else thinks that would be better. No. Let's have a bit of mystery.
We don't want mystery.
Honestly, too many things get ruined. You know what's going to happen immediately as you see it. But I just, you know, I'd love to see. Oh my god, that nade! Where'd the nade come from? Where was he? Where is it? You know, I think it'd be funny.
I mean, that's just you anyway.
What do you mean? That's me anyway.
That's you when something good happens anyway.
No.
Yeah.
No. ACEND. Deadshot off the board. Iana. More importantly, nades. Now, I mentioned nades, Ollie, and how important they are for Chalet. Losing 2 of them is gone. Quite surprised no other operators received frag raids in the update, because I thought that would have been something that would have happened, because we only have 4. One of them gets banned every game, another one is glass. You know, I think another set of nades wouldn't go amiss for an operator.
I think it's nice that we're going to not have it for a bit. It'll be that sort of thing that comes back around, won't it?
I mean, there's not going to be any changes for SI. We know that, don't we? So.
True. Rykos levels things up here. Cactus adds on to the pain. Azox is likely going to get recovered as well. So things not looking too bad here for Ascend, despite the early loss of Deadshot. Hypix is still going to be playing at the top of these library stairs. This, of course, was a site that Dunlimited struggled to hold on to previously. We can see, thank you to the outlines, there's a bit of a stack up here outside of main door, and still a couple of players occupying the top floor. 50-odd seconds left to go. Enemy just playing the patient game here.
It's a great angle.
He knows exactly where the player is, but Nordwin just doesn't give himself away. Keeps himself tucked, keeps himself safe. If you're Unlimited now, you've got to hold your ground.
I do worry, though, for Ascend. I think ignoring the top floor might hinder them a bit. Because keep in mind, vertical gameplay is always going to be a thing.
What a shot.
But the fact that he's got that kill, Ollie, is massive to still give Unlimited a fighting chance. Nordwin takes up the same position as the 416 takes the swing, but now they know another one's on blue stairs with that shot towards the Maverick. Nordwin has to now rotate above. Army just sat inside a stock. Eliminates him. Diffuser has to get picked up by Cactus now, and they're going to try and push in, but Army holds his ground. How many times do we see this, Ollie, from a stock player? He just sits there, holds the angles, plays so static, and they just walk into him.
That shot that Hypix just hit was unbelievable. Incredible.
Yep.
I'm not sure if he heard the nade. I'm not sure if he heard the nade pin get pulled and knew that that's what he was going into or not. But just the incredible stuff. I love shots like that.
That's a few times now for Ascend for me where they're not committing to what they should be going for.
Just slow. You've got man count advantage. You've got control. You've got map control. Push it. Use it.
It's not, I don't think it's about the timing issues for Ascend, because I think they're a team that can play very quick on their feet if needed.
They've shown that.
Yeah, and look, if you've got the man advantage, top floor is going to be easy to deal with, because you know there's at least, what, 2 players max? It's not going to be 3 players max, and that's not going to happen. There needs to be 1 player inside at least. Why are you not taking the challenge? That's what I don't get. I would have loved to have seen them just bully the player in the blue shield. But they didn't go for it. They ignored it. And look what Nordwin did. Was able to play the blue stairs, was then able to flank above. You have to keep in mind, like, one of the site doors from bar is very visible from really anywhere in the fireplace balconies. And you need to take that in consideration.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Ascend just dropping off the pace a little bit here in the past couple of rounds. If Unlimited win here in Kitchen, we'll have seen an entire chalet without going downstairs to the basement, which, if you'd Unlimited, hasn't done you too bad.
Yeah, well, you've seen I think basement was teased there for a moment, but instead they've went for the mid floor. Deadshot fires an 8 in, no burn with him. Fires the second one in also. Both his nades waste it, and then he just gets C4'd.
I mean, that's fairly unforgivable here. Enemy comes in with the burn, gets caught.
It's too late.
Right at his feet, trying to stun the player out.
He jumped in bathroom window by himself, Ollie.
Well, he's already found himself a down and a confirmed kill onto Rorik.
What's going on?
Ascend. They are just throwing caution to the wind right now.
It's playing with fire.
They've got themselves in upstairs. They've got nice lines of sight, good ability to further this execute. Shotgun there through the floor. He's going to dish out the damage. Rykos, you're going to have to move, my friend. He tries to return fire. The Lion scan to root any defenders in place, but IWI doesn't care about that. His location's known regardless. There is no C4 available here for Unlimited. It has already been used to good effect.
Where's the structure? From both sides. Both sides are playing so recklessly, Ollie. You have this quick jump in from Ascend. You've got these lone roamers now just skirting around the outskirts of the bomb site. Can we just take a minute here just to figure out what's happened? Right. They've trolled the utility, right? Deadshot's just thrown in two nades and it's got C4'd. Enemy jumped in bathroom window. Unlimited were surprised by it. And Ascend have just spent the past, minute and a half just upstairs really doing nothing.
They haven't really got the tools to do much. They have some breaching charges. Cactus is going to make his way around to this trophy window.
They have Hatch, don't they? Hatch is open, yeah?
I think
yeah,
Hatch is open. The problem is both teams here are pretty starved for util. Ascend has some burn, but they've not got any nades to really back that up with. They can start to try and manipulate and work this vertical, but time is going to be their biggest enemy here, especially when the Toxic Babe canisters start to fly.
Don't forget Cactus, he has to go through an animation, he has to jump in a window, which is never going to be favorable for you. It's a sound animation, they can hear you jump in, and there goes the drop from Enemy. I think he was spotted by DUNLIMITED. There's the jump in, the flashbangs go in, and it's the Warden who gets felled. IWI on the smoke, hasn't had a good game, Ollie, so far, but right now he's having a good round. That 2 kills for him. Cactus has to stumble through the bomb site. No info on IWI. 3 kills for him, and that closes out Chalet.
Wow, oh wow. I think DUNLIMITED did a good job to make sense of that, because it made no sense to us watching it. There's the jug, look at it.
Leave him be. Look. Let him be, man. What's that have to do with you?
He's just won a map. He can have it. 8 kills as well.
Don't question the water jug. Let it happen. Let it be.
Good performance there from DUNLIMITED. Is there an argument to say maybe that Ascend just threw caution to the wind at the end and were just like, what can we do?
They lost on the defense by far. Ascend, I think the opening 2 rounds were so one-sided. Yeah, it's worry. It is a worry, I think, for Ascend. I mentioned before that I think they had to get off on the first map with a win. And I think DUNLIMITED, the momentum will just take them through now.
Well, we'll see if our desk are worried about this game or not. Stay tuned. We'll be back with them to break this one down.
Unlimited are the ones to come out on top, securing the first map, sitting comfortably already with a 1-map lead. And Ascend, if anything, this game looked a little shaky. It's not what we've seen from them yesterday.
It's not what we've seen from them at all, but I am getting such flashbacks to the group stages of Challenger League with the way DUNLIMITED kicked that one off. One of the things that they did oh so well was get 3-4 round leads in the opening phase of the game, whether they're on attack or defense, and the other side just struggle to claw back. It's almost as if they rush and just get these insurmountable leads. And as Whippet would agree with me, they went back to the group stage style of play, and it came in trump for them.
That was a DUNLIMITED classic. I mean, they got the early advantage, and they didn't look back. Ascend had no answer in that opening half to what DUNLIMITED was providing. And you just felt that Ascend never really got started. And, I mean, it is the group stage DUNLIMITED once again. They go out there, get an early advantage. They struggled a little bit in the second half, but they eventually got it closed out. They won Chalet. Was kind of expecting that, though. They looked very good against Death Row, another French side on Chalet. And it's looking very strong for them in this series already.
Yeah, they're looking absolutely strong indeed. And the fact is that when we came into CL, like looking at the first few play days, we were like, okay, you know, it's the attacking side from these teams that we're worried about. Every single time, that's one of the main highlights that we were considering to be maybe a little bit of a downside, a little bit of the weaknesses for some of these teams. But looking at Ascend, the defense was also not up to par to maybe expectations.
Yeah, they ended up getting one round, I think, in the first 4, and realistically it could have been 4-0 to Unlimited at that point. It wasn't very clean, it wasn't very crisp, the communication wasn't there. The 2 players that we highlighted at the start were the first 2 to get involved in a gunfight down inside basement as well. So I would be very worried if I'm ACEND, but the only positive I would say is up next, it is their map. So they can maybe have a little bit of a chat and change things. But I'd be very, very worried if I was them right now, because Unlimited, based on the power of Rorik's jug, that jug of water that he drank from, it looks like it's powered them up pretty well.
Yeah,
it's a chalice of domination. That's what that is. I mean, we couldn't believe it as well. I mean, we heard, was it Ollie was a little bit confused about how the fact he's drinking from a jug, but I mean, would you expect anything else from Rorik? I mean, the stats coming out
7-4.
Dominant. I mean, dominant once again. Nordwind, look at that performance of Nordwind. 14-7, absolutely spectacular. 73% cost as well. We talked about how Cactus would be a key player for Ascend, the best performer on that roster, but they just couldn't get over the line.
But the thing is, we keep saying it, there is no one player on Unlimited who's going to come out on top. Nordwind going 14-7 at 2 KD. Yesterday it was Rorik. It was Hypex the Playday before that. It's always somebody different coming out on top, but it's because I think they maybe play some of the more, I don't want to say less structured, because there is method to how they play, but it's not a case of, right, this is your job. It's no, just go make a play. And time again, there's just someone else making a play for this team.
Yeah, it's like go press buttons. And this time it was Norwin who pressed the most buttons and comes out on top as the MVP. 136 EPS. Okay.
It's that, but it's the cost as well. Anytime you see a 70+% cost, you know a player's had a very, very good game. And you couple that with the KD that he has, it's just an all-round very good performance from the player. And Nordwin's a player we haven't really singled out yet during CL, but he's a great player.
I mean, if he's like with Unlimited every time they win a map, it's like, right, who's MVP this time? It's someone different. We've had Army, we've had IWI, we've had Rorik, now we've got Nordwind. We've seen that roster consistently being able to put up numbers in every single category. Every player's having a great day. And now you put the pressure on Ascend. Who's going to stand up now? You've got one map to survive. If you can get this, you're going to force to map number 3. But Unlimited, all momentum's with them right now.
Yeah, and Ascend, however, they look a little lost when we're looking at the defensive side, but also a little bit on the attacking side. It feels like it's not as structured as what we've seen yesterday. It feels like a couple of elements are missing. And as we're going to be heading on to Oregon, as you mentioned it yourself, Whippet, Unlimited, they have that momentum, they have the wind in their sails, and it is a best of 3, but at the end of the day, if you can make this into a bit of a sprint and 2-0, close it out, go on to the next one.
It's also been a map that Unlimited have been fantastic on insofar. They were, I believe, undefeated in the group stages on this map, and they've consistently looked to be really strong here. Ascend, they'll know how to play Oregon. It's Oregon. It's the most default map in the map pool right now. But Unlimited, they've just got a little bit special something around this, and the way they play it, the way they break it down, might be too much. But it is all now down. Who stands tall for Ascend? Who is going to be the player? Who can bring that structure to help slow this down? Because Unlimited, if you cannot contain them early, they might run away with the series. And
who can be that player here this time around? Because who can Ascend be relying on for Oregon specifically, considering like this could be potentially their last map in CL?
They need to get Deadshot going. They really do. Deadshot, to me, has not really had a very good performance in that last one. I think what you really want to do is get Unlimited to respect you again. The minute that Unlimited start disrespecting you and getting really hyper-aggressive, the game's over. It shows that they're not afraid of what you're going to do. So if Deadshot can get something going, get a little bit of help from some of the more experienced players on the side, they may be able to play themselves back into this one.
Okay.
But you'll get an idea in the first round or two how this map's going to go, because that's the way all Unlimited games go. You know after 2 or 3 rounds who's going to win the game.
Yeah, respect is gained, not given by any of these teams. So Ascend are going to have to step up to the plate, and they kind of have to change things around a little, because as you know, we mentioned early on, it was the first 2 rounds that were from Ascend. They were very one-sided. It was very much just Unlimited taking the lead. So this time around, they need to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing is on the defense, right? If you can have a strong defense in Oregon, you're up for a strong map. And the question is how well will that defense hold on a linear style map, right? Unlimited will break it down. They know what's coming. Will Unlimited's pressure just be a little bit too much to hold on to? And we've slowly seen Oregon get a little bit closer to that attacker sided. And that's going to be the big question for me, if the defense of Ascend can hold up here.
I think, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Just make sure that there's no leaks or no real obvious glaring weaknesses, because that's what Unlimited look for at the start of the round. They look for the one blaring weakness and they go right for it. So on a map like Oregon, set up your checkpoints on your roam game. Make sure the roamers are effectively roaming. You know, there's this thing that happens sometimes and against a team like Dunlimited where they take your roamers completely out of the game because they ignore them. So you need to make sure the roamers don't go too far away.
Okay.
Make sure that you've got structured checkpoints and you can communicate through the lines where those Dunlimited players are, and always be awake and in the game in the first 10 to 20 seconds.
Well, we're going to see whether or not ACEND are going to be sticking to the game plan. Maybe it should be a coach instead or not. Though we're going to figure it out as we're going to be heading into the second map of this game, and there's going to be Oregon up next. ACEND against Unlimited with Demo and Ollie.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Demo and myself are going to be taking you through what could be the final map here tonight. We've got Unlimited and we have got ACEND. We've got Oregon to play down on. Demo, what do you think the topic of conversation was in the ACEND camp during that short break? Because they've got to be doing a little bit of soul searching here.
Wake up.
Wake up?
Probably.
It's not that late.
It's not that late. It's not. It's primetime playing hours, I would say, more than anything. I think right now for ACEND, you've basically been beaten, I think, down to kills, and now you're going to Oregon. Holy social vote!
Is that the worst one we've seen?
That's the worst one I think I've ever seen in any competition. 90 to 10.
Good heavens.
I've seen APAC teams in the majors get better percentages of winning games.
I wonder what the channel points are looking like.
Jeez.
I made a lot of channel points during the major.
Oh, uh-huh.
Oh, holy, I made a lot of channel
You also
points.
said Liquid would win. How'd that work out for you?
Not so good.
Oh, finally, Nesk and Polly. Yeah, they're going. Oh, wait. Oh, another. They've overtaken Canadian for the biggest second places.
No, BDS won this time.
What?
BDS won the major.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Liquid have overtaken Canadian for the second place finishes.
They're a consistent team. I'll give you that.
I thought you meant BDS. BDS don't get second. BDS
No,
don't get
BDS
finals.
lose all the way.
BDS lose the quarters, mate. Wake up.
Buck, Knock, and Amura.
Buck's an interesting one.
Buck's a strange one.
I mean, you say strange. I think it's certainly warranted. I think you can see the reason why. If you're standing your starting defense, one main issue that we're starting to see from time to time and what defenders have struggled with, if you look towards the top floor bomb site, is a Buck coming into kitchen and just ripping open everything from below. That's been a big issue because you have to remember Buck is really unique in that regard. That's where he differs from a Sledge, is he can do verticality either way. Sledge can do it from above to bottom, Buck can do it both ways. He can do it from above to bottom and bottom from to above. So that's where I think Buck, that target ban specifically came in. He must be thinking that Unlimited, they're going to go in below, they're going to rip open the kids. You won't really see Buck, literally that ban is just for that bomb site. Buck doesn't have a big part to play on this site, for example, because there is no verticality that you can really gain. You look towards the other, tertiary bomb sites. Sledge does the job. You don't need to, go from bottom up. So that's the reason why you're seeing the Buck ban is literally for one site.
Which makes it a little bit strange because there are more than one site. No, there is more than one site here.
That's
on
correct.
Oregon.
But I think that if you think about Oregon as a map, the defenses are crucial.
I'll tell you what I'd ban a Flores.
That would be a target ban for you.
Well, Unlimited have shown a willingness to play Flores. They're going to 6-pick out of it for this round.
Look,
they played it a lot.
If you're ACEND, you know you're on defense versus Oregon, you need to rack up at least a 5-1/2. In my opinion, I think you need to rack up as much as you can. And we've always talked about that generally you win your first and you win your second bomb site in defense. That usually is going to be the basement and then the top floor. And then the third site, you don't have to win them, but if you do, it's really, really good. So generally 4-2 splits are very common in Oregon. But we've seen the old time where teams would actually lose the kid's bedroom and then it goes to a 3-3 split. And if it gets to that point, you're in danger.
It's quite the significant roam, this, from ACEND. And they're making the presence known as well. Fortunately for Unlimited, there is a Dokkaebi that will assist them in this clear. All depends on how much Unlimited want to commit. For the meantime, they are fully committed. At least Rorik takes enemy down. No one there in position to trade. There's 3 people, or there were 3 people, playing here upstairs. We're now getting a bit of drone information as well. Rorik, he has 2 nades. He is on 1 HP. Needs to be cautious. Nordwin comes in with a blinder. Rorik picks a second. ACEND are getting torn limb from limb here, Demo. They've lost 3 players in less than half the round.
And we're not even at the bomb site.
They're trying to defend the top floor.
Right at the
Just
bomb site.
bunker onto the basement. It's a great sight.
Turtle. That is what you do on this bomb site. That's it. It's tricky. It's tricky for the attackers. We've seen that before. Honestly, just give them free kills. Yeah, go on. Give them free kills. Why not? What's the harm in that? Oh, yeah, everything. Just a poor opening from ACEND. Poor opening. I think they just wanted to hit the ground running and just wanted to, put a statement out.
They'd hyped himself up in the game, in the pre-game.
Let's just go out and we're just gonna, we're gonna swing them. We're gonna get in the top floor. We're gonna roam. Allez bleu, allez. Oh dear.
Someone's just there. Yeah, you're the best player in the world. You can do this.
Sitting there screaming, "You're the disciple. You're his disciple. Carry his legacy.
You're the chosen one."
You're next up. Next up for the opening death.
Yes. For all that, DUNLIMITED did a great job. They've not used this time all too well.
I mean, you say that. 5v2. And this team is playing as if it's a 5v5. That sums up that team. How many times have we seen a team where they get, an opening like that where they've just cleared off free kills and they've just literally rushed the bomb site to pick off the remaining ones?
Rorik's still on 1 HP, by the way, and he's just picked up his 3rd kill.
He's chilling.
Does just go to show. Azox grabs himself 2. The plant is going to be going down here. Army not wanting to take any chances and just makes Azox's job even harder here. There is going to be a player in Highway. Nordwin. He's ready and waiting. There's still drones up. They've played that so well, Demo.
Yeah.
They've not taken a single chance. I poke a bit of fun at them that they've taken a little bit of time. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It just comments on how thorough they're being.
Yeah, they played the last whistle. That's it. Not a good beginning for ACEND. But it's not always about how you start only. It's about the finish at the end of the day.
Attackers need to locate and defuse the bomb.
And we go basement again. And like I mentioned before, 4-2 splits are very, very common in Oregon. And for them to already lose one of the main bomb sites that you should just never lose, my blinkers are up. Worry signs. Did I not say this about Wild yesterday? I was worried for them.
Yeah.
I'm getting the same feeling.
You're getting the same vibe in the water.
I'm getting the same 6-0 vibe.
Are you tingling?
Yeah. The demo sense is there.
The demo
and I'm usually
sense.
not trying to, blow my own trump or anything.
But
I'm usually not too far off the, predicting the right things.
The money?
Bang on the money. That's me. Just don't have a good feeling about ACEND right now. I just don't.
I've watched enough Siege to understand this feeling and vibe that you're trying to convey. And I would agree to a degree. They have changed a couple of things up here, though. One thing that I am worried about...
More robbers? I don't know.
...is the fact that Azox is already downed.
Man!
And he's been downed from double door. Please.
Deadshot, help him. See if Deadshot gets picked off here. I'm going to be... Go and help your teammate. Nah. You can pick him up.
Azox has been left.
He's
left for the Wolves.
They've honestly said to him, you know what, you roamed, you made that bed,
yeah.
You're lying in it.
Lying it. It's not very comfy there on the meeting floor,
I do think that's a minor troll, because he could have been picked up years ago. Minor troll from ACEND. Yep.
I think the 360s say it all, don't they, really?
Oh, I just love this game, you know that? I just do. It's just barrel of fun.
Well, fortunately, the 4 remaining players for ACEND have made themselves back onto the site quite safely. And they have got a bit more utility to play around this time, Demo. They've got the Vulcan shields, they've got a C4, they've got a couple of smoke canisters, so they should be able to burn a good deal of time here. And ACEND are going to have to play very similarly to the way that they played the last round, only there's going to be a few more bodies down there to find.
Already. A Goyo canister being popped. That's the only one towards the laundry double door, which It's generally a doorway that you just need to stack up as much denial as you can. It's the main way that I'm sure DUNLIMITED probably want to push into the site and get a plant down. I mean, look at ACEND just right across. They're almost just stacked up in a line, aren't they, Ollie?
Line, yeah.
They're all together, which is very common in what you'll find in this basement defense. But the only issue that sometimes I then worry about is they're almost too close together, and it doesn't give you a lot of room to maneuver. Meister camera gone. That's, again, we've mentioned before, DUNLIMITED, they are great, Ollie, at removing these little bits of information, these little bits of utility that they know is crucial for their attacks going well. You know, they're not out there trying to clear away utility towards blue, not trying to clear utility towards pillar, because they know that's not what they're pushing. They're pushing launcher and freezer. Let's get rid of that utility first.
Absolutely. We're going to start to see a little bit of a collapse here come as a nade is going to land onto Deadshot. Rykos will be in position, though, as players for DUNLIMITED start to fall left and right. The diffuser cold on the ground. Hypex left as the last alive. He's tucked in with the shotgun. Enemy! He's in position to knock him down. The smoke provided the perfect cover.
He's just TK'd his teammate. Hello? Anyone want to speak up?
Not very good from DUNLIMITED. Deary me. You would hope at that point for at least some sort of a two-dimensional push.
And that TK, it's not even as if it's warranted. Oh, but maybe he thought it was an enemy. Maybe he was jumping. What? Who's flying through freezer? What? You know the other two are side side. Who else is it going to be flying in beside him? Oh my goodness. A blunder.
Gives an opportunity for ACEND. They've chalked one up on the board. They've broken the seal here a lot earlier than they did on Chalet.
Do you know what really actually messed them up there? Their own smoke grenade.
I said enemy had the perfect cover.
Because their own smoke grenade, it's obviously it works both ways. Because not only are you blocking the vision of the defenders, you're also blocking your own vision. And you have to admit, ACEND, they probably just done what I think was expected, and that's pre-fire the living heck out of anything that they thought was pre-fireable, I suppose. And that's literally what Meister did, was just pre-fire inside a small. Yeah, it's let them down there because they can't challenge into just a blind, you know, just an LMG spraying through smoke.
I think it's the confidence that ACEND will need to keep themselves in this game because it wasn't looking great for a time. Quite an ambitious C4.
ACEND have really wasted a lot of utility on both defense and attack for me today.
They're just not afraid to throw it out there and see what happens, but I just like the idea of keeping hold of it until you've got something that's a bit more guaranteed.
There's you know, pick your moments, you know, chance it if you want to, but I just think whenever you're not getting the reward enough and, you know, the probability, you know, the utility wasted over time equals kills equals none. Does that make physics taught me something?
I think that's more like maths, Demo.
No, it's physics. Speed equals distance over time.
Ah, right.
Anyone double check that with me? Call up, let us know. Any... Brian Cox? Are you a viewer? Brian Cox, let us know.
I was just thinking if you play mute 10 times, that's 10 C4s, that should be 6 kills.
6 kills?
As a minimum.
Right.
60% success rate.
That's... You're barking up the wrong tree with that.
How high do you think it should be?
It's not as high as that.
No, but it should be that high.
Nah.
There's no reason it couldn't be.
Nah. No. I'd say about a third of the time you get a C4 kill. That's what I think anyway.
I mean, you either get one or you don't. Maybe it's just 50-50.
I mean, what are you laughing at? I'm sick of this disrespect. Like, what did I do?
Oh dear. A mute jammer. Thatcher, to the rescue, please.
Get it opened. There we go. Hypex is playing very close. I was wondering maybe was he just going to try and run in off the breach, but instead he's going to try and play that long angle that looks onto the attic door. He's going to make sure he has that angle covered, so whenever the diffuser does start to get initiated, they have everything covered. IWI, who is kind of lurking around now, Ollie, he can try and nade out some of these set positions. Rykos is in the hot seat. There goes the nade, but no, it's actually towards White Stairs, but nobody's home. Enemy is since then holding That white window. Nordwin has TK'd himself with his own nade. Oh no! ACEND now, they will start to capitalize. Deadshot swings, but there's 2 kills back for DUNLIMITED, and Army's all by himself as the Thermite, 15 seconds remaining. ACEND just need to double up and play their crossfires. Army, he's going to be walking in to a 50-50, but they swing with a shotgun. Cactus is there. Wins that engagement, and ACEND, well, they win another round, and once again, Ollie, it feels as though DUNLIMITED have just kind of shot themselves in the foot.
Or blown themselves up.
Yes.
Either or. It's a shame because I really like the angle that DUNLIMITED had there into the attic and into the bottom of pit. They had a great opportunity just to flush players into kids,
I mean,
and then deal with them from there.
I'll be honest, again, for DUNLIMITED, it's one thing that I've seen a lot from not only just, you know, our level of tier 2, but throughout Siege at the moment, I've seen way too many teams where they try and attack top floor and they only push from armory. They don't go towards attic anymore. They don't play anyone on the big window. It's been very mundane to look at. I just think there's so many things missing. Like, for example, IWI, he's below trying to nade out the player in towards bunks, trying to nade out white stairs. Before you go for that, why not stick somebody in double window, so whenever the nades come in below, that Jaeger cannot escape, because if he tries to step away from the grenades, he's going to get picked off from double window.
Yeah.
If you're not worried about nades from below, if you're not worried about white stairs, not worried about double window, get into big tower, get into attic, get that opened up. I just feel as though too many teams are trying to get away with doing as little as possible, and it costs you. You need to put in a bit of extra elbow grease to really make that round work.
If you'd have had somebody, I mean, you didn't really need someone in attic there that round because of how much coverage you had.
Well, they had attic open from the trophy wall because one of the walls was opened up.
But even just get someone on kids repel, anything to give you that little bit of another dimension.
Yeah, you cannot push one way for that attack. I've said it so many times, and it's, you know, it annoys me sometimes. You know, just broken record.
It'll be okay.
Thanks, pal. Thanks.
Is that what Enemy's telling everyone? Don't worry, guys. It'll be okay.
Well,
I'm going to play the Clash upstairs.
Yeah, not a lot of Clash play so far this season, only very little. But on Oregon, she always makes an appearance here or there. I think good because the thing about Oregon is there is a lot of ways into the building. I think that's probably one thing that Oregon has going for it compared to any other map in the pool. It's easy to get in. And I think having that information to just know where the players are coming from is a necessity. Rykos finds a cheeky run out there onto Hypex, but very swiftly traded back by Rorik. But now Enemy, I suppose, knows where the push is starting to come from, so he can now start to position himself to try and assist his teammates.
He has dropped off that top floor for the time being, though. Deadshot just going to be playing at the top of the white stairs now as well. Top floor control largely in possession here for DUNLIMITED.
Yeah, they have top floor control now, yeah.
You can start to try and work some of that vertical. Now, there is, of course, a Valkyrie available this time. So there no doubt will be a couple of cameras kicking around upstairs.
No C4 unless...
However,
is that
C4
pre-placed? It is pre-placed, yeah.
Yeah, we can hear the beep. The C4 is going to still be in play, but only just.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the C4 get a kill. I think it's definitely possible. Kid's bedroom, it's a very small bomb site. You place it in the middle, you probably get a decent kill out of it. It just depends if he wants to go for it. Now, this is a tricky one, because keep in mind, for this bomb site, Ollie, if you are looking to push in towards meeting, there is a blind spot. Remember, you have that little box that you can punt behind. It's one thing that the defenders have to be careful of. DUNLIMITED only bring in the ace. They don't have the Thermite to make the big hole in the wall, but still enough to get them in is what they're after.
There's quite a lot to go up against here for Denial.
Hey, this is a free plant right now.
IWI going to find himself one onto Enemy before being immediately taken out. Vertical now being opened up as well.
Get the plant down, yeah.
The utility is being cleared. Army, all you got to do is press that magical button. Otherwise, they're going to start smelling a rat, and it's
there we go.
Almost certain that someone will come a-looking. Nordwin, he's able to take down Azox as the plant is going down. Cactus, not in position to do much about it. Goes for the drone hole, but a little bit too late. Deadshot makes the rotation back off those white stairs. Now we hear the Dokkaebi call come through, and that's going to give away a lot of info to the attackers, who, quite rightly, are just holding fast. They don't need to move here. They just need to try and hold on to this post plant. plant. Rorik could find himself a couple here, but is instead swung by Deadshot, who does take a significant amount of damage in the process. 2 versus 2, but with only 18 seconds left, it isn't going to be too easy here, especially for the information-starved Ascend. Cactus can't even
Rotate
make his
ain't
way
even done.
through the rotate. He's going to be able to see the kit, but Nordwin can see him. Deadshot, 4 seconds. Not much you can do there, my friend. Nordwin, what a night he's having.
Yeah, retaking above doesn't really work out well for that bomb site. And the reason why, Olmi, is you retake above in towards kids, the hatch drops into kitchen, which is already being held by the players inside of meeting. There's no real good avenue to get them into a retake position where they can also not only pressure the players above, but also pressure the players inside of meeting. That's what they missed out on. Sure, you know, let that man by himself inside of kids. Let him die, because the defenders really gain nothing but just a kill. No positional advantage.
Attackers need to
You're still
locate
dropping into the same pit as what they're already holding. Makes no difference.
We often say that Oregon comes down to the tertiary site demo. The tertiary site there being won by the attackers.
Which is expected.
Let's see if Ascend can hold on again downstairs. They haven't been too successful at it so far.
1-on-1.
Unlimited, I've seen some reckless roaming punished, I think, is maybe a good way of putting it.
Are they going for it again?
seconds left.
Looks like it, doesn't it? You're making a rotate above.
Just why?
5 seconds remaining.
Hey, I'm not the one playing the game. I'm not the one who could be eliminated. It's not me.
To locate a bomb
I don't care. So people think about this. I don't care. That's just a thing. If they want to troll their games away, I'm all for it.
What I'd like to see is I'd like to see Unlimited just directly push the site.
I would love to see a blitz rush in blue.
Yeah, and just be like,
That's it,
we know
that's-
that you roam in.
Yep.
We're going to 6-pick out into some horrible blitz rush. It isn't going to happen.
No. Unlimited aren't a team that's going to be picking up the blitz. They're a team that likes to stick with their comfort operators.
They know what works.
Yeah, there's not really a lot of variation. They stick to the basics. That's one thing we said. Stick to the basics. Probably outside of TENSTAR, I think probably the team that's done the basics the best.
It's always been something that we've really advocated for, is that if you stick to the basics, you get the drone work done, you follow the simple rules, you will be rewarded.
Yep.
And Unlimited, it's just so evident that the drone game is on point. We've spoken already about how they can search out little pieces of utility here and there, and they've usually always got an answer for something. And that is, it's all off the back of info.
So again, slow push from Unlimited. This time, Ollie, we will be dealing with a full 5v5, which is, I mean, it's what we're used to, isn't it? But we haven't really seen that the past 2 times. There has been players out and about in the roam game, which has been punished because of that. Interesting to see what approach Unlimited will go for. Will it, again, once more, be that laundry and freezer, which just didn't work because they almost just played themselves realistically? Or will they go with the more generic, pushing down in towards blue, towards pillar?
Bomb has been located.
Looking at how they're setting things up, it's going to be laundry freezer again, Ollie, isn't it?
Yeah, I just hope that they've got a little bit more in the locker for this laundry freezer, and I'd really like to see
A little more in the
backstab.
freezer, more like it.
Yeah. I'd like to see him keep cool and calm in the freezer demo.
I think that's the thing. It's freezer is the tricky room. I don't think laundry's the real issue because it's very easy just to run in. But I think freezer, you have to win your gunfight. If you open up freezer, the whole defense just collapses.
Nordwin's just picked up a beauty onto enemy there.
Smoke.
Taking
Shotgun.
him out of the box. Rykos moving into the freezer now as well. Deadshot just repositioning himself slightly.
Oh, I love this.
Cactus, he's still going to be holding that blue bunker. IWI will be coming through this at some point, but he needs to wait for the opportune moment. He needs to wait for the right time. He's going to give himself away there and immediately fall into Cactus's waiting arms. Nordwin, he finds himself one.
Rykos killed
Rykos
himself.
downed in his own Vulcan canister.
What?
Nordwin, look at him go. Picks 3. Hypex with the final kill. There was another team kill in the laundry demo. This time it was for the other side.
Nah. You joking me? What's happened this time?
A calamity.
First of all, right, I thought DUNLIMITED, I generally thought that was a good play, sending that lone man in towards blue. I thought, oh yeah, that's good. Apply a bit of pressure. You have the extra man. We've mentioned, before that DUNLIMITED are great at playing with that extra man, being able to put him in a position that just makes it so annoying to deal with from the defense. And he himself rushes and gives himself up. I'm like, oh my goodness, what are you doing? And then the kills come in for ACEND. And then Goyo dies to his own fire. And what's happening?
DUNLIMITED would be a little bit lost without Nordwin tonight. 9-3. He had a big shift on Chalet. He's putting in an equally big shift here tonight on Oregon.
Dead shot. Get on alibi.
Yeah, where is the alibi play? It's too late at this point. It's round number 6, but
this is exactly the same as Chalet, where the kills are so different. Again, do you want to do the little song?
No, it doesn't work this time. There's no 1.
2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does that not work? You would love to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Then that would work.
If it went from top to bottom as well. If we could arrange that, that'd be great.
I'm sure we'll get a chance at some point. Still close, but again, 4-2 is what's expected. DUNLIMITED, they have to now win a bomb site that I think for the most part they just didn't really have any real oomph into it. It was very easy read by ACEND, so I just hope they don't fall into that same trap. I want to see them approach from another angle, another position.
4-2 would be expected for ACEND here. They're looking at the best that they can achieve here is a 3-3. This is pretty dire, honestly, for ACEND. They need this round desperately to at least keep things level. DUNLIMITED sending in the Rotero drone. Army going to be looking to get the wall open. Typical mute jammer on there, but
again, the Flores has been great again tonight, Ollie.
Problem. I think that DUNLIMITED have used Flores so well, and we've commented on it in previous weeks, Demo. But they've just been really effective with it. Look how much value they're getting out of that.
There's always just something that they know. They know what they need to get rid of. But once again, however, look at IWI. This is different. Look where he is. He's by himself again playing this lurk role. Maybe could have went for Kid's Window, but maybe does he sniff a Valkyrie, Ollie?
Ooh, I think he knows.
Freebie.
This is it. Look at the info. Unparalleled information here for DUNLIMITED. They are exchanging it so well.
And he's still a threat, because think about what he has. He's got nades. He can nade from below. Exactly.
He's absolutely ready to rock and roll here. Doesn't really need to force anything either. Can just wait for the rest of the team to catch up now. Azok's going to take IWI down.
He's been caught.
Does catch him there. Great angle from the attic.
Now we're back to square one. Because, sure, he's got a good pick. He's eliminated the Valkyrie, but we're still in the same position where DUNLIMITED are pushing from one front, and that doesn't help them.
Especially if Rykos keeps challenging onto the breach quite aggressively there. Army will shut him down eventually, but there is going to be a bit of support coming in here from the kid's bedroom as we see a down over onto Nordwin. Hypex downed in process as well. Rorik, you've got to do a little bit more from that double window. He jumps in into a frostmat. Hello! Army, he's going to be the last man standing. Click your fingers, Demo. 3-3 split. DUNLIMITED, they just did it to themselves there.
They did.
IWI had a great play.
Yeah.
But there was no plan after he got the kill. He'd have been better off staying in meeting.
He himself didn't know what he wanted to do. I think that was very apparent. Could have went into kitchen, could have naded it below. Yeah. Was thinking maybe, do I repel?
Could have gotten the repel.
I'll play it safe. I'll go double window. That was probably the most unsafe play that he could have went for because he exposed himself.
Spent too much time messing around and eventually getting picked off.
And now we have to sit here and look and think, ACEND, the buck ban. That's apparent how good that's worked for them. That's both of the top floors won.
Yeah.
We've mentioned before how good Buck is for that specific site. They've won it both times. Give credit to them. Go on, give credit.
Have some credit, ACEND. You've done a good ban. You did it good.
We're all about positivity. If they do good things, we let them know, yes, you've done good. If they do bad, oh boy, they know about it. That's how that's how we've always operated, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do good. You do something brilliant. It'll be played a lot.
It'll be brilliant.
You do something bad.
Ooh.
You know. I mean, why lie? Lying's bad. You don't lie to people, do you?
Dear me, Demo.
This is something that's become quite common, that we see a lot across really any level, is just kind of suicide hold that we see a few times now start to spring up, where you're placing a C4 operator below inside of security, and his whole purpose is, he has two purposes. One, stop them from going for a quick double window rush, and two, apply pressure and don't allow players to have as easy of a freedom moving in towards White Stairs area. That's his purpose.
It costs quite a lot to invest in that, though. All right, reinforcements aren't really too important on this top floor. You've usually got a couple to spare. But a couple of mute jammers, ADS, usually quite a lot that goes into that. Deadshot. Cactus already got themselves into Armory. IWI forced out a trophy there as the Flores drones used to great effect.
Great point you made. They placed mute jammers below. Maybe that mute jammer could have been used to assist with the Flores drones.
Rorik now trying to already challenge onto the breach. Wasn't reinforced fully, left half. Cactus can now move through. We can see a glimpse of a mute jammer there in the side picture on the Rotero drone, so we know that all is not entirely clear, but it looks as though he can still get to where he needs to.
Now this is a crucial part for me in the attack for Ascend. Where do they go? Like we've talked about with Unlimited for this top floor, you need to find another way that you can push this site. Deadshot opens things up. Nade kill on the IWI. Hypex. Oh, very fortunate to get that re-swing. He missed his first initial burst, but still makes up for it. Ascend, I want to see you go somewhere else. I don't like this. What? How?
The Hypex has got a cracking C4 there onto Deadshot. Cactus will risk a transition and makes his way through, but Nordwin falls on the site. Rorik battling back. We still have Hypex. He's got to get himself back up to the fight and into the action here. Cactus caught out inside of the Toxic Babe canister. He's going to fall. Enemy now looking to push these white stairs. He's the last remaining player. He's caught out on a bulletproof. He's going to know exactly where he's coming from. Army. You line him up, he'll knock them down. The bulletproof is blue, and that means one thing.
Again, it's just... You can't attack from just one way. I've watched too much Siege. I think everyone knows that. And I promise you, I'm not lying. I don't lie. I never see teams just win like that. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You have to attack from two positions. The top floor is very small. You can be trapped very easily. There's a massive double window that cuts off the majority of the bomb site. Why? Another one of my catchphrases. Why is no one on that? Why? This is a simple map.
It's not difficult.
This is your bog standard basic map.
Bread and butter Siege demo.
My dad can play this map.
No.
Paul knows his way around the Oregon.
5 seconds to insert.
I'm sure he does. These two teams know the way around, but they just don't always have the best ideas of how they want to try and make things happen. Ascend. Unsuccessful on the top floor. Moving down now, attacking into the basement. Now, we saw this go one of two ways, really, for Ascend when they were on the defense. They went for a very extravagant roam game that really didn't work out too well. Then we saw a couple of scrappy rounds off the back of it where DUNLIMITED sort of stumbled through a fairly one-dimensional laundry approach and then eventually nailed it on the final time. So, really mixed results down here tonight so far for the attackers. I worry about the lineup a little bit. We've got a couple of nades thrown in there. We've got Deadshot and Azox. I just worry about the Ash. I just don't know if you need the Ash.
I mean, Ascend, they do like to run the Ash. I think it's a comfort pick. It's just what they want to run.
Yeah.
They still have enough to make this push work. You have a banner, you can open up hatches, you have nades, which, again, as we know, is always going to be there. They still have enough. If they want to pick the Ash and they think that they could maybe try and slip an Ash in, again, still G360, free speed, it's going to work.
Yeah,
Can remove the shield.
There's no real bad answer there. It's just, it really is pick your poison. Do you want the Ashe? Do you want a Ying? Do you want Dokkaebi? Do you want a Flores? Do you want something that's going to bring
Hey, I'm happy they didn't bring a Ying.
a little bit more utility to the party? Alas, we'll see how the push translates here.
So this is going to be your blue and pillar take, which is what we didn't see from DUNLIMITED. They were very up close and personal with the laundry and freezer side of things. So it is going to be a different approach. So the whole thing about taking blue and taking pillar and where it differs is it's a little bit more tricky to gain control of because there are so many power positions, such as that doorway, such as that Shaiko position. You can swing, get your head taken off. That's exactly what happens. However, Ascend, we've mentioned before in what they did on Shally, Ollie, they have these moments where they just hit the bomb site with everything that they have.
They got a burst of energy here. Rykos causing me to doubt the Ashe pick. No more as he picks himself up too, but Rorik is there to respond. The diffuser called on the ground, 2 versus 2. 40 whole seconds left here. Rorik can maybe look to try and stabilize here, but Rykos is on a tear. Picks himself up the third. IWI eventually, can you shut him down? No, 4 kills on the round.
Never question the Ashe again. Anything to say for yourself? Sitting there saying, oh, well, I personally wouldn't bring the Ashe.
Yeah, but the Ashe utility didn't achieve.
I think maybe a Ying could help them in this position better than what an Ashe.
All right, do that 10 times.
Do that 10 times?
Do that 10 times. Make that into a strat, Devil.
Oh, and you've seen 10 consecutive Ying pushes work?
Make that into a strat.
Wake up.
It won't work. Rykos has had a good round. Seen an opportunity. Ascend.
I see that voice I did. I might do that voice now. Just if
no, I don't like it.
Taking the mockery out of you. I like that one. I think that's you. That is you. Right. Chat. Close your eyes. Right. I'm going to speak, and then Ollie's going to speak. You have to guess who it is.
Close your eyes help. Oh, they can't see us. We need them to keep their eyes open so they can watch the siege demo. Nobody cares.
We're just voices in your heads. We're not real. We're not real people. Right, Ollie, you speak.
Back down to the laundry we go.
Yeah, I think laundry's going to be a good bomb site here. Well, chat, who was that? Who spoke first? Who spoke second? Who was it? See?
No one knows.
They don't know.
Now. Oh, look! Rykos has switched off the Ashe, and they've brought a Ying!
They also have 3 different operators, I don't know if you've noticed. The Finka comes in, the Sophia, and the Ying. Light on nades now, which is the only worry I would have, especially whenever you're dealing with this much utility. Think about the Goyo canisters that obviously you want to try and nade away, but then again, I suppose Sophia can also do the same job. But you still have to burn through the Wamai discs. You still have to burn through the ADSs. DUNLIMITED. Nordwind. Maybe he's looking for a roam. He's kind of petered off, Ollie, since you mentioned about him.
Yeah, he has.
Hasn't been showing up.
Like he was 9-3, now he's 9-6. So
yeah.
I'm sure that DUNLIMITED wouldn't mind a couple of kills out of him. Look at DUNLIMITED though. They've just suffered down here, and what have they done? They've turtled up. This is the right way to play. You don't need to give anything away. You don't need to be trying to hold on to any sort of meeting or main door area. You can literally just AFK. Obviously not for the whole round, just for the first minute or so.
Dead shot. He has lurked his way in towards Freezer and is being actively droned in. Oh my goodness, that's a risky shield. That could have been horrendous, and dead shot. He's saying, oh, wait a minute, that shield wasn't there before. What have I missed? And yep, has to now go through that. In goes the nades, in goes the Wamai disc in response, but Rorik is safe enough for the meantime. That Wamai disc just gets shot immediately, Ollie, so waste of utility there from Rorik. Thankfully, though, there's only 1 nade. Remember, I talked about the lack of nades. There isn't too many with the removal of the sledge on the lineup. Cactus, though. Oh there's that Ying you mentioned, Ollie.
Deary me, the Ying has not been able to do anything here. There's still a Vulcan shield as well, just behind the wall in Freezer. Rorik maybe just waiting for one of his magnets to come back online before throwing it out. He's just about to hit the halfway point of that.
It's been a very limp laundry Freezer attack, hasn't it?
It's slow. These Vulcan shields are going to be a nightmare as well.
And I worry because it looks as if maybe they're trying to change things up and they're trying to now go for like a pillar of blue, but you don't have enough time. You don't have the utility. There's no way you're going to be able to get through everything in elbow, everything in pillar. That's not going to happen. And not only are you struggling with utility, look how separated you are from one another. There's going to be no refrag potential. Yeah, they just drop in and they just get slaughtered where they stand by Nordwind. Oh, Deadshot, he's locked in the corner behind the fire. Long angle, but nobody's swinging him. Mazox has to walk down that dreaded staircase and only finds one, but that's it, Unlimited. An easy round in Ascend. They've done that a few times tonight, Ollie, where the initial push hasn't worked and they've almost panicked and thought, oh, well, we have to go for this now, we have to. And they're clawing at something that's never going to come to them.
No plan B. As soon as the Ying was lost, that was it. The round was in the bin for Ascend. Just a distinct lack of intel as well. Like, how do you not know that there's a Vulcan canister that's just been exploded on the other side of a barricade before you try and burst through? Like, give yourself a chance. Give yourself a little bit of a chance there. DUNLIMITED doing a good job to stabilise after what could have been quite a triggering round, given that Ascend just sort of flat out rushed round 8.
Yep.
They've been able to stabilise and say, no, we can hold firm, we can go back to the basement. We're happy that that isn't going to happen again because it was off the back of a fluky Ash play.
So we head upstairs again. I'm begging you. I don't ask for a lot.
You're begging me?
I'm begging everyone.
Oh, God.
I don't ask for a lot in life. I don't ask for a lot. All I ask is that I see an attack where they take bedroom, sure. You open up the wall, yeah.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But you do something else.
They don't even need to open up the wall. It's open for them.
That's all I want. If honest, that's my Christmas wish.
Christmas present.
I don't need any. I don't need presents actually. I don't need anything. This is all I want. Is this just a good attack, please?
RWI is weighing it on the scale of balances. Is it worth a little bit of a pre-fire here, pre-fire there? Takes half damage, but will get himself away.
No mute jammer on that trophy door again, and that shield was taken out swiftly. They haven't changed it up. They haven't put the countermeasure.
Nice flank drone setup here from Ascend. Not all of them going to be in use straight away. Toxic Babe is going to cut off any access into bedroom for the time being. There isn't a lot of pressure to get this wall open. Of course, half of it is already soft. The main fight here is coming in from the armory. What a trade there. Both players finding one another's heads. Rorik could be in a great spot as well. Has an option to rotate here just into that big tower if things get a bit too hot and heavy inside of the trophy room.
Losing 2 players to the price of 1. Not worth it in my books. I think Ascend are really going to struggle. I've mentioned before, I want to see teams do something different. Now you don't have the manpower. You don't have the resources. And you don't have that freedom to put somebody in another position. This is where I think they are basically headlocked into all pushing from one side, because then you need to have the trade game. You need to try and stick together and get the refrags, but it's going to be difficult.
Oh,
I think
dear.
if DUNLIMITED just stay still and they don't move, which we know they're very, very good at, Ollie, they have the patience to back it up, they should be fine.
Army going to swing and find one. Rorik the second. 2 Selmas getting caught in the ADSs was, I mean, the round was already done at that point.
Poor round there.
Again, a poor round from Ascend. And that's the thing that's stood out more than anything in this series is the information. DUNLIMITED's information game, when they're on the attack, for utility, for positioning, is fantastic.
They don't miss a beat.
They barely miss an ADS. They barely miss a Wamai. Ascend, they haven't got a clue. They don't care. They're using nades to burn stuff. Timeout.
Too late.
Serious point for DUNLIMITED.
I think it's too late.
What a run. What an incredible run.
What a run.
Lower bracket round 1.
The little team that could.
DUNLIMITED take out Death Row. Lower bracket quarterfinals. DUNLIMITED 2-0 Wild. Lower bracket semifinals. DUNLIMITED on the precipice of 2-0ing Ascend here. We haven't seen a lower bracket run like this for a long time.
Even last year it wasn't. I think, who was the closest team that got to it? Was it, must have been 86? Or was it Totem? What team was it that got the furthest?
Just
trying to remember.
I'll have to go back to you on that one, Dave.
Cheers, Charlie.
No worries.
Have you found it? You're struggling, but I'm watching you. I'm watching that iPad. You are struggling, boy. There you go. That's it.
It's not.
Are you sure that's not it?
Ooh.
That is it.
Last time it would have been Hellraisers. Came in the lower bracket quarterfinals.
But never the first round of the lower bracket.
Never the first round of the lower bracket.
Yep.
10 seconds left before insertion.
One of your favourites there.
Who?
Hellraisers.
5 seconds remaining.
There's only one team that I loved from that season.
Attackers
Robin
must locate
and the boys.
defuse the bomb.
Helios Gaming.
Match and series point here for Dunlimited.
So that timeout did something.
For a chance to go up against none other than the Italian Stallions themselves, Makers, tomorrow in our lower bracket final.
It just feels for ACEND.
Been located.
There's nobody stepping up. And you need that. I think whenever Dunlimited, we've mentioned Nordwind has had a great series. I mean, they've all really played well, but there's no one who's really stepping up. Whenever your team is very deflated, whenever they're not playing at their best, somebody from ACEND needs to step up. What happened with Dunlimited versus TENSTAR? Who stepped up?
Jax.
Did he make the difference?
Yeah. I mean, Rykos has had one good round. Oh, unlucky. IWI gets away. Lion Scan keeps him pinned for the time being, but you just get the feeling he's only ever a couple of moments away from another engagement. Deadshot,
that's
going to take Hypex out. It's the first time we've seen ACEND get an opening kill, and an impactful opening kill at that for quite a while here. And what did Unlimited do? Well, Nordwind for the meantime just goes looking, sees if he can get a little bit active around that double window.
I'm just happy that they got the first pick without then losing anyone. Because that's also what they've struggled with. And some of the players that they've lost has been...
Dear, oh dear.
Why did I speak? Why do you open your mouth? Why, you fool?
4-4, all level. Azox sees fit to punch the barricade instead of drone or anything. I mean, you say drone, they've got 2 drones left, Demo. They've been mullered on the drone game.
They've lost nades, which again, I've mentioned before, it is key. It's very, very key. Rykos does get the trade-off, and IWI just, well, was not ready for that.
Deer in the headlights.
Deadshot's been up there for a while.
This is the tertiary site, so it's not too much to be concerned about just yet. You wouldn't always expect the defenders to win down here. Rorik knows that someone's likely going to be holding him on the blue stairs, so instead chooses a slightly alternate route. A little bit of a tussle going on in the attic as well.
Site.
With the hatch open, he might find himself one here, but the majority of players are going to go through into kitchen. That is going to be the line of least resistance here, although the hatch being open here as well does give it an opportunity. Look at the hesitation here from ACEND.
They should have went for Ollie. There was literally
no one. Huge man count advantage, and now it's starting to slip away. Rorik finds one onto Rykos. Surely this can't be it. There's 15 seconds left. Don't forget, someone's going to have to plant. That's going to make it effectively a 2 versus 2 here. A swing from Rorik is punished by Cactus. Nordwind, he has the hatch open. The diffuser is in enemy's hands. He only needs to find 1 kill here, but Cactus saves the day. Keeps ACEND in it, but only by a whisker.
They're stressing me out. Why have they made that 100 times difficult? You know there is someone on bottom floor. You know the other guy is sitting inside of attic. Kitchen is open. Go in, just run in. There's nothing that's going to stop them. But they hesitated. They did not commit. And it almost cost them there. That was very, very... too close. Way too close.
Too close for comfort for sure.
You see the fuser goes down with 5 seconds to go and there's a hatch above. Telling you.
Dunlimited, one more chance to get this done in regulation. ACEND, they are threatening an overtime here. That last round might have been the boost that they needed to keep themselves mentally in this game as well as physically.
Yeah. But you did mention it was tertiary bomb site, which in long-term thinking, it doesn't always have the biggest effect.
it doesn't always mean too much. The only problem now is that ACEND are 1 round away from taking it to OT, and how does that affect Unlimited?
But they have to crack this basement, and
that's the biggest
the last
thing.
time they attacked it was all over the place. It was all over the place.
The thing is, you look at the map that's remaining. We're going to Cafe after this. If this goes all the way and ACEND end up winning.
Albeit, I think ACEND will be comfortable in Cafe. I think that's where
Still
your dead shots are.
Map to
I think
attack.
that's where your dead shots are going to really excel. Yeah. But it is kill orientated. It's all about the kills. Yeah. And what side has had the better capabilities in that department? It has been DUNLIMITED.
No Ying this time, no Zafir, nothing too fancy. Instead, Rykos back to the Ash. I doubted him once, he proved me wrong. Proved me wrong again. Burst in and just do Ash things.
They're getting Deadshot into position very early on. Droning him through. It's a good clear out. Very good time management, all it has to be said. And that's kind of, again, where the two teams differ. ACEND, a lot more light on their feet. DUNLIMITED, a few times there's a bit of lead in the shoes, but certainly ACEND, this bodes well. A minute to go. Or a minute gone.
Time to make a new door.
And you already have everything cleared. You have your hatches open now. You have 2 minutes to carry out a good take. The world's your oyster. What are you going to go for?
Nordwin, he's going to go for a little bit of aggression. Maybe gives the game away ever so slightly there.
Oh, he's all right.
Could have potentially lurked and lured one in, but is going to drop himself back to site fairly safely. Nice to see the Cade being brought this time, Demo. Obviously, we do have a Thatcher, so it isn't going to be too much of a problem. Just looking for a little bit of a trick, but unfortunately for him, he won't get it off. It's not the end of the world. Of course, by bringing the Cade, you do still bring a C4, of which there are 3 here for DUNLIMITED.
Again, seeing Goyo canisters be popped early on it just means good things for ACEND. It has to mean good things for ACEND. They're gearing up almost all to hit everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if they try a full collapse, pushing in through Laundry and Freezer, dropping into E-Box Hatch alongside a tower stairs push. I wouldn't be surprised. That's the way they're geared up for it.
The first kill is going to be really important here because whichever direction it goes in, that's going to be either a point of vulnerability or a point of strength here. And if ACEND are going to try and collapse in a 3-2-1, if they win those engagements or they win the first, it just alleviates a little bit of pressure onto all of the others. Toxic Babe canisters going out now. Nordwin, he kicks things off with a kill onto Deadshot. Rykos next to fall. Demo, this is shaping up to be a flawless here. Nothing ACEND do is stacking up here against DUNLIMITED. The diffuser cold on the ground inside a Freezer. Cactus inside a Laundry. He's got a couple of lines of sight, but nothing that he's able to do with it. Last couple of kills come flying on through. A flawless round to close things out for DUNLIMITED. They deserve every single round there on Oregon. What a performance. 7 rounds to 5. Taking the map, taking the series, booking themselves a place against MKERS tomorrow.
So much denial. 3 C4s, Goyo canisters, smoke canisters galore, everything that they had. And that's the thing about those Laundry Freezer takes. And the same way I ask, you know, I've seen a lot of Oregon. Trust me, I've seen a lot of it. I'm not the fan of Laundry Freezer. You know that. You know I never see the win percentage back it up. I always think blue and pillar is the way to go. You see the success rate. You see the diffuser get planted more. Just Laundry Freezer for me, especially at this level where the structure isn't there compared to tier 1 teams, you are going to struggle. It is a difficult attack. And if you're not ready for it, you'll be punished, and that's what happened to them there.
It is. It happened time and time again over on Oregon. DUNLIMITED, take your hats off. You've done an incredible run through that lower bracket. We haven't seen that happen before, right from lower bracket round 1 all the way through to the lower bracket final. You certainly should be impressed with yourselves. I'm sure that we're going to have an interview coming up. We're going to throw this one back over to the desk. They're going to break it down, and they're going to wrap up the day.
have done it, and they secured themselves a game against MKERS for tomorrow. But what an incredible lower bracket run. From day one, they were knocked right into it by TENSTAR, and there they have remained, clinging on to the hope of potential rematch and possible revenge. Going up against ACEND here, incredible. 7-5, but all in all, a little shaky, I would say, in Oregon. I know it was DUNLIMITED's map pick. ACEND did put up a fight, but DUNLIMITED, very obviously, they are coming out on top.
Yeah, they really have. I'm so impressed by how they've played over the course of the whole of Challenger League. Like, apart from that one loss against TENSTAR where Jegs just decided to activate, they have played some really good Siege. Now, define good. Exciting. Exciting would be the main way to put it, because as you guys heard on broadcast and we heard from the other room, Demo loved it. He loved every minute of it.
Absolutely. Every single second. He was loving it.
And you know what I love? The fact that another time we have Norwind again as the MVP, but look at the cost. The cost. It was 73% last time. It's 83. Whip it, what?
You heard Gibby must have talked about, 73, that's a great cost. Let me go and pump that up by 10 more percent. What a matchup, what a series from Norwind once again. And it kind of builds on the fact we keep seeing different players stand up every single day for DUNLIMITED. Norwind, that was today. This is a roster that has so much talent all the way through it, and he played absolutely fantastic. A name that you saw occasionally pop up previous days. Every single key moment, he was there, involved. Norwind, massive series from him today.
Yeah, and a player that we keep seeing for interviews is going to be Rorik, as we have him ready for another interview once again. This time around, I'm not going to ask you how you feel because I already know. I want to know, can we see the jug again, please? We want to have a close look.
I want to say that it was a really nervous game. Sorry, I didn't understand what you said about jug.
Yes,
I don't know what it is.
The one with the water, where you're drinking water from?
No, it was energy drink.
Okay. We thought it was water. Stay hydrated, everybody.
Thanks.
It was a nervous game. We could tell a little bit on the second map on Oregon. It was a little shaky. What happened?
I want to say that they were moving around the map like crazy. For example, on meeting, you have so many angles to watch, and it was a little bit nervous for us because they can push small tower, they can push big towers, they can push garage, they can be everywhere. And in this round, we through, I guess, this round.
Okay.
That's all.
Well, something you guys didn't throw is the fact that you're in the lower brackets. You were there since game one, TENSTAR knocked you in, and you have literally made the lower bracket run. You've come so far. What have you learned from the games here in the lower bracket? What was the main lesson, so to say?
You don't need to be scared of your opponents if they even was on LAN event or they are actually first in their national league. If you're a good team, you can beat everyone. And we proved it because we beat Wild, we beat ACEND now, and the MKERS up on next game, I guess.
MKERS, yeah.
And I think, I think we will beat them.
Okay, you guys are
a little prediction.
Little prediction. I mean, you gave us a prediction yesterday. I guess it was right. So you might have an orb here to see the future. But one thing that we've noticed from the interviews, but also from your gameplay, is you guys are very calm and you're very confident. But you're in the lower bracket. If anything, we'd expect you maybe to be a little nervous because of the fact that, you know, you only have one shot. So how do you stay calm and confident in this lower bracket run?
I think all nervous were gone in Challenger League qualifiers. And when you're actually in Challenger League, you should do your work. You should be the best here, and we want to prove it. That's why we are calm, and it works, I guess.
Are you looking forward for revenge against TENSTAR? Is that what you're doing it for?
Sure, of course, of course.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Have a good evening. We're going to see more of you tomorrow. It's going to be against MKERS, and we'll see if your prediction is going to be right.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Well, the confidence, calm, collected. Yeah, weathering the storm, just taking it game by game. And I think one of the really important things that was highlighted here by Rorik was the fact that your opponent, even if they're the top in their regional leagues and their local leagues, you should not be scared of them. And that translates the confidence that we've seen from them on the games.
It definitely does. And I think that's something that the really good teams do is they don't really worry overly too much about the opposition. They're thinking more about their game, how they can inflict their game onto the person they're playing against. And that's something DUNLIMITED do very effectively. ACEND, we spoke before the game, they had to make DUNLIMITED play their game. You wanted them to make it very slow, very difficult for DUNLIMITED to break down. But at every single point, they were just, like I said, DUNLIMITED just walked right through them.
ACEND looked disjointed. They looked disconnected. It was a frustrating one to watch. There was so many points where they didn't look like they were aware of what they were doing or able to put it all together. I mean, I can't remember what round number it was. We had a player down in a meeting. It was a free revive. They just didn't do it. They felt so disconnected at a lot of those moments. And I just feel if they could have just got themselves on the same wavelength, they would have been able to put a much better fight on Oregon. I don't think they had the best showing in this series at all. This wasn't the top level of ACEND we could have seen.
Yeah, and with that disconnection from the players, unfortunately, ACEND is dropping out of the competition, which means that DUNLIMITED is going to head up against MKERS, and that means that there is only one game to rule them all. One game left in the bracket to identify which team is going to be heading up against TENSTAR on the 17th of December. And this, to be completely honest, we had expectations coming into this, and now it's finally completely populated. We started off with the upper bracket where we had all the 8 teams, coming together, taking each other on one by one, and slowly over the course of the last couple of weeks, we've dropped all of these teams. We now have 3 remaining, if you take TENSTAR into consideration. And looking at MKERS against DUNLIMITED tomorrow, Whippet, how are we feeling about the whole bracket? Scrap that.
So the whole bracket, this is working out pretty close to how I would have imagined it. The only kind of upset result would be of the fact that Wild didn't have the best showing against DUNLIMITED. I was expecting that to be a much closer game, but
wonder why.
Ever since even the lower bracket run that DUNLIMITED made, me and Gibby have been a little bit kind of back in this side. We saw them in the open qualifiers. We saw how good they were in the group stage, and this is a team that a lot of people didn't expect to make this run, and they have done a great job. They've got MKERS. That is not going to be easy, but there's a lot of tape on MKERS now. A lot of teams have kind of shown what weaknesses they have, and look what TENSTAR is able to do. If you can just follow that blueprint, follow that archetype, DUNLIMITED can have a very good time, and stylistically, they match up very well against MKERS.
Yeah, and also the facts from DUNLIMITED, what we've seen yesterday when they were playing up against Wild, and it was something that Rorik as well mentioned in the interview, was prep, prep, prep. They said they knew exactly what Wild was going to do. Wild was completely telegraphed. They spent so many hours VOD reviewing. If TENSTAR can do it, DUNLIMITED can do it as well. So therefore, for MKERS, it is looking a little scary, because at the end of the day, a lot of the games that DUNLIMITED have played, as we might have mentioned yourself, Whippet, it's not just because they showed up on the day, but it was also a lot of the teams that they played against, for example, again today, ACEND, not really living up to their full potential.
See, the thing when you talk about the potential of a team, look at their score lines the whole way through Challenger League. Since they lost to TENSTAR, DUNLIMITED have dropped 0 maps.
Whew!
0 maps.
They took it personally.
Do you know what other team has dropped 0 maps since that fixture? TENSTAR. So both of those sides, based on what we've seen, I'd argue are the 2 best teams in Challenger League right now.
Based on your calculations?
Well, you look at MKERS, right? So much talent in that team. We casted them earlier today. They couldn't take a map off TENSTAR.
Yeah.
J-Lings almost beat MKERS earlier on in the tournament, if a couple of things had went their way. And then you look at the fact that TENSTAR were on their knees against DUNLIMITED. Like, we keep bringing it up because that's how close it was.
Yes.
It was the second map. DUNLIMITED won the first map, and Jegs getting an ace after the diffuser went down is what turned that game on its head.
Yeah.
People need to start putting some respect onto DUNLIMITED, in my opinion, because to me, I think that they're going to really give MKERS a game tomorrow, and if MKERS don't play their very best, it'll be DUNLIMITED TENSTAR playing in the finals.
Okay.
I agree with that, actually. I mean, DUNLIMITED have been so good so far, and kind of do a little bit of that bro science. You look back, is they're the only team to take that map off TENSTAR. The only team to do it. MKERS couldn't do it, and now you look at that kind of, you compare and contrast that. TENSTAR looks so dominant against MKERS. TENSTAR looked a little bit ropey against DUNLIMITED. There's a little bit of a correlation there. But whatever happens, it will be a massive matchup, and I think a lot of expectations will be broken.
Yeah, but also I think it's really important to highlight that when we're looking at the DUNLIMITED TENSTAR matchup, that was way at the start of CL. That was on the 7th of November. It's been a month since then. These teams have had scrims. They've had opportunities to play in CL. They've had, as we said earlier on the desk yesterday, the fact that the major was held in Europe, so a lot of these teams were able to scrim against international teams. So again, I would say potentially for both of these teams, they have improved over the last month, and therefore anything could potentially happen. Well, not tomorrow, on the 17th of December, if Unlimited wins against Makers. So this is a lot of ifs. You know, we're just hypothetically speaking.
It's a revenge tour. This game is a revenge tour for TENSTAR. Whichever team wins gets to go and try take the crown off of them because, as we pointed already, there's been a trilogy between them and Makers, which are currently being won by TENSTAR, 2-1. And Unlimited are down 1-0 in the series. So this is the matchup to get the final game against TENSTAR. And
the final boss.
If I was TENSTAR, I'd be more worried about playing against Unlimited than I would be about playing against Makers.
Okay, I can agree with that one. I mean, Unlimited have already had one crack at the cherry, got close already. You never know how it might work again. And I mean, as Kenny Coach TENSTAR put on social media, every team left in this competition has already lost to TENSTAR. Everyone is now battling for that revenge. Everyone wants revenge against it, and to get that revenge, but Unlimited are Makers to go through each other.
Well, we do really love the storyline that TENSTAR set up for us. I think it's something really lovely to speak about here on the desk. And tomorrow we're going to figure out which team is going to be heading up against TENSTAR in the finals, as it's going to be Makers. They're going to be heading up against Unlimited. Both teams have won today, and unfortunately, we've said goodbye to both ACEND. And it was just a sad day for ACEND. But if anything, you learn from mistakes.
Yeah, you learn from your mistakes, but at the same time, ACEND did a fantastic job to get here. We kept bringing up the roster changes that they went through over the course of the last few months, and for them to still get to this point in the lower bracket was an incredible achievement by them. You will be thinking back, if you could see the crystal ball, see what might have happened had Licky Fack, the now major winner, the GOAT, been on that roster. But I think they'll be disappointed today, yes. But I think they can look back and be proud. And with SI quals just around the corner, you can't sit and lick your wounds for too long. You got to get ready to get back on the horse and get ready to try qualify.
And that is our walking billboard reminding you of SI qual. So make sure you head over to the website and you find that out. That's it from us for this evening. We're going to be back tomorrow with Makers against Unlimited to figure out which team is going to be heading into the grand finals. So have a good evening. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you then.
You are, there it goes. Your MPL champions now book their ticket in this season of
Round there on Oregon. What a performance. 7 rounds to 5.